Hello everyone, in today's video I will be narrating stories that I found off of Reddit. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But without further ado,
let's get straight into these stories.
Some context. I, a 24-year-old woman, live in a basement suite with my fiance, who is 26 years old. We live below a man and his young daughter. We're pretty friendly and look out for one another, but aren't exactly close. It's a normal detached home, just divided. We have no windows facing the backyard, just to the left and right of the house. Please note that while we live in the same house, we have had no issues other than hearing what is happening upstairs. I am also an extremely deep sleeper. Behind our backyard is a ravine, basically a tiny creek, but it's incredibly steep on either side, covered in bushes, trees, and other vegetation. It's not exactly easy to walk around in. We have a short, maybe 4-foot tall, chain link fence dividing our property from the creek. One house down there is a little path that leads down the creek and connects to an adjacent field and playground. It's maintained. There are no other paths off of the main one. It is just prickly bushes and steep, tough terrain. So now onto the story. About 3 months ago, my fiance woke me up terrified because she had heard banging outside and there were flashlights shining into our ground level windows. I instantly called 911, who promptly told me the cops were already there and probably the ones with flashlights. Annoyed, I pulled on some pants and headed outside to see what was happening. I was informed by the police the man above me had called because he stated people were on his property harassing him. They asked if we know of any ongoing mental health issues on his side, which makes me question if anything actually happened, but my fiance did hear some weird stuff before the cops showed up. All the while, I'm watching my neighbor plead with the police to check the creek out back because he swears he saw them go out that way. They briefly shine their flashlights back there and leave, determining nothing is actually going on. I get the lowdown the next day. Apparently he heard people banging on his back door, throwing gravel at his windows, and watched his front door handle turn. Man was freaked out, terrified for his daughter, and had no clue who it could be. He spends the next week barely sleeping, sitting by the back door with a baseball bat. Nothing happens, we all relax. It happens again a week later. As soon as he chills out. Same deal, fiance wakes me up, less scared because we know what's going on, but nevertheless the cops find nothing and upstairs man is freaked again. This time he installs cameras. They are on the inside of his house, pointed out the windows. They are rather small and hard to notice, and there's no way you could see them at night. This seems to do the trick. We no longer are dealing with the cops or the begging from whoever is harassing our neighbor. However, after about a month I get chatting in the yard with the neighbor and he tells me almost every single night someone has been in the creek shining a light into his windows. His bedroom specifically. Laser pointers, flashlights, you name it. It's coming from the creek. I'm a little freaked but tell myself he's overly paranoid. Could be some lights from the other side or whatever. This keeps going on. He consistently is complaining about these lights. Concerned someone is still screwy with him. And with being in the same house, last week I said screw it and bought the best outdoor camera I could afford with all the fancy night vision features. Doesn't hurt to have security cameras anyways, right? It should be arriving soon. In the meantime, I'm thinking of some way to keep someone out of the creek. Still slightly doubtful anyone could get back there without hopping our fence. I walk down the path open to public use, stop where the property fence lines start, push past a prickly bush that tries to take me out, and come across a well-worn path with footprints and broken branches, flattened bushes that have clearly been walked on repeatedly. Creeped out, I push on to see where this path goes, and it ends right at our property, right where my neighbor says the lights come from. There is nowhere else to go. The path is right next to where it drops off into the creek. I couldn't go further as it's all thick brush. It just ends at our house. Someone, for weeks, has been sitting in the woods behind our house tormenting my upstairs neighbor for no apparent reason. I am unbelievably creeped out. How do they know what bedroom he's in? How did they know when the cameras went up? Why do they never bother us? He swears up and down he doesn't have any enemies. His ex is the mother of his daughter. They share custody and she wouldn't scare her like that. I'm as baffled as I am horrified. This happened in an empty coffee shop parking lot. I was using their Wi-Fi to download movies. I thought I knew what a narcissist was up until 2 days ago. I studied it, remembered the traits. I thought I knew about 4 of them, including my parents. Trust me, there's a whole nother level of it and it'd be scary to witness if you weren't very secure in yourself, and experiencing it firsthand is a mind game. If you even think a person could not have narcissism, then they probably don't. I was able to extremely clearly detect it and somewhat to a degree of absolute certainty. I'm glad I had this encounter because what I had previously thought about certain people was in fact completely wrong judgment. I'm sitting at a coffee shop at 6 in the morning downloading movies on their Wi-Fi. A guy in a truck parks and comes up to my car's slightly open window and asks about the price of the local homes. He's probably about 35 to 40 years old, wearing nice clothes, charming, doesn't stutter or sound stupid. I think this guy is normal, asking a pretty basic question. I'm as passive as I can be. He doesn't seem to want to leave. He's just standing there in an awkward silence after I tell him 320,000 to 500,000. He asks me who's the best builder. I'm thinking, do I look like a realtor? I tell him I don't know. He then says, you have a good long weekend, thanks. Then stuff got pretty weird and it got worse and worse. He goes into the coffee shop for 45 minutes. I'm already thinking to myself that this is somewhat odd. He's probably talking to the teenage employees. There's nobody else in there. He comes out, walks back up to my window and gives me this odd look of disappointment and says, okay, you have a nice long weekend, as if we needed to catch up from his 45-minute absence, like we weren't done talking. He then talks to someone walking by in front of my car. They know each other from years past. The person asking him, so you're back in town. I'm thinking to myself, oh wow, maybe this guy isn't the creepiest guy I've ever met. Guy he used to know leaves. He throws on his Beats headphones, walks to the tailgate of his truck, arms crossed over the back of it, resting his head in his arms, staring at me for at least 5 minutes from about 30 feet away. I glance at him every minute to see if he's still staring at me. I'm like, man, this guy's creepy. I should probably leave, but my movies weren't finished. I'm not one to be afraid of other people, so I stay. I have a combat switchblade in my door for reasons like this. I felt pretty safe because I'm me, but felt like this guy was trying to intimidate me with every lie that came out of his mouth. Inconsistencies galore. He's walking back up to my car. I'm like, what does this guy want now? We talked for 30 minutes. Or well, he did most of the talking. Within 15 minutes, this is what I learned about him without saying more than a few things like, oh, he's looking to buy a house, but he already owns 4. He has a restraining order, can't go within 100 feet of where I suggested he looked for a home. He is on the dangerous persons list, nearly yelling at me to Google it because I'm like, oh okay, whatever, father is rich because he is era, and is a retired cop. I don't believe him, not that I said anything. He reacted to my facial expression alone. He then opens his bank account on his phone and shows me $3,000. He tells me the police pay him $4,500 a month. It says $1,000 a month. I tell him it looks like they shorted you for the past 3 payments. He quickly takes the phone away, looks insulted. He says, you see that? Canadian Provincial Police. It also stands for Canadian Pension Plan, which this guy is clearly too unstable to hold a job of any kind whatsoever. He claims he was in secret operations with police, can't say what he did at all. Tells me he was with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and what kind of training they gave him at age 18, solitude in a box for 8 weeks, using the bathroom in a cup, is the main enforcer for the local notorious biker gang. Is spouting off random names like I'm supposed to know them, like I care to begin with, informs me that people are afraid of him. He then asks if I'm afraid of him. This gave me a good laugh. He looked at me like he was totally insulted. People then arrived to get coffee. He states looks like the cowards are coming out of the woodwork. He then informs me that he's watching out for police, states that he is untouchable, the biker gangs have his back, then says so do the police because they don't care, which I'm not sure how that makes sense. I decided to ask if he has a family, hinting that maybe he should go be with them instead of pestering me. He apparently has 4 kids who are each hockey champions under age 16. They were trained by none other than the Toronto Maple Leafs coach. He made sure to whip his phone out to prove this, that in his contacts is someone named Blue. He makes it crystal clear who the people are. To make sure I understand, I let him talk and talk until I say, well, I don't follow hockey. He realizes he's just wasted his valuable time, like 5 minutes straight explaining who the 3 hockey coaches were in order of skill, and he's pretty disappointed that I don't follow hockey. He asks me what I do. I tell him some lies saying I'm a transcriber, make $15 per hour, company name is Lion Bridge to hint that I know he's completely full of it. He types this company name into his phone saying that's good information to have, like even though he's rich and everything he needs to make $15 an hour. He asks me if I know where the best houses are in a suburb of extremely similar looking $500,000 houses. I ask if he has a realtor. He says no, I don't need one. I humor him, you want to pay in cash, don't you? Apparently everything he does is off the books, except like, you know, the pension plan of $1,000 per month. He then starts talking about a black guy violating a young girl. This is so random, I don't know what to say. I become quiet. Palms are sweaty. I'm thinking to myself something like psychopath alert. I can't even use my phone, my fingers are so wet. I'm just vaping away, blowing vapor out the window at him. He's not taking the hint. The senior aged man walks past him towards a dumpster. He says to his face, look at this chump. The old man is wide-eyed like he doesn't know what is happening, and neither do I. Old man looks at me and gives me this look of confirmation that he has completely sized up the situation that I'm in and is also thinking what is going on. The guy that informs me that he owns the town starts spouting random names again, then informs me there's a serial killer living down the street. Tells me he isn't leaving until 7:30 in the morning to not be rude to me. I'm so confused by this I just stop talking. The silent minute passes. He tells me I should leave because it's going to get loud soon. I'm now considering that this guy is here to shoot or bomb someone, possibly me. I grab my blade but leave it closed and soaking in my left hand. I ask why should I leave? He says there's a storm coming. I tell him I'm not afraid of thunder. He looks insulted. He's been speaking in covert wording this entire time, so to get a better feel for this guy I ask where he's from and if he slept in his truck last night. He looks offended like I'm the one who is off his rocker, but he doesn't say anything other than no. Another silent minute passes. He then looks at me, changes his facial expression to angry, says very calmly that if he were me he'd get out of town right now. Is he warning me or threatening me? I honestly can't tell. It takes me a few seconds to even process what he's just said. I'm not intimidated in the least, or amused. I humor him, why's that? He starts laughing his head off, walking away now and asks was that scary? I laugh and tell him an assured no, shaking my head at the absurdity of him. He's now halfway to his truck. Finally, now he's walking back to me. I flick my blade open and casually flip it in the air to invert it blade down. He fist bumps me and says you're a good guy, laughing, then walks away. He roars away in his truck, windows down, music blaring at 7:30 in the morning. I was just glad that he was gone. I just sat there perplexed at this character, wondering how many mental disorder boxes he'd check off. It wasn't even a question. This guy was trying to intimidate me in any way possible and was trying to prove his worth to me in any way possible, reacting to each of my facial expressions so quickly and in such a way that made me feel like he was sizing me up the entire time. Just glad he eventually left. I'm on holiday with my boyfriend and our dog in the Lake District. We had been for a meal and was on the way back to the Airbnb. I had had a parcel strategically delivered to a supermarket, so I went in first. Then my boyfriend went in to buy beer and some groceries whilst I waited outside with the dog. It was dark and as it's off season, there weren't many people around. About 5 minutes into waiting on the pavement, an early 40-year-old man wearing a red shell suit type ensemble walked past. I accidentally caught eye contact, so smiled weakly, and he leered creepily back as he passed. I watched him walk away, and as he got to the end of the shop he started screaming victims. Victims. Everyone's a victim. About 10 to 20 seconds after that he started singing Take Me Down to the Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. He went round the corner and I thought it was safe. My boyfriend was taking too long at this point, so I tried to get his attention through the glass door. I then see the same guy coming back up the road heading straight towards me. I really didn't want to have another run-in with this guy, so I went into the supermarket, completely ignoring the no dogs allowed rule, and made an animated display so that both he and the cashier knew I was there. When my boyfriend came out, I explained what had happened and pointed out the guy who was staggering uphill the direction we needed to go. I suggested we hang back and kept our distance. He turned off down a side road and that was the last we saw of him. For the entire walk back, I was turning around to make sure we weren't being followed. Even now, as we're sat watching Die Hard, I'm really creeped out. I know I was probably in no danger, but it's a really weird thing to shout at a lone woman with a little dog. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This happened around 2018, right after my sister moved out of our apartment together. It's been bothering me since I just moved out. I was home alone on my day off when someone knocked on my door. No one ever visits and I have anxiety, so that was terrifying to my brain already. I answered and it was a woman who lived in one of the basement apartments. She seemed nice at first, asking if I wanted any clothes she was giving away because they were her style but supposedly matched mine perfectly as a young woman. That was already a red flag in my mind because the only time I ever saw her was when I was walking to work, wearing my uniform of a black shirt, black pants, and black hat. But I let her talk because I'm super awkward and hated being rude to technical strangers. Then she started getting pushy and listing off super expensive name brands to try to get me to go to her apartment, which is an old small building, no cameras, and I lived on the top floor, which would be down what I call the creepy stairs and next to the door to the back lot no one used. Then I realized she was holding a notebook open with a script of what to say. I continued to reject, but my anxiety wouldn't let me close the door on her face without fear of her lashing out. She kept insisting until I finally told her my boyfriend was going to be home soon and suggested she donated them. My boyfriend wasn't going to be home for many hours, but she didn't need to know that obviously. She leaves and I go back to my room, which has a window facing crossing that back lot/alley. A few moments later, I hear a fight happening in the lot and see her with the previous. He was already fired at that point, maintenance man. It's a loud, screaming fight, and they're standing next to his truck, which has tinted windows and a covered truck bed. My paranoia went a little wild, so I texted my family about it to feel a bit safer. Then I believe he left, but a little while later, something hits my door hard. I didn't check, just stared. Then it happened again and again, all night until my boyfriend came home, and for a few days when I was alone. I found out after looking at the door that they were hitting my deadbolt, and it was off center. Even after it was replaced, the damage couldn't be fixed. It stopped after a little while, and the woman moved out almost immediately after all of that. I don't want to feed my paranoia, but something obviously wasn't right. I know I should have called the police, but police in my town are relatively useless. Also, that maintenance man was rehired and was the one who replaced my deadbolt, insisting he kept the extra key despite never needing the old. My new house is much safer, thankfully. This is a creepy encounter that started a couple months ago and stretches to now. I live in a condo building that shares a courtyard with a sister building. One evening just before sunset, I was sitting on a bench in the courtyard that has a view to my low-level apartment, listening to music and playing Sudoku on my phone. A man walking his dog approached me. He appeared to be in his late 50s or early 60s. I am a woman in my middle 20s, but did not find it that odd because his dog seemed interested in me. Without taking out my earbuds, I pet his dog, but then after a quick pet, the man was still hovering. I took out my earbuds, giving him a look of what's up. He nodded at my open purse that was beside me, which had a pack of cigarettes in it. Side note, I rarely smoke, they were in my purse left over from a bachelorette party. He asked for a cigarette, and I gave him one. He took that as an invitation to sit down next to me to smoke it. He started up small talk, asking if I lived there, how long I've lived there, stuff like that. After he finished the cigarette, I expected him to leave, but he stayed. I did not have any interest in spending my evening chatting with this guy, but I did not feel unsafe. Other people were walking their dogs and we were in view of many condo windows. I figured he was a lowly older man and it would be an easy kind deed to sit and chat with him on my Tuesday night. It got a little weird when he asked me if I'd like to come up to his apartment to try some fancy wine. He told me about how he's very into wine and his cigarette on his balcony. I told him I couldn't that night. He then asked me to text him as a way to exchange numbers because he didn't have his phone and that we could do it another time. I obliged to avoid the awkwardness of saying no. By now, it had been over an hour, it had gotten dark, and no one else was in the courtyards. He said it was nice talking. He looked forward to showing me the fancy wines, said he'd let me go enjoy the rest of my night, and he left. Shortly after, he texted me asking to plan for that Thursday night. I still assumed it was innocent and he was just lonely because the age difference. None of the conversation was flirty, and frankly I am a lot better looking than him age aside. That said, I didn't want to, so I strategically told him maybe due to tentative plans. This avoided the suggestion of an alternative date and gave me the easy opportunity to cancel. I shrugged it off as an interesting encounter and texted my friends about it. They all immediately told me it was very creepy and to cancel and not text him again. While I did not intend to go over there or text him again, I felt they were overreacting. Then I thought more about our innocent conversation and all the personal information he got out of me. He now knows which of the two buildings I live in. I didn't tell him which unit, but he could figure it out based on what he does know. The floor I live on, my unit faces the courtyard. My unit does not have a balcony, it's a rental, not an own unit. The month I moved in, and my cat likes to watch the courtyard from the window. He also now knows I live alone, my age, where I work, my past few employers, the suburb I grew up in, where I went to school, both high school and college, where my parents live, and my phone number. I didn't think I was stupid, but now I'm surprised I didn't give this guy my social security number. That said, he got this information out of me because he also shared all these details about himself. That, along with him living in the sister building, not mine, made me feel better. But then I remembered the sister building's fobs work to access each other. I also then remember he told me multiple times he does not carry his phone or wallet on him while he walks his dog at night because of all the muggings. When he kept bringing this up, I found it very odd because we live in one of the safest neighborhoods of the city, but shrugged it off. I now am scared he may have bad intentions and wanted to persuade me into putting myself in a vulnerable position without my phone. I tried reverse searching his number and nothing came up. I was smart enough to read his last name from his dog's collar, and I googled it with the first name he gave me. But even with all the other information he gave me, like his job and education, I could not find him online. This left me a little unnerved, but his response to me canceling was just to text him another time when I am available. I felt better about it until the next next Tuesday evening, exactly 1 week down to the hour of us originally meeting. I looked out my window and saw him sitting on the exact bench we were on, one of like 20, staring up at my building. He wasn't even with his dog or smoking, just sitting there looking up at my building. I immediately dropped to the floor and peeped only my head to take another look out the window, which starts a couple feet above the floor, but stretches the whole wall horizontally. It was definitely him, and it made me feel sick to my stomach. I still excused it as maybe innocent, maybe he hoped to run it to me again and was just waiting, not spying. But in the weeks following, I saw him on that bench multiple more times. I've been avoiding the courtyard and keeping my blinds closed, but they can't be closed 24/7. Apart from me, both my cat and plants need the natural light. A couple weeks ago, my blinds were open, and I had to pass the window naked to retrieve a towel. As I passed, I looked out the window. Not only was he on that bench, without his dog or a cigarette, looking up at my building, he was looking straight at my unit and my window at me. I again dropped to the floor. I grabbed the blanket next to me, wrapped myself in it, and stood back up. He was still staring. We held eye contact and he did not look away. Eventually, I closed the blinds, but he knew I knew and he was not shy about it. A few days after that, I saw him in my building lobby. I ignored him and he ignored me, and I quickly got into the elevator. I then left for a 2-week vacation. I got back a few days ago and haven't seen him. I'm hoping the time gap bored him. In the early 2000s, I was skateboarding outside of my old elementary school with a close friend. We were 12 or 13 at the time, and skateboarding can be a draw for police, and we were well aware of that. Being harassed by running from cops was nearly a weekly occurrence for us around that time. After we had been there maybe 20 minutes, a new-looking unmarked Ford Ranger or maybe Mazda equivalent drove by, slowed down, and turned into the parking lot after noticing us. He got out and asserted he was a police officer and that we could get in a lot of trouble. He was wearing plain clothes, white, and probably in his 30s or 40s. He approached me, patted me down, obviously noticed something in my cargo pocket. It was a weed pipe. I was scared that I was going to get busted and I froze. He ignored the item in my pocket, along with whatever else was in there. I don't remember if the touches were weird in nature or focused on any one area of my body. He didn't bother searching my friend. He didn't ask any questions that I remember other than whether or not our parents knew we were there. I don't remember what we answered. Knowing us and our parents, they probably did have at least a vague idea of what we were up to. It is likely we said yes, but I seem to remember telling him no. He began to conclude the interaction and said something like be safe or you should probably go home now. Anyway, he got back in his truck. I remember seeing the cab after he opened the door and it looking like a mess inside. There was trash and signs that he was not driving an official vehicle of any capacity. I do remember thinking that was odd at the time. He left. We went on our merry way after I landed that kickflip down the 3-stair or whatever trick I was working on that day. The situation felt a little odd, but I didn't tell my parents. I was a teenager with more angst than most, after all. Plus, bringing it up would have surely invoked some lecture or accusation regarding drug use, and I was not about to bring that upon myself. Years later, my friend brought it up. He said he had mentioned it to his dad recently. His dad was a police officer at the time of the incident. His dad got upset and was dumbfounded by the fact that neither one of us told anyone about it. Now that I'm knocking some of this loose, I think my buddy actually told the guy his dad was a cop, and that is when he began disengaging. That was the day I realized that if I had been alone, things could have gone much, much worse. It was over 20 years ago, but I still wonder if I should report it in case it could lead to some sort of resolution for someone who was not as fortunate as we were. This happened about a week ago, so I had biked to school with my best friend. We were going to stay after school to work on a project together anyway, so it worked out. On our bike ride home from school, we decided not to go straight home and that we wanted to go on a small bike ride down a path by the park that will lead us back to my house anyways. When we were unchaining our bikes from the bike racks, I noticed like a red Dodge Dakota across from the school. Just for your information, we live in a pretty small town, so most of the kids who get picked up, we know of what cars they get into and what cars hang around the school at pickup time, as well as what cars the teachers and students own that drive themselves to school, or at least somewhat of an idea, but I usually didn't see that one, and it was probably like an hour and a half past the time school got out, but it could have been someone's relative picking them up or whatever, so I really didn't think much of that. We started biking towards our path, and after about 5 minutes my friend told me the red truck was driving on the road next to the sidewalk we were biking on, but it was a little behind us. I told her that it's probably fine and a coincidence and that they are probably going home or live around here, so we kept going. But he didn't stop. After about 10 more minutes of him still following us, then I started getting a little concerned. We ended up continuing until we got to a gas station because then at least there would be people around and less of a chance of something happening. So we parked our bikes and went in. We grabbed drinks and a snack to not make it look odd that we were in there, but while we were in there I called my brother to come get us and that there was someone following us. He told us he would be right there and to just stay inside. So we did. We paid for our snacks and told the cashier about it, and she let us just sit there until my brother came. My brother pulled in, and so we walked out to get our bikes, but we couldn't find them. We looked around and saw the red truck pull behind the gas station with our bikes right next to it. The man that was driving it was looking right at us. We went and told my brother. He said forget about the bikes and get in the car. So we did. My brother got out of the car and went into the gas station to get the employee, and while he was doing that, the man sped off out the back parking lot of the gas station. When my brother came out, he said that the gas station worker was going to check back the cameras and see if she could get a license plate to give to the police, and that my brother gave her our mom's information for any updates. We both made it home safe. I'll keep y'all updated when we find out more. I'm not sure how creepy this actually is, but I always try and play it safe. I don't believe in taking chances, and I don't intend on becoming another statistic. If that means playing on the side of caution, then so be it. I'm a bartender by trade. I've been working in bars since I was 21. I'm 29 currently and female, so I've had to pick a thing or two up. I get a fair amount of unwanted attention in my day-to-day life. I'd say about as much as the average woman gets. I'm not a vain person, but I do put a lot of attention into my wardrobe, my makeup, and my nails. I know it's such a sideways way of thinking, but most of my money is made on tips, and I have to make myself presentable enough. But because of this, I do set my boundaries very strongly. This doesn't mean that I'm perfect though. I'm still a person with people urges. It was a typical Saturday night. The bar that I currently work at, and the one I've been working at for the past 2 years, is a pretty small bar with more of an emphasis on the quality of the drinks and the relaxed atmosphere. I don't serve as many Vegas bombs or Bud Lights that I have at previous bars that I've worked at. It's mostly cocktails and craft beers. This usually keeps the rowdy crowd out. On Saturdays we do trivia night, which I occasionally get tasked with hosting. It's not my favorite thing to do, but something I have to do as per my job description. There was a girl in the crowd that was answering most of the questions I sent out. She wasn't alone and came in with a group of people, all seemingly in their middle 20s. Her and I ended up talking for a while at the bar in between serving drinks. She was flirty, which isn't something I'm incredibly good at, but she was sweet. And just to make it clear, I have an equal preference in men and women. I wasn't trying to lead her on or humor her for the sake of making tips. In the crowd of trivia participants came this one guy. I wasn't the one to identify him, so I couldn't tell you his name. He began making rude remarks from one bar stool down from where this girl was sitting. He was somewhere in his 30s. It seemed like he was hitting on her, but she didn't seem very responsive. I told him that she didn't seem interested and then he should stop. He apologized with a very sinister looking smile and looked down at my chest, claiming he was looking for a name tag to formally address me. We don't have name tags. I told him that if he continued making people uncomfortable, he would be removed. One thing I took notice of that made me sufficiently uncomfortable was the fact that he kept one hand in a jacket pocket, just the one, and he seemed to be fiddling with something. I don't play around with this kind of stuff, so I told security about it. While I was walking back, I overheard him telling another bar patron that I basically told him I would sleep with him when I got off of shift. The girl from the bar, as well as the random bar goer, told him that his behavior was out of line. I told him that he needed to leave and that security was going to kick him out. His response changed from sinisterly playful to outright agitated. He made a comment about my sexuality and told the random bar guy he was sitting near that he was a homophobic slur. I hate guys like this with a passion. People who want to disrupt the comfort of others in some half-hearted attempt at getting laid. I walked from behind the bar and told him to leave and tried again to flag security. He made a very crude comment about me letting him do some stuff to me, and in return I wouldn't feel the need to be attracted to women unless it was a, let's just say, group effort. The girl that I had been talking to threw a glass of scotch in his face, then headbutt him in the mouth. Security finally came running, only to try and kick her out. I flew into a rage over that and told him that the girl was good and she was only doing the job that he was supposed to be doing. He was removed from the bar. I kept an eye on him through the window. He stuck around near the bar for a bit, but after an hour or so he left. The girl offered to stay with me until closing, which wasn't necessary. I'd closed the place down so many times at 2 to 3 in the morning, but I gave her the "oh, would you please" brutality. I also give credit where it's due, so I gave the other guy from the bar a good thank you hug before he left and told him that he made me feel safer. The girl told him the same, and I told the manager and the owner that we had an issue with the customer. Bar camera footage was pulled and his identity was confirmed. He had an issue with getting banned from bars and had a tendency to start fights while intoxicated. I hate to say it, but I'm still keeping an eye out for him. Not sure if this is creepy enough, but it was for me. My girlfriend and I were graduate students living together in a 6-unit apartment building with an outside stairwell. It was an older Victorian home that had been converted into apartments. The whole street was lined with similar buildings. It was off campus but conveniently located within walking distance of bars, a coffee shop, and several restaurants. The neighborhood had a laid-back, bohemian vibe. The tenants were a mixture of college kids, young professionals, and families. The area was generally safe, but it wasn't too far from a rougher section of town. It was a Thursday night, and being the night owl that I am, it was past 3 in the morning. I had just finished a movie. I turned the television off and went to the stairwell for a quick smoke before bed. We were in the middle of a snowstorm, and the ground was covered in 6 inches of fresh powder, and it was freezing scary cold. I quickly smoked my cigarette and rushed back inside. My girlfriend was always complaining about me forgetting to lock the door, and, as was my habit, I left the door unlocked. I jumped into bed, and just as I was falling asleep, I thought I heard a noise. I brushed it off at first, but then I heard a creak. Probably just the wind, I concluded. Moments later, I heard the floorboards creaking. Now I was listening intently. My girlfriend felt me shuffling and asked what was wrong. I told her I thought I heard something. Then we both heard what sounded like someone stumbling into our couch. We shot up, and I yelled, "Is someone there?" No answer. The floor creaked again. This time, in unison, we shouted, "Who's there?" Another noise. I quietly stood up and scanned the room for something that could be used as a weapon. Nothing. Growing up, my dad always kept a baseball bat under his bed, and I regretted not adopting this practice. We yelled again, but there was no response. Again, but this time, from the darkness, we were greeted by a low-pitched, incomprehensible growl. I wondered if one of my buddies was playing a prank on me. That seemed out of character for my friends, especially at this hour on a weekday night, and during a snowstorm. What I really thought was that a crackhead had wandered in. My girlfriend yelled, "Who's out there?" More footsteps. The intruder was still in the family room, but he was getting closer to our bedroom. We heard the growl again, but this time it was followed by a gurgle, and it's Matt. We didn't know anybody named Matt, at least not any that would enter our apartment uninvited in the middle of the night. I looked at my girlfriend. I'd never seen someone so scared. If worst came to worst, I thought to myself, I know I can outrun this person. I hoped it didn't come to that. "Matt who?" We shouted repeatedly. After a long pause, he finally said, "Matt, I'm friends with Mike and Kelly." Relief washed over both of us. Mike and Kelly were our neighbors. I turned on the lights and walked into the family room. There he stood, a 6'2", slovenly looking college kid. Matt was blacked out drunk. Our neighbors had hosted a pre-game party at their apartment, followed by a trip to the nearby bars. They had abandoned Matt, and despite the storm, he had found his way back to their apartment. Their door was locked, and his phone calls had gone unanswered. His evolutionary drive to survive had kicked in, and he had sought warmth in the first unlocked apartment he could find. I told him that he scared us and that he had to go. He stepped outside, and I quickly locked the door behind him. The next day, I learned that Matt froze to death. He'd been discovered by another neighbor, huddled next to her car under the lean-to garage. I'm just kidding. I have no idea what happened to Matt. I do, however, remember being a little concerned for him after my nerves settled. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Our dogs honestly saved our lives this night and deserve some recognition. So this whole thing happened when I was maybe 12. I am nearly 17 now. Me and my sister, who was 14 or 15 at the time, were staying home alone while our parents were at my little brother's hockey game. We lived in a fairly safe neighborhood. Hardly anything ever happened. Everybody knew everybody, and almost everyone got along well and liked each other. So we felt safe as we didn't have a reason not to. Our front door was locked. Our back door was locked, but our side door didn't lock. It was broken, but no one ever used it anyway, so my dad hadn't gotten around to fixing it. Lee and my sister were in the living room watching television and doing homework when we heard the fence outside of our house making some noise. It sounded like someone had jumped over the fence. So my sister looked through the blinds, and sure enough, someone had jumped the fence. 2 people actually. They were dressed in mostly black with like a hospital mask over their faces. We freaked out and hid in between the couches in the living room. When we heard the front door knob wiggle, of course it was locked so it didn't open, but we knew whoever it was would go to the side door next, and that one would open. In that moment I was the most terrified I had ever been. But once the door handle started jiggling loud enough, my dogs had woken up. At the time I had a Tosa and a Rottweiler. Once one started barking, so did the other one, and eventually it was just pure chaos. That's when we heard them scream they got dogs. Then we heard the fence make the same noise, as if someone jumped over it again. Later that night, a local gas station near my house got robbed by 2 armed men, and the news reports showed the same people we had seen, same outfits and everything, except this time we got to see their faces. Our dogs truly may have saved our lives that night. The funny thing is, our dogs are the biggest lovers. They may be loud and bark, but they wouldn't bite or attack anybody. This is the one time I'm very glad that these dogs breeds are associated with being quote scary and aggressive, because clearly they scared off whoever wanted to break in that night. So me, a 28-year-old woman, and my husband recently relocated to a small town for work. The area is known to have high criminal activity and a lot of homeless people, but I am not usually scared or paranoid. I decided to go thrifting, hoping to find a baby safety gate. Once I got to the store and parked, there was no one in the parking lot. I went in. Right behind me entered a large, well-dressed male that was persistently eyeing me head to heels. At first, I didn't think much of it, and I just went on checking the book section they had. After a while, I started to feel as if someone is hovering around me. I started to feel a bit anxious because every time I would look behind me, the guy would be standing way too close to me, literally not looking at any books, just pacing around, and would look to the ground to avoid my stance. I am not a shy girl. I know how to stand up for myself when needed, and I know better than to make a predator feel like he is intimidating me. I turned around and gave him a screw-off look and went to the other side of the store to shop, and right behind me followed the creepy guy. I tried not to mind him and continued looking through clothes, vases, and decorations, and wherever I would go he would follow in a very creepy way, keeping himself as close as he could be to me. 40 minutes in, the employees noticed that the guy wasn't interested in anything, and they asked him if he was okay and if he needed anything specific. He said no and brushed them off with a story. He was persistently following me, and he tried to corner me in an unseen part of the store. I looked him in the eye with a "don't mess with me" look until he broke eye contact, and I turned away and paced as fast as I could. Of course, he was right behind me, pacing as fast as I was. I messaged my husband my location and sent him the description of the guy and told him what was happening. He told me to get out of there safely as fast as I could and call the police if needed. I then asked the employees if they had any gates around. He answered me from behind before they even had the chance to open their mouths. Then the employee took me to show me what they had available. Of course he followed us. I then went to pay for my stuff and asked the guy working there to walk me to my car because I was just not feeling safe, and I was sure that the creepy guy would try to hurt me or try to steal from me. My first thought was he saw me park outside and ran after me, hoping to jump me and steal from me. I drive a fancy 2023 model truck. My husband believes that he just wanted to hit on me but didn't know how. I've lived in 3 different continents and had my share of deprived creeps and psychopaths, but I am not sure what to think of this. Not sure if I overreacted. My husband thinks I did, but I still cannot understand what his intentions were, hoping to get closure from this. I go unlog box here my home most nights. I live in a safe suburban neighborhood. It's a huge grid of residential streets, in the middle of which is a big open park type area, larger than 2 football fields, that's next to a school. Last night, around midnight, I was walking on the sidewalk next to the park, listening to a podcast, slowly making my way to the school. The school has a big, well-lit parking lot in front, with 2 entrances/exits about 25 yards apart. As I neared the school, I noticed a car in the parking lot with its headlights pointed toward the street. This is unusual for this time of night, especially on a weekday. Maybe it's a cop, I thought. I got closer and saw that it was a beat-up red truck. It had started slowly and aimlessly driving around the lot. As I passed the first entrance, the truck seemed to notice me and stop. I got halfway to the second entrance when the truck rushed toward it. I assumed the driver wanted to pull out before he had to wait for me to cross. No, the truck just sat there. I leaned as I approached. I got to the entrance and saw that the truck was occupied by 4 men. I motioned to the driver to go ahead, but while looking straight forward, he just motioned with his hands for me to cross. At the same time, I noticed a guy in the backseat staring at me menacingly. I crossed in front of the truck, expecting the driver to blow the horn or rev the engine, basically, to screw with me. He didn't. They just sat there, watching me. I continued down the road, and as I was turning right onto another street, the truck exited the lot, turning in the opposite direction. Just a strange encounter, I thought. A few minutes passed, and I saw the same truck approaching me. Getting to me would have required circling the park and traveling down 3 additional streets. And to do it so quickly would have required serious speeding. The truck slowed as it approached, almost stopping as it got to me. The occupants stared daggers at me as they passed. It felt like they wanted to do something but lost their nerve. Now I'm a little freaked out. I'm not a paranoid person, so I started rationalizing their behavior. I told myself they're just cruising around, enjoying some weed before going home for the night. That wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for my friends and me in high school. These guys looked too old for this, though. My gut insisted something was wrong. Out of an abundance of caution, I walked a little down the street and crouched behind a big oak tree surrounded by bushes on some random person's property. I know this is inappropriate and possibly dangerous. I hope the homeowner wasn't watching me from his Ring doorbell as I lurked on his property. For a couple of minutes, I crouched there before I saw headlights. It was just the neighbor from across the street arriving home. He entered his house, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I actually felt pretty embarrassed. Just as I was about to stand up, I heard the rattling of an engine and saw headlights slowly moving down the street. It's the red truck. I'm sure I imagined it, but I thought I heard its brakes squeal right before my hiding spot. I wondered why this truck was apparently speeding to get to me and slowing when it arrived. It didn't seem like chance, and I'm now convinced this truck is seeking me out. I started running as soon as the brake lights disappeared. I'm a little more than half a mile from home, and I'm not taking any chances. As I turned onto the street that intersects with mine, I saw headlights and heard a familiar engine rattle. I can't say with certainty that it was the red truck, but I immediately turned around and ran to the side of another random house. Making things more ominous was the spooky music and witch's cackle coming from the Halloween decorations next door. I waited another minute, making sure the red truck didn't pass, and ran the rest of the way home. I walked in out of breath, and my wife asked me what happened. She scolded me for walking so late at night after I told her the story. The middle-aged woman is strong with her, so she immediately pulled up the Nextdoor app. Apparently, there have been several reports of car break-ins in our area attributed to men in a red truck. It's probably not connected, and I was almost certainly being dramatic. I doubt anything would have happened if I'd encountered the red truck again. Still, I'm glad I did it. Please bear with me as this story is quite lengthy, but I hope you find it worth the read. I'd also like to emphasize that I've purposefully left out identifying details to protect the privacy and respect the memory of the victims involved. If you happen to know the real-life events behind this story, I ask for your discretion and understanding, as the purpose of sharing it is for my own catharsis and reflection. Thank you for your consideration and respect for the victims. In the heart of that southern university town, where the campus and the local community intertwined, I embarked on a fateful night that would haunt my memory for years to come. I was just 20, a junior in college, eager to savor the newfound thrill of going out to bars with friends who, like me, possessed fake identifications. The atmosphere was charged with youthful energy, and I reveled in the attention from guys who were more than willing to buy me drinks. It was my first taste of such attention, and I played it up, basking in the newfound allure of adulthood. As I headed to the bar to procure another round of drinks for my friends, I encountered Jay, a man who would cast a sinister shadow over that night. He was a townie, one of those locals we often referred to with a mix of condescension and pity. In this college-centric universe, many townies were drawn to the bars, their troubled lives intersecting with the students' carefree world. Jay didn't seem particularly ominous at first. He struck up a conversation with me, bought me a drink, and we engaged in a seemingly pleasant exchange. But as the night wore on, he grew increasingly agitated when I declined to give him my number. His mood shifted, and he began making a scene, prompting my friends to intervene and extricate me from his presence. Yet, even as we distanced ourselves from him, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that his predatory gaze never wavered. It wasn't the gaze of someone interested in romance, it was a chilling, haunting stare. Desperate to escape his unsettling presence, I decided to join the guy I was seeing at the time, who was at a bar just across from ours. These bars were mere feet apart in a pedestrian mall, so I thought nothing of going there alone. My car was parked conveniently nearby, and I took refuge inside to charge my phone for a few minutes before heading to meet my friends. But as I sat there, I heard the car door open. It was Jay. This stranger had followed me from the first bar and now sat in my car as if we were old friends, oblivious to the terror he instilled in me. I was paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to react. He seemed alarmingly normal, completely unaware of the distress he was causing. It was a situation that grew scarier by the second as I realized the gravity of the peril I was in. Thankfully, within what felt like an eternity, but was probably just a couple of minutes, the guy I was seeing flung open the car door and asked if I was okay. Relief washed over me as I explained what had just transpired through tears, my voice trembling with fear. He had arrived at just the right moment, a guardian angel in the darkness. His presence sent Jay packing, like a child who had been caught misbehaving. If it weren't for his intervention, who knows where I would be now, and what sinister plans Jay might have had in mind. A year later, it resurfaced in the most chilling manner possible. A fellow junior, Holly, went missing, sending shockwaves through the campus and making national headlines. Search teams scoured the area, and the nation held its breath as they discovered security footage of her leaving a bar, followed by a man, Jay. The search ultimately ended in tragedy as Holly's lifeless body was found. The police investigation led to the capture of her killer, and it sent shockwaves through the university community. Jay had not only taken Holly's life, but had also been responsible for the deaths of two other other girls, making him a serial killer. Witness reports, news articles, from those who last saw Holly say she was telling Jay, "I will not get in the car with you." Jay is currently serving 4 separate life sentences. I had never shared this haunting experience with anyone beyond my closest friends and husband, fearing judgment and repercussions from my conservative upbringing. But now, returning to that town, the memories resurfaced with a vengeance. Some scars never truly fade, and the night when I narrowly escaped the clutches of a killer named Jay remains etched in my memory as a chilly reminder of the darkness that can lurk in even the most seemingly ordinary places. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This has been ongoing and I can't decide if I'm overreacting or not. I've worked at my job for 6 years, very small manufacturing plant. All that time we've had the same janitor come in the afternoons. When I was first hired, he'd come in my office to clean and I always said hello and thanked him, but he never said a single word back. I heard him speak to my boss as normal as anyone once or twice, but never to me. That got uncomfortable, so I stopped saying anything and I started leaving my office when he'd arrive. Eventually, I didn't need to leave my office because he changed his routine and did mine when I was gone for the day. The past year, whenever I walk past him and get out of view, he lets out this cackle. It's weird, uncomfortable, and puts me on edge. Others have heard him do this and have pointed out he's only doing it when I go by. There are times I've avoided getting something I needed because he's cleaning in the space I need to get it from. Last week I was leaving work and my coworker caught him peeking around the corner of a narrow hallway near the exit, so she stopped and waited for me. As I approached where she was and happened to look down that hallway, he's standing still in the middle of it in the dark, staring in our direction. I told my boss about the hallway and the other laughing incidents. He said he'd run a background check to see about him and to make sure I'm not the last to leave the building anymore, not that I ever was. I told him I didn't feel threatened, but that these instances are odd and only happening to me, so it's not comfortable. Am I overreacting? My gut says something is off. For context, I'm a man in my late 30s and was 18 at the time of this story. 20-something years ago this month I moved to London to attend music college. Most of my other friends were still doing their A-levels, but I sacked those off in favor of an opportunity to study drums and percussion, which I'd already been teaching myself for 10 years at that point in the big city, and to escape my sucky rural hometown. It was the last day of the last term of our year-long course, so everyone ended up at the pub to celebrate. It was a fairly rough pub, but the nearest one to our college, so it was always a weird mix of shifty locals and annoying music students, myself included, and this night was no different. Everyone was doing karaoke, which at the time I was just too awkward to take part in, particularly in front of a pub full of people. I was getting bored and wanted to leave, but was staying with one of my fellow drummer friends who lived a lot closer to the pub than I did. Things were starting to wind down, so I told my friend I'd meet him outside once he'd finished making out with one of the vocal students. I went and stood outside on the street next to the pub by some fencing, behind which were some garages of nearby council flats. I chain smoked a few Marlboro Reds, knowing my friend was going to take his sweet time. As I was standing there, I saw a shifty looking guy in a hoodie with chin-length dreadlocks approaching from afar. As he passed me, we made brief eye contact, but I thought nothing of it and continued smoking. A few minutes passed and I heard what sounded like some sort of rustling or footsteps behind me. I turned around and saw the same guy on the other side of the fencing. He was walking towards the garages but kept looking up at me. This felt a little strange, but I just assumed he was just a weird guy who lived at one of the flats, so I turned around again and continued smoking. After a few minutes, I was a little curious as it had sounded like the guy's footsteps had stopped quite abruptly shortly after I turned back around, so I looked around again to check if he was still there. To my absolute bewilderment, I saw the guy now sort of crumpled in a pile on the floor with his back against one of the garages, trousers round his ankles, his thing in hand, just going ham on himself whilst giving me the most intense eye contact. I swung back around in shock, completely unable to process what I'd just seen. I was frozen and had no idea what to do. About 20 seconds passed and I heard the zip of his fly, then the sound of footsteps growing louder and I knew he was approaching me. The footsteps stopped and, "Excuse me," the guy said at a soft and nervous sounding tone. I turned around. "Yeah, what? You're not gay, are you?" No," the guy, almost blushing, says. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry," and hurriedly walks away. For years I used to retell this anecdote as a funny sort of "oh my god, that's outrageous" story. It didn't really dawn on me for a long time how messed up that event was, I think in part due to when it happened, early 2002, and the fact I'm a man, so most people wouldn't immediately think of me as someone who would get flashed at or harassed or be exposed to. It was only in the last 5 years or so, with the increased awareness of that kind of behavior, I started to reframe it a little. Context: I conduct bystander intervention trainings and have an excellent sense of when I feel uncomfortable versus unsafe. I have trained in conflict escalation techniques. I've also taken a self-defense course and feel comfortable using those skills if necessary. I'm a woman in my mid-20s, but usually people guess my age around 16 to 18. Event: I had already been in Marshalls for a while, and having finished trying on clothes, I decided to check the men's section for my partner before heading out to run my next errand. While looking through the racks, I began to notice that someone was following me through the racks and watching me closely. A young man, probably aged 18 to 21, would walk down the aisle a little ways behind me, then pass by me very closely, much more closely than the aisle width required. After having this happen 2 or 3 times, I made eye contact with him after he made his pass, and he said sorry. I first assumed that he was interested in taking my purse and or taking something out of my purse, so I kept a closer hand on my crossbody bag. After having said sorry, he kept his distance for a few minutes, and I continued browsing. However, he shortly approached me and held out a piece of printer paper with an image of his driver's license, a vertical under 21 license, and asked me, I just got my license photo taken, do you think it's a good picture? I said, yeah, it's a perfectly good photo, and moved on. At this point, I was getting a little weirded out, but there were plenty of other people in the men's section, so I wasn't particularly concerned yet. Shortly after, as I approached the end of the men's section, he approached again and asked, can I give you a hug? I responded, no, thank you. He asked, why not? And I responded, I don't really feel like giving a hug now, thanks. Then he said, I'm not a danger to you. I responded, I know, I'm just not interested in giving someone I don't know a hug. He went away to another part of the men's section again after this, and I finished looking through the rack. At this point, I was starting to feel deeply uneasy, but continued to play it cool in order to not escalate the situation. While I was browsing the last rack, he came back again and asked, can I follow you around while you shop? I responded, no, thank you, I prefer to shop alone. He responded with his usual why, and I let him know again that I prefer to shop alone. He left again, and at this point I was so thoroughly freaked out that once I made sure he was walking away from me and not looking at where I was going, I left the store and exited onto the strip. He did not follow me, and I entered the neighboring Ross to wait things out. I immediately texted my partner, who was at a conference hosted at one of the casinos. So my question is, what happened here? My partner and I have a couple of theories, but I'd love to hear if anyone else has experienced something like this or knows of other experiences like this, especially the showing the license thing. We can't really figure out what that was for. Theory 1, bad pickup artist. The game tells men that they should use props to try to pick up women. Was this just a really bad attempt at trying to hit on me? Theory 2, I almost got abducted. Israel Keys attempted to abduct a woman from a Marshalls in the late 90s using a similar technique, staring at her for a long time, then asking her how old she thought he was. Kelsey Smith was abducted and murdered after being followed down the aisles in a Target, then followed out to her car. These instances feel eerily similar to what I experienced, and during the encounter, my unsafe alarm bells were definitely going off. I was ready to fight this man in the Marshalls if necessary. I don't believe trafficking was at play, since trafficking rarely involves getting snatched off the street by a random person. However, I'm not entirely closed off to that idea either. Please check out Polaris Project for more information about trafficking. I, a 29-year-old woman, have been hiking at a wooded trail near my house for about 3 years now, and it's my favorite trail due to the beautiful waterfalls and meadows, but had several creepy encounters over the years. Luckily, I always hike with my 90-pound Bernese, Baker. He's the sweetest boy, but will protect me. First encounter was 3 years ago in the winter when I was walking up a hill and Baker starts growling unlike I've ever heard. I look around and realize there's a man in the shadow of the woods watching us, and when I notice him, he starts walking slowly towards us with his head covered. I said hello as usual, and he didn't respond. I kept walking and got a feeling that I should turn back. When I did, I realized he had turned around on the trail, middle of the hill, so not a common turnaround point, but once he saw me, he walked into the woods and stared out at the valley hugging a tree, so nothing too crazy, but it just felt off. Around the same time a year later, Baker and I are walking on the same trail, and again, Baker starts growling. Usually he is very excited to meet anyone or anything. I realize there appears to be the same man standing off in the shadows watching us, but I figured maybe Baker just scared him, so he was standing away from us, waiting to cross the bridge. Otherwise he easily could have kept walking along the trail instead of waiting for us. Rangers. We cross the bridge and keep walking. I again get a feeling that I should turn around. When I do, I realize he is behind us, so I had no reason to be waiting for us to cross the bridge. I sit down with Baker by my side and pull out my phone while making it clear I've seen him, not staring, just glancing in his direction. He stops when I turn around, even though I'm off the trail and not in his way, but continues walking after I pull out my phone. I start walking back and find a large stick he had left that had been sharpened with a knife into a spear. I take the spear and continue walking while looking around me the entire time. I know now I should have reported it at this point, but I just convinced myself I was being paranoid. About a year later in the winter, I'm walking along the same path, maybe stupid, but I took a year off and again just convinced myself I was paranoid. It's snowing with the trails mostly empty, and I suddenly see a bunch of trees with frowning faces made out of snow, despite not seeing anyone on the trail for miles. Baker again starts growling at something in the woods that I can't see, so we turn around. I don't report it because I figured it would never be taken seriously. Then today, a few months later, I'm walking along the trail and find a tree with "I see you" written in chalk. I immediately get a weird feeling and turn back and report it to the park rangers and police. Update: I'm working with park rangers to keep an eye out. After sharing in my hiking groups on Facebook, several women have come forward with similar experiences at the same place. One woman was stalked by a man in a full snowsuit in middle of July on this trail. Another was followed all the way to her car within appearing along the trail watching her from the woods at various points. Update 2: 6 different women have come forward with similar experiences with a similar looking man at the same park. They've all reported it to the rangers. I interviewed with the local news. They reached out to me and it's everywhere. Rangers are not happy with me for sharing with the public, but that's fine with me as everyone has a right to know. Someone wiped off the "I see you" message before the news team could see it. It rained, but not that heavily. 3 separate women messaged me thinking it was the same exact guy. Despite the women not knowing each other, they stated he is unstable and spends most days at this park. His cousin reported him too. I shared his name and photos with the rangers, and apparently the suspect is an old park ranger himself, so we shall see. The suspect apparently loves climbing trees and has a bunch of photos of himself 50 feet in the air, so he's probably up in the trees watching. Update 3: apparently he has a secret spot in these woods where has a chainsaw and gasoline. We reported it to the rangers. Pretty sure having a secret campground in a public park is illegal, with or without a chainsaw, and stalking/intimidation is a form of illegal assault, so there's no reason he can't at least be questioned. My aunt and uncle's house was in a small desert town. They had about 4 acres of land and a good amount of space between neighbors. On the back of their property there was a fenced-in area with a large shed and an old salvaged U-Haul moving truck. I was visiting for a couple weeks one summer. My little cousin and I were about 10 and 12 at the time. One morning, we were roaming the property by ourselves. The adults were all out running errands. We ended up walking between the fence and the old moving truck. We were on the passenger side of the truck, walking from the back towards the front. All of a sudden, my cousin just froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood instantly. He didn't make a noise and just pointed at the side mirror. In the reflection, we could see a man sitting in the driver's seat. His face was caked in dirt and blood. He was moving around quickly, and at one point he ducked out of our view. We instantly turned and sprinted back to the house. We locked all the doors and called the cops and family. We were freaking out, running from room to room, looking out the windows, brandishing baseball bats. The police and family showed up after about 15 to 20 minutes. They searched all over, but never found the man. They found the fence was bent down where he must have climbed over it. There was blood and dirt smeared all over the driver's seat of the truck. He must have been trying to steal it because the ignition wires were pulled out like he was trying to hot wire it. No explanation for the blood. Nothing happened after that. My cousin and I had nightmares for the next few nights. That's about it. When I was a teenager, me and my friends used to quite frequently go to abandoned buildings of different sorts. This hobby kind of got worn out for me personally, but when I was at my first or second year of university, I noticed a weird, not too big, abandoned building very close to my university. My university is located pretty much downtown. The place we are talking about is very crowded and filled with elite property, stores, and historical buildings. So it was weird seeing the building standing weirdly in some sort of a yard between other buildings. So I grabbed my friends, there were 4 of us, and we decided to check it out. We came there late at night so there would not be more eyes than necessary. It also was winter. We grabbed our tools and broke a lock to one of the entrances, but it was a dead-end small room. It was pretty creepy with a wheelchair standing there. We then found another door to the building. It was locked more heavily. We could not break the lock itself, so we somehow managed to make a big hole in the door so everyone could just climb in there. It was very loud obviously, so after we've done it, we decided to wait a bit before going in just in case someone called the cops on us. After an hour spent at the nearby nearby McDonald's, we, proudly with how we handled that super locked door that seemed to haven't been open for years, decided to go in. The building felt empty and damaged. There was not much stuff there besides concrete walls and a lot of trash which we thought was old. There was no light in there at all. Every window was locked too. It's creepy to think back on this decision, but the first thing that we decided to do is to go to the attic. All of us. It was more of the same. A lot of trash, some graphitis, and generally nothing too interesting. Then we decided to come back to the floor we started from and check it out properly. While we were, for some reason, I guess being kind of creeped out from the atmosphere, just standing in the corridor, which allowed to overview two big halls. Both of them were filled with trash. One of us decided to go across the hall. We could see in clearly with a flashlight to check out some sort of shack that was located in those piles of trash in the end of the hall. He looked inside and then rushed back to us very concerned. He said that there is a body inside. We all thought it was a dead person because the building was locked. No way someone was living there somehow. We felt like someone died and somehow nobody cared. This discussion could not be continued because we then actually saw someone coming at us, a mere silhouette. We lost our minds from this and we rushed into our door hole, which was not perfect for anyone to climb through it in such a rush. While we were making it out, this person shouted something angry at us with a rather unsettling voice and was mad at us for breaking the door. We were scared because of how unexpected that was. We were 100% sure there could not be anyone at a locked abandoned building that was out of use for years and partially damaged. We never thought to ourselves that maybe it was not the city that locked it, but someone managed to privatize the locks. The guy himself was creepy too, living in this absolutely dark, full of trash abandoned private hospital. Afterwards we tried to find what it was. It was the best guess. So my boyfriend and I went to Dave and Buster's for a date night the other day and everything was going well, until I passed by this woman closely standing next to a couple. At first I thought she was with them cause she was following them around. She looked like she was in her middle to late 20s. I saw her staring at me from afar, which was weird, but I shrugged it off since I'm Southeast Asian hanging out in a majority white and Hispanic populated area. Then my boyfriend and I walked past her and I felt her tap my arm. So I did what any normal person would do when someone taps their arm. I looked. When I turned my head to look at her, she didn't say anything and continued to stare with a blank look in her eyes. I paid it no mind. I have a pretty heavily tattooed arm, so I thought, maybe she doesn't know social cues and just wanted to touch my tattoo. Yeah, that's it, right. A few minutes later, we're still looking for another arcade game to play, and once again I see that same woman, but this time she's not with the couple and she's staring again. My boyfriend and I found a game to play, and as I focused on watching him do his turn, I felt a few quick taps on my arm once again. It was the same lady. This time I decided not to look despite how uneasy I felt, but I did see her pass by. My boyfriend finished his turn on the game and we started looking for another. As we walked around, I started analyzing the strange woman. She didn't have an arcade card and was walking around pretending to press buttons on machines ever so often. She did not go there with anyone. The couple she was by earlier was nowhere to be seen. The look in her eyes kind of reminded me of the people on some type of heavy drug in the downtown part of where I live. Had a creepy and stoic look on her face. As we headed to the ticket prize area, I was talking to my boyfriend about something and felt her tapping my arm again. This time I was fed up. I quietly told my boyfriend, who mind you is a pretty big and buff guy with 2 tattoo arm sleeves. My boyfriend asked me to point her out, so I looked around to find her and saw her staring again. I pointed right at her and my boyfriend was about to walk towards her and she hid behind the arcade machine. We left after that cause I felt pretty uncomfortable, especially since I'm already not about strangers touching me with no consent. Now that I've had time to process everything, I realize how creepy or strange that encounter was. I keep getting reminded of the blank look in her eyes and haven't been able to sleep properly cause of it. So I parked in the car park further away than the other cars this time at work. There was a man in a worky vest, a high visual vest with an old rusty pickup stick. I went shopping with my kids, then as I was walking to my car I had this strange feeling like I shouldn't have parked here because there aren't any people around. I get to my car and notice the man is still in the car park and I just thought maybe he's volunteering or something. He was a fair while away from me, definitely not close to me. I put my kids in the car, put my stuff in the boot, strap my son in the car, and then go to my daughter's side and buckle her in. I usually look around as I'm doing these things to make sure no one sneaks up on me, but I did it with my daughter because her seatbelt is harder to strap, so I was concentrating on that. I heard a car drive past and then people walking past talking, and that's when I stopped midway buckling my daughter in to look around, and that man was in front of my car about 2 to 3 meters away walking over and staring at me. I looked at him and then he put the stuff stuff he had in his rusty pickup stick thing over a waist-high wall, and he also didn't have a bag with him to collect the stuff, and then he turned around and walked away. I'm wondering if those people didn't walk past, could have I been a victim, or is this reaching? If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I am not sure why I am writing or posting this, but I feel so shaken by this experience. I thought writing it out might be therapeutic. A few weeks ago, I was watching the news and one of the stories reported that a teacher from a prominent private school had just been convicted on multiple accounts of child assault, the victims including his children as well as students. The report of his arrest and allegations had been suppressed until the trial was over, however was now being made public. The reporter also referenced that the defense lawyers argued for a reduced sentence on the basis that the teacher had also been assaulted by his father when he was a child. When the name and photo of the teacher was shown, I almost choked. It was Cameron, who one of my best friends from primary school. I couldn't believe it. In primary school, I was best friends with two other boys, Cameron and Wilson. We finished primary school in 1995, and whilst they were both sent to the same high school, I was sent to a different school and we therefore lost touch after that. We would often sleep over at each other's houses, either the three of us or just two of us, and I started to recall memories I had completely forgotten, all involving Cameron's father. I really don't remember things clearly, but I remember different incidents at various sleepover nights at Cameron's house. Cameron and I would be changing into our pajamas before bed, and his father would come in and talk to us. I know it sounds warped, but I still remember thinking that he was doing this because he was treating us like grown-ups. I think this might have been because my family were extremely prudish with nudity, and I must have felt that nudity was an adult thing, and he was therefore treating us like grown-ups by having a normal conversation. I know it sounds foolish, but I was around 9 to 10 years old when this happened, and totally innocent. Remember, this was the mid-90s, and whilst we knew about stranger danger, we didn't consider friends' parents to be strangers, and no one ever talked about child assault. I also remember times when Cameron and I would be taking a shower, one after the other, and he came into the bathroom to talk to us. I also clearly remember that I saw his father naked once, and he entered the shower as I was leaving it. This is probably the clearest memory, because it was the first time I had seen a grown-up without any clothing on, and that his nakedness was fully visible and he was standing close to me. Only now, as an adult thinking back to that experience, did I realize he was putting himself quite deliberately on display. I just remember him just standing there openly before he entered the shower. I did have a vague memory that he asked Cameron and I to go downstairs, and that Cameron's mother and sister were entering the door downstairs. But as I said, none of these memories were very clear. I hadn't thought about any of this for years, and it dawned on me how innocent I was, and that I didn't realize that his behavior was totally inappropriate. Now that Cameron's lawyers said he was abused by his father, I started to feel sick and overwhelmed by anxiety as I tried to work out whether those experiences were linked, and if there were any more experiences that I perhaps couldn't recall. I really wanted to reach out to Wilson to see if he would be willing to discuss it. I hadn't spoken to him since we were 12, more than 25 years ago, but I fortunately found his profile on Facebook. I messaged him to let him know who I was and named the school and year we finished. Hey, this is Ryan, and we were best friends in primary school. I am not sure if you saw this link, but our other friend Cameron was just convicted of child assault. I know we haven't been in touch since we're kids, but I am hoping you would be open to having a chat with me. I am just remembering some things from my childhood involving Cameron's father. I left my mobile number and waited for his response. Wilson responded that same day, "Oh my god, I saw this story too and I am really glad you reached out. I have been feeling so sick about all of this, and this has opened up a lot for me too." Wilson said he would call that night. When he called, we ended up speaking for 2.5 hours. His memory was stronger than mine, but that's probably because the poor guy had more to remember. He said he was abused many times by Cameron's father during those same years. The sequence of events was almost identical to my memories. On the first nights when he slept over, Cameron's father started entering the room when the boys were changing before bed. He then started entering the bathroom whilst he was showering, and he eventually entered the shower, which is when the abuse started. He said that Cameron would often be there when it happened, but had no memory of me being there. This went on for a couple of years and ended in the first year of high school when he turned 13. It was around this age he actually started to become aware that what his father had done was wrong, and only then he felt uncomfortable about it. He stopped talking to Cameron around that time, and they fell out of touch. Wilson never reported it or told anyone, however entered into therapy for some time when he was an adult as he tried to process what he had experienced. I still don't know if I remember that date in the shower accurately, however if Cameron's mom had unexpectedly arrived home, that probably saved me from suffering the same abuse. I had no idea how close I came to experiencing things that could have completely turned my life around. It shocks me to remember my innocent child's mind having having no awareness that anything was wrong, and it would have been so easy to have taken advantage of that naivety. I am still wondering if I have suppressed anything more that might have happened, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, so I will book into therapy to try and work through it. I have changed names in this story, as Wilson still hasn't told anyone, and I don't want anyone reading to piece this together, but the entire experience has shaken me so much. I am glad that there is more awareness about abuse, and people are more open with their children, but please educate and protect your kids. I only now know how easy it is for people to take advantage of children. On my 19th birthday in September 2014, I'd moved into my first home, a small one-bed flat. I was beyond excited to have the freedom and independence that living alone would offer me, and quickly set about buying new furniture, decorations, and items for my home. One afternoon on the bus home after a trip into my local town to buy more household items, an elderly gentleman, in his late 60s if I had to guess, started speaking to me. I've always been a social person that'll gladly speak to whoever speaks to me, so I engaged him in the conversation. Just polite chit-chat about what we'd been up to that day, what our plans were for the rest of it. Upon reaching the stop I'd be getting off at, he told me he was also getting off at this stop as he was visiting a friend who lived in a neighboring block of flats. He offered to help me carry my shopping, and I agreed. I walked with him to the front of my block and said my goodbyes. He left towards a different block, and I thought that was that. He didn't enter my building or see which flat belonged to me, or so I thought. A few days later, I heard a knock upon my door. I opened it to find the same elderly gentleman standing outside my door. I was quite taken aback considering he should have known which flat I actually lived in. He'd also managed to get into the building without ringing my doorbell. The realization hit me that he was hidden out of sight to watch which flat I entered. Side note, the block had large windows in the communal area. He quickly forced his way into my home and tried talking to me. I lied and stated I was about to leave as my friends were expecting me, hoping this would encourage him to go. He then started groping me under my clothes and underwear. I moved his hands away, but he kept trying to remove my clothes. I ran to my front door and told him I'm leaving now, you need to go. Luckily he did, but loitered. I waited to make sure he'd walked away before walking in an opposite direction and immediately calling my dad in tears. We rang the police, who were as unhelpful as they could possibly be. 2 female officers who asked me why did he let him into the flat, despite me saying he'd forced his way in. They encouraged me to not press charges as the name and address he'd given me in our first exchange were falsified, telling me it would be difficult to prove, a lot of paperwork, and he'd have to relive it in court if we did manage to find him. I regretfully agreed. I was shocked and scared, and the police already were so unsupportive. It doesn't end there though. This man continued to stalk me for months, regularly appearing at my door, following me when I was out. It wasn't until he was on the same bus as me to town when I went to meet friends that it finally stopped, as this was the first time I was able to point him out to someone. My friends went over and publicly called him out for stalking and harassing me. They threatened him, saying if we ever hear of you doing this again, you'll not be able to use those arms to abuse another person again. Leave our friend alone. And he quickly scampered away, and that's the last I ever saw of him. But this incident shook me. It all happened simply because I was polite to a seemingly innocent elderly man who wanted to help me and make conversation. Needless to say, I've never accepted another offer of helping me carry my shopping. Be careful who you let help you. It might not be good intentions they have in mind. I just got back from a family vacation in Los Cabos, Mexico. We stayed at a nice Western resort, and usually around 9:30 at night, my family would head back to their rooms to go to sleep. Naturally, as a 25-year-old, I wanted to stay up and party or go drinking at bars, but my older brother was working remotely and wouldn't go out with me. After the family went to bed, I went out to a bar around the corner from my hotel and ended up befriending the locals there and a 29-year-old guy from San Diego named Luke, who was there for a wedding. We started hanging out every night after my family went to sleep, and on the 3rd night of the trip, Luke asked if I wanted to meet him in downtown Los Cabos with his friends. I really wanted to, but I was at an important dinner with the family that went on later than usual. I ended up staying home that night. The next night I met him at this huge mansion they rented on Airbnb, and he told me that it was good I couldn't make it out the night before because of how scary of an experience it was. He explained to me that the night before, his buddy was taking a piss outside and someone approached him and held out a key with a bump of coke on it. Without thinking, he snorted the bump, and the person who offered it was now demanding he buy an $80 bag from them. He was drunk and refused, while getting pretty aggressive towards them. Things went from bad to worse as the Mexican who offered the bump started following their group from bar to bar for the next 3 hours, taking pictures of them. He called his friends, and there were now a group of them following behind and claiming to be affiliated with the cartel. They warned that if Luke's buddy didn't pay them, they were going to call their boss. Luke eventually went over and tried to smooth things over. They told him his friend had stolen from them and it was going to cost him his life if someone didn't pay up. The cartel member also pulled his shirt up, revealing a 9mm pistol in his waistband. Luke did the right thing and remained calm while offering to take them to an ATM and pay out of pocket $160 so they could all be left alone. The cartel members gave him an empty Coke bag and abruptly left. Even after him doing all this for his friend's safety, his friend denied any responsibility or wrongdoing and even had the audacity to blame Luke for trying to help by getting involved. He also didn't offer Luke a single dollar. After this event happened, Luke got robbed again in the same night, with a girl who ripped his $200 gold necklace right off his neck. His friend was cool to me but sounded like a real jerk after Luke explained this to me. Poor dude was just trying to be a good friend and was met with no gratitude, only to be robbed again. Needless to say, I am very happy I didn't make it out to meet them that night. I also think things could have gotten a lot worse for them had he not offered the cartel members money. Be careful out there and never accept quote-unquote free drugs from a stranger on the street in Mexico, or really anywhere. It always comes with a price. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Back in 2019, an 18-year-old girl, decided to download Tinder a few months after a rough breakup. I was very inexperienced with dating and pretty shy, so it seemed unlikely that I would meet a potential partner in person. Anyway, after a few matches that led to nothing, I came across the profile of someone that I found very attractive. He was 21 years old. We matched, exchanged snapshots, and continued to set up a date. Our first date was relatively normal/enjoyable. We saw a movie and by the end of it I felt like we hit it off. However, our relationship was extremely short-lived. Not long after I had agreed to be his girlfriend, after about a month of going out, he began to behave very erratically and would sometimes fall completely silent in the middle of conversation, ignoring me when I tried to ask him what was wrong. He became hot-tempered, slamming doors and speeding on the road when he was mad. I started to feel really uncomfortable about our relationship. This went on for about a few weeks until one night, when we were on our way to have dinner downtown, he fell silent mid-conversation. I became extremely anxious as he pulled into a nearby parking garage, wondering what I had done to upset him. As we parked, I decided to ask him what was wrong. He did not answer. When I asked him again, he shouted at me to shut up. I was completely frozen for a moment, but I finally got up the courage to tell him we were done, gather my belongings from the car, and walk over to the nearest coffee shop to call an Uber. It was fairly late at night, so I walked as fast as I could, hoping he wouldn't follow me. When I made it to the shop, I noticed I had several missed calls from him. When I made it home that night, I blocked him on all social media and decided to never contact him again. I'm fairly familiar with the dynamic of toxic relationships, and I knew that if he could talk to me that way, completely unprompted, it was likely that he was capable of much more. About a week goes by as I start to settle my emotions a bit. I decide to confide in a friend who had never met the guy about what happened, feeling completely embarrassed. A few nights later, I received a text from the same friend. It was a screenshot of an Instagram message from someone she didn't follow, my now ex. It said something to the effect of, "Hey, I'm sorry we're happy to meet like this, but my name here is ignoring me and I need to talk to her." My heart sunk. I decided to message all of my friends separately and let them know what happened, just in case. Later that week, I started receiving several messages from various accounts, all without profile pictures or posts. Eventually, I gave in and responded to one, asserting that the relationship was over and that I didn't want to hear from him again. I blocked the accounts immediately afterwards. As time went on without hearing a word in weeks, I figured I had reached the end of the situation. Until one morning while I walked to my car, I noticed something dangling around the handle of my car door. It was a necklace I gave him. He had only picked me up once from my house before. The thought of him driving to my house, about a half hour from his place, earlier that night freaked me out. I was shaken up for a while. It was by no means an expensive necklace, and I had the exact same one, but I kept it pushing. I thought maybe it was his way of acknowledging that we were done. 2 months later, I was working my job at a small boutique near my house. I was used to answering the phone several times a day, so when the phone rang I thought nothing of it, but when I picked up I immediately recognized his voice. He started rambling about wanting a sweatshirt back, but I hung up before he could finish. That was the last time I would ever tell someone I was dating where I worked. I was completely losing it at this point, especially considering he had never called me at work while we were together. I didn't even know how he knew that I was working that day and or time. I told my older sister the situation and she, being very protective, decided to message him herself. She told him to leave me alone and even offered to give him back the sweatshirt for me. He refused and insisted on meeting up with me in person to get it. When it became abundantly clear that he didn't actually want the sweatshirt back, she threatened him with a private protection order, to which he never responded. That was the last time I heard from him. We moved into a suburban house in the southern United States a few years back. When the pandemic hit, I found myself working remotely. It was great since I spent more time with my family and didn't have to spend 2 hours in traffic. However, being home a majority of my week exposed me and my family to a variety of strange encounters that have only escalated through the years. Early in the pandemic, we got a knock on the door in the middle of the morning. I was in a meeting, but I heard my partner open the door. I could tell by the voice it was our next door neighbor, an older woman who lived alone. She was in the process of moving and had stopped by every day or so to give us a few odds and ends that she didn't want to take with her. However, within seconds my partner called my name with a worried tone. I excused myself from the meeting and head over to our landing, which is open to the front door below. Both my partner and the neighbor look slightly panicked. One of our neighbors says there's a strange man sitting on our back wall. What do we do? For context, my house is on a green belt. There's about 500 yards of woods and field until you hit a 4-lane road and small shopping plaza. Our back wall is a smooth concrete and around 6.5 feet high. The ground on the green belt side is sloped, which ends up making the wall about 7 feet high on the green belt side. A taller person with considerable effort could probably scale it. I initially think there's no way someone is up on the wall right now, but sure enough, as I run downstairs and look through the back sliding glass door, there's a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette with both feet hanging into my yard. He's kind of lazily staring at the back of mine and my neighbor's houses. My adrenaline starts to kick in. My kid's swing set and toys are in the backyard. I hate confrontation, but I seem to be automatically moving to open the back door. My partner asks what I'm doing. I open the door and step out onto the porch and start walking across the yard. As I get closer, I can tell the guy is bugging and probably homeless. He notices me when I get about 6 feet from him. I'm trying to stay calm and not escalate. Hey man, what are you doing up here? He gestures around him, enjoying the view. I interrupt. Yeah, you gotta get down and go somewhere else. He just kind of stares at me and swings a leg over the other side but stays put. Please get off my property, I say more forcefully this time, trying to hide any wavering in my voice. Yeah, okay, he slides the other leg around and jumps down, disappearing from view. Never saw this person again. Thankfully, a few months later, I'm working from home. My partner and kid are gone, so I'm alone. There's a knock at the door. Usually, I ignore them unless I'm expecting someone. Most of the time, it's either Amazon or a solicitor. They usually knock once and then take off. However, this person leans on the doorbell and knocks again. Annoyed, I leave the office to go see who it is. I make my way to the door and can hear a muffled conversation taking place on the other end. Before I can look through the peephole, I look and see 4 people all dressed like they're heading to a business lunch. 2 men in their middle 20s, an older man, and a young woman towards the back that couldn't have been more than 20 or 21 years old. I slowly open the door out of curiosity, and the older man immediately gets uncomfortably close and starts speaking forcefully in a language I don't understand. It takes my brain a moment to catch up. I can't understand you, I start to say. He pauses and asks in English, you can't speak Russian, though. Then there's a long moment where we all kind of stare at each other. He looks like he doesn't believe me. Flurried, where is the nearest Russian church? He asks, while the others stand silently behind him. I have no clue. I genuinely have no idea if such things exist in the southern United States. He thanks me and then they all walk back to their nondescript sedan and take off. They did not stop at any other houses on the street. I, a 26-year-old woman, live in a flat building in a good area. It's a long, windy cul-de-sac, so there's not many cars coming in and out unless it's people leaving or coming home from work. My boyfriend is away to Thailand for a month and we usually take the dog out together at night. I went myself, which I was fine with. I usually feel safe. Last week, at around 8 at night, I left the flat to take my dog for a pee. My dog is extremely excitable, especially around other people. She just had her space surgery. She has a cone on her head and stitches that have to heal. I'm waiting for my dog to do her business, and a car pulls in and drives slowly past me. The guy did a friendly neighborly nod towards me, so I did a small smile back, you know, to be polite. The guy parks at the front of the building, and I'm at the other side of the car park on the grass with my dog. I'm watching my dog, trying to get her to hurry up because it was freezing. I look up, and the man has stood outside his car staring at me. Freaked out by this, I turn my attention back to my dog. I keep looking over my shoulder, and he's staring with a creepy smile on his face. I looked away again for a second, and he was walking along the road slowly towards us. I'm a really friendly person. I can be paranoid and aware, as any woman should be at night, but something about him made me feel scared. He's walking so slow, as if he wants to talk to me, so I hide behind a van, and I'm telling my dog hurry up and pee. I can't see him anymore, which terrified the life out of me. All I hear are footsteps coming towards us. The guy peeks his face around the van, and my dog goes nuts. She's jumping around, barking aggressively, which she never does with people, and the guy doesn't take that as a reason to leave. My dog is showing showing that he doesn't want his presence, but even though she's doing this, he continues walking towards us slowly. I start backing up and say to him to please leave as she's just had surgery and she's too excited. In the most quiet, sinister voice he asks what's your name. I couldn't really hear him. He kept repeating the question. I eventually understood what he was asking. My dog is still going absolutely nuts at him. I say again, please, my dog's just had surgery. You need to walk away, she's too excited. Ignored again. Walks towards us, asking my name, so I start walking away from him. He ponders for a minute, still smiling, creepily may I add. He eventually backs up slowly, still facing me. I swear he did this for at least 20 seconds. He walks back to his car, looking over his shoulder at me, then stands back at his car and stares for another 3 minutes. I pretend my dog is doing something, which she's really just being a pain in the butt and just standing there. I look up and he's gone. I'm shaking and sending my sister voice notes about what's going on. She's telling me just go inside, but she doesn't realize I'm frozen in fear. Eventually, I see a woman and her son rock up to the front door, so I half jog over with my dog to go inside the same time as them. The front of our building has glass doors. I glance in and the man is standing there, waiting for us. I told the woman this man has been following me and my dog. I'm scared and she walks in with me. The man sees I'm not alone and walks right past us out of the building again. I run into the lift with my dog, get in and lock my doors. I decide to tell my two guy neighbors about it, as my boyfriend is away and they agree to run downstairs if I ever need them. I took a picture of his car and registration plate, as my twin sister gets the train home late at night after work and I want her to be wary of him. Well, today I was out with my dog at 11 in the morning, just doing our usual walk around the block. We walk into the building and as we are heading to the lift, I see the guy peek his head around the corner. He was looking for me. He started walking towards me. At first I didn't recognize him, but then he smiled his creepy smile and I realized who it was. He said hello, so I said hi then beeline for the lift. He came towards me and my dog again. I pressed the lift button just watching it come down from the 6th floor. He comes and stands closer to me again. My dog is going nuts at him. He asked what my name was. He has an accent. He asked again when I didn't understand what he was saying. I asked what my dog's name or mine. He goes yours. I froze and said a fake name. He started to move closer. I had no time to pay attention. The lift was about to open and I could run away. He told me his name. I replied nice to meet you and finally the lift doors opened. I walked in and pressed the button to my floor hoping he'd leave me alone. He ran behind me as I walked in and when I'd like to see you again. Shivers ran down my spine. I was so creeped out. I replied that I had a boyfriend, but thanks. As I said this, the lift doors were closing and he tried to stick his hand out to stop the lift from closing. Thank goodness they closed on time. I'm only on the next floor up, so I was so afraid he was going to run up as he could see what floor I got off at. I stopped for a moment and almost pressed a different floor, but I just wanted to get into my home and lock the doors. The lift opens and he's not there, so I beeline to my front door. There's a glass door to the stairs, and I swear I thought I saw someone coming up. I ran in and locked the front door. I was so confused by what just happened. Next thing I do, message everyone with the update. They told me to phone the non-emergency police number, even just to get it on record, so I did that, and the police arrived at my flat at 3 in the afternoon. I explained everything to them, and they said I could either 1, get the police to go to his front door and tell him to knock it off, or 2, next time he does something like that, tell him to leave me alone, and if he doesn't, phone the police as it would then be considered harassment. But for now, the police couldn't do more, which is fair enough. I didn't want to anger him at this stage, as it's not a crime at this point, but why can't he just leave me alone? I've clearly shown that I'm not interested. I hate saying something's going on when it maybe isn't, but I just have a terrible gut feeling. I hadn't seen the guy since the last incident, however I saw him today. I again was taking my dog out to the toilet around 1 in the afternoon. As soon as I left the main door, I look and the guy is sitting in his car. He clocked me. I started walking past his car when he got out and said hello to me. I completely ignored him and walked on by. I was preparing myself to shout at him if he kept following or talking to me. I went over to the grass and the guy is standing at his car staring. Again, I'm a bit further away, so I text my sister letting her know that he was at his car watching me. She didn't reply, so I phoned one of my guy neighbors and he quickly got his shoes on and said he was coming down the stairs. I look back at the man and it seems as though he has his phone out, recording me. I started shaking, working myself up to the point of confronting him and telling him to leave me alone. Next thing I know, my sister bolts out of the building and fast walks over to me and my dog. She said as soon as she came out of the building, she saw him back inside his car with the car door fully open and his back was turned to her because he was watching me. So she saw at this time, he looked at her briefly and watched her walk over to me. He started staring at us both. That's when my guy neighbor got outside and walked over to us. The man continued watching as I told them both I think he was waiting for me to go back into the building, because why was he just sitting there? My sister had enough of it, so she told me and my neighbor to take the dog for her walk talk and stormed over to the guy's car. She said excuse me and he was shocked. She stood right in front of his car and explained that he needs to leave me alone. I'm not interested. I told him the dog had surgery and he wouldn't leave, which is unacceptable. She also said that I had mentioned about my boyfriend, so he needs to leave me alone. He just nodded and mumbled a few times. She said he looked frightened. She walked back into the building, so we took the dog a walk, and when we got back, he was gone. Probably got out of his car and ran back into his flat. I mean, he made me uncomfortable, so she did it to him. Now, if anything else happens, I'm phoning the police as they would then say it's harassment. When I was in my early 20s, me and some friends went out to celebrate my birthday. We went to a couple parties since it was the weekend, then bar hopped the rest of the night. While we were at a bar, we met a group of guys that offered to buy us drinks. It was my birthday, so this sounded nice. We danced around with them for a bit before retreating back to our little section. One of the guys come over to our section and asked me to dance again. I told him maybe in a bit and went back to partying with my girl. We didn't see them again until the club closed. The group of guys came over to us, and of course we're trying to find someone to go home with. The same guy that approached me earlier had approached me again. I laughed it off and thanked him for a good time. By this time, we all were getting in the car. We had a designated driver and they made sure each of us got home safe after the club. 3 nights later, me and my then boyfriend were knocked out as I had work the next morning. My boyfriend worked nights, but he was off this night. This was at 3:41 in the morning. There's a knock at the door. My boyfriend goes to answer it and I'm walking behind him, wondering who could possibly be at the door at that time of night. We lived in a not so good area, so the porch lights would work when they wanted to, and now wasn't one of those times. As my boyfriend opens the door, the person at the door says, "Excuse me, ma'am, I can't get my car to start," and as he looks up, I immediately recognize him from the man at the club. I scream and my boyfriend catches on and closes the door. Lee and him had a few laughs when I told him about the guy at the club, so when I told him that was him, he opened the door back, I guess to confront him, but he was gone. We hadn't seen a car, but again, it was dark. I don't know how this man found where I live, other than following us home that night. I still get the chills thinking what may have happened if my boyfriend wasn't there that night. On Sunday, which was the 27th of November, at 19:45 I left a hotel in Krakow, Poland with my boyfriend to go to Kojo Mojo restaurant via Bolt. However, just prior to this I had a drink at the hotel bar and within 15 minutes of drinking some of it, I commented how drunk I already felt from it. Upon arriving to Kojo Mojo restaurant in Krakow, we proceeded to have dinner and some wine. This is when I blacked out and the rest of the night is a blur. We apparently left the restaurant shortly after and went to a bar which was a walking distance from the restaurant. Apparently upon arriving I looked like I was super drunk and had no hand or eye coordination, couldn't talk, and also proceeded to fall off the bar stool backwards. At this point my boyfriend tried his best to take me out of the restaurant, and whilst walking to the taxi, I fell over again completely into a pile of bikes. I couldn't even stand up by myself. Upon arriving back to our hotel by taxi, he got out first, and before I could get out, the taxi drove off with me still in. At this point I still do not remember anything at all. My boyfriend straight away called the police and tried calling me and I didn't answer, and he tracked my location to a car rental company. Finally, after about an hour, a woman picked up my phone pretending to be me. This was when my boyfriend called the police again to chase them, who came to the hotel to investigate. I only have 3 glimpses of memories for the window of 5 hours which I was missing for. 1. Being told to hide in the backseat footwell. 2. Being in a house which is still in the middle of construction which did not look like it was in a city, with other young women who had IVs attached. 3. Being on a motorway crying and pleading them that I have to get back to the hotel to get my passport, as I have a flight back to London. I somehow, and don't know how, managed to get back to the hotel after loads of crying and pleading and negotiation. As they dropped me off at my hotel to get my passport, I ran straight to reception and did not go back out again. From this point I slowly started becoming more conscious of my surroundings, but it's still quite foggy. Shortly after returning to my hotel room, the police were informed that I had returned and started their investigation, and looking at the camera footage which confirms my story. I then shortly realized that I was wearing a polo from the car rental company, which was located in the same location as my phone for the rest of the night. However, every single time someone would pick up my mobile, it would be a different woman of Albanian descent, and they said that they found my phone on the street, which doesn't make sense. Weirdly enough, my boyfriend got a phone call from a different police station the following morning saying my phone was handed in. I have the taxi driver's photo, registration plate, name and phone number, which was also passed over to the police in Poland. However, they haven't been able to help in any way. For context, I didn't grow up in a good area. I won't give location for privacy, but I live in a fairly large city. At the time I was around 10 or 11. This was overall not a good area. Lots of gang activity, drug use, that kind of thing. One of those neighborhoods with the jacked up sidewalks and shopping carts strewn everywhere. There was a park a couple blocks away from my house, and I decided to go on a run and spend some time there on my own. I don't know why I was allowed to leave on my own, knowing the area. It was still light out when I jogged down there, but it started getting dark when I actually reached the park. It was around dusk. The layout of the park was a big rectangle basically. It faced out long ways, so the shorter side was where the gate was. It's hard to explain, so I'll try to attach a picture to show you people what it looked like. There was a set of swings at the very front, and I sat down to hang out there for a bit. At the time I didn't have a phone with service. I just had music downloaded to listen to. I was sitting with my earbuds in and just got this really awful feeling. It felt like a tingling on my back, and I knew something was up. I took one earbud out and kept swinging, but I couldn't shake that feeling. Finally, I turned around to check behind me. There was an alleyway leading into the park that curved, so you could only see part of the way down. It was all white gravel. Down the alley was a dumpster. There was a figure on the ground with a ton of red stuff around him, which I now know was blood, and another guy standing walking towards me fast. The alley was across the playground, about 40 feet away maybe. As soon as I saw the man approaching me, I dipped out of there. He had something in his hand that I couldn't see, but he was holding it like a knife or a pair of scissors. I sprinted the couple blocks back to my house and got into the bag to make sure no one saw me. I didn't tell my dad until years later, and he fully believed me. That area was bad news, and I'm amazed something bad didn't happen to me with how much I was let out alone. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. So, about 9 years ago, my boyfriend, now husband who is 44 years old, and I, a 40-year-old woman, were driving cross country from California to Florida. My husband had an enormous Rottweiler named Kuma. It means bear in Japanese, and it fit. He was 110 pounds. I had only just met Kuma maybe 2 days prior, since my hubby and I were in a long-distance relationship at the time. So Kuma and I, didn't know each other well yet, but he was a great boy and talked a lot. We called them Umbo Crumbles. We stopped at a gas station so that we could all get out, stretch, and use the restrooms. He got Kuma on his leash and said he'd take him for a walk. I offered to do it instead since I didn't need to use the restroom urgently. Now, I'm not a small girl. I'm 5'10", but I am 125 pounds. My husband is almost 6'5" and built like a Viking, so a dog Kuma's size wouldn't affect him one way or another if he tried to bolt chasing a squirrel or something. I, on the other hand, will admit I was nervous once he handed me the leash to hold him, because if he decided to try anything, I wasn't big or strong enough to stop him. My husband noticed my nervousness. He just smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's well trained. He won't take off, and he won't let anything happen to you." It's important to note that Kuma had no formal protection training. He just loved whatever his dad did and knew he was supposed to protect and keep it safe when dad wasn't there to do it himself. Once he was sure I was comfortable, my husband headed inside, leaving Kuma and I near the far right side of the gas station, with a little dirt path near a wooded area. It was very dark, and there was little light being shed so far from the building, but it was a busy little station, and I could see people, so I didn't feel isolated or anything. So I start to walk slowly, allowing Kuma to take in his surroundings when I hear a noise coming from behind me. I turn startled to see a man walking. He notices me and slows his gait, looks around, back at me, then smiles eerily. He changes direction suddenly, heading directly towards me. He says it's awful dangerous out here alone. But you're alone. Something in his eyes told me to run. Just as I'm about to bolt and start hustling towards the people and lights of the station, I hear another sound. This one is new to me. As I clenched my hand, preparing to run or die fighting off this creepy guy, I felt something. Kuba. In that moment, I'd forgotten that I wasn't alone at all. Not by a long shot. The sound I had heard was a warning, a very lethal one. It was the deepest, most menacing growl I have ever heard come out of anything. That beautiful beast stepped out from behind me, where he'd been observing the threat like a giant dragon rising from the shadows. The man's creepy smile slipped right off his face, as did a few shades of color. Kuma placed his large body between mine and the approaching strangers and pressed back against me, urging me towards the jeep. He didn't have to tell me twice. I turned and started to make my way back to the car, still holding that leash for dear life. He walked backward, pressed against me the whole time, watching my back until we made it back to where we had parked. I tried to look for the man, but he either ran back to wherever he'd come from or made it inside, taking a much longer route, well outside Kuma's reach. I told my husband what happened, and honestly, I'm not sure who would have done more damage to that unfortunate man had they located him. Every day for the next 9 years, Kuma was my best friend and guardian. Rest in peace, Kuma. I, a 20-year-old woman, work part-time at a small business in my local mall and usually work alone. I am a sales associate, so I am required to talk to customers and encourage them to buy things. It was the last hour of my shift when a creepy man came in. He was about in his middle 40s and everything about him was odd. His clothes didn't fit, expensive shoes, socially awkward. He originally asked a pretty standard question about a less expensive item that I happily answered. After this though, he continued to ask questions almost as if he wanted to keep my attention to him. He then asked if he could try out our most expensive item in the store, which is a massage chair, and I say yes. We let everyone try it out. At this point, I just thought he was an innocent yet socially awkward guy. He gets in the chair, try it out, and continues to ask unusual questions. We chit-chat a bit, and I tell him the massage chair's features and the price of it. All of a sudden, the questions get more personal. He asked what high school I went to and if I missed it. Me being naive, I said the high school I went to and that I did not miss going. He said some story about a teacher I've never heard of and said he missed high school a lot. He asked if I lived around there, to which I avoided the question but implied that I lived close. He then repeatedly asked me the price of the chair and asked me to calculate the price along with our second most expensive item in the store. I thought he was fully interested and I was convinced he was about to buy it. We make commission on the chair, so I ignored his creepiness because I wanted to make the sale. He kept insisting that he needed to walk out with the chair today and he has a truck that is big enough to hold it. It seemed I had finally answered his questions to his liking because I was able to walk away a bit. He then made a phone call and started describing how I look, my age, where I live approximately, and what store I worked at. He then said to the person on the phone, we got one. I had suspicions that he was creepy, but this confirmed it. I asked him from behind the cashier's counter, you're not talking about me, right? He shook his head no. He then stood up from the chair and said he will not be buying the chair today. I was so scared and alone, no one else around but me. I ran to the back and grabbed all my stuff and pulled out my pocket knife. He then left the store and hung out right outside the only entrance/exit. I didn't want to leave, but I couldn't stay inside the mall. I waited for him to go out of sight and then quickly locked the store doors and ran outside to my car. I called my manager and she said I have to close the store properly, turn off lights, count register. So she told me to go into a nearby store in the mall and call a security escort. I did that, was escorted back to the store to close up, and was escorted back to my car with no further incident. I live in a city with one of the highest rates of human trafficking in the country. Was I being targeted by a human trafficker? My mom decided to tell my dad, my brother, and me an incredibly secret one-word code that would only be used to verify that we are who we say we are in case of a dangerous situation, or something like that. It's a pretty unique word, if you can even call it that. It's almost inconceivable to be mentioned in regular conversation. We all thought it was pretty corny, but we all agreed to remember it, and all of us talk about the code in conversation every once in a while. Note that my mom came up with this code several years after we had moved away to a different state, California, from our hometown, Illinois. Fast forward to last week. A tradition of our family is to go back to our hometown for Thanksgiving every year, and my dad's and uncle's birthday is within that week, so we usually celebrate their birthday during this week as well. We decided, since it was my father's 50th birthday, that we'd go to a dive bar with my family and my parents' high school friends. Vibes were great, and it was the first time our whole family had been out together for several years. About an hour in, a late 60s to early 70s man wearing a bar staff shirt came up to me, my brother, and my mom and said this incredibly secret aforementioned family code. The way he said it was so deliberate, it was like he knew how much the code meant to my family. We all looked at each other with very perplexing gazes, like we all wanted to say something to each other, but as soon as we looked at each other, he went over to where he was sitting prior to this incident. My brother went over to talk to him a few minutes later, but I forget what he had said to him. Nothing noteworthy as far as I know. Later that night, he and my dad were outside smoking and gave my dad a rock. It was a dark brown rock with dark orange streaks passing through the rock. I think my dad gave it to my mom, and my mom threw it away. My mom believed that the rock was some sort of bad omen. This really did happen. My brother and I think it's a clever prank that my mom has pulled, but she usually cracks when this happens and we ask her a few times. I wouldn't think she would have joked about this in the first place, but it's the only logical thing that we could possibly come up with. Even the day following, my brother and I asked my mom about this incident again, and she remained very adamant about her having no involvement in this. My dad isn't the prank pulling kind of guy and wasn't even there to see it go down. No negative connotation, but it's just not in his nature to ask a stranger to do something like that, so it eliminates him from doing something like this. We asked him anyway, and to no surprise, he said he had no involvement. It's a creepy interaction we'll likely never forget. We haven't lived there for roughly 20 years, and the only family member living there is my grandmother. who is in her 80s and I don't think even knows how to get the phone number of said bar. As mentioned previously, some of my parents' high school friends still live here. However, it was an on-the-fly decision to go to this dive bar we art frequents, and it's located in a medium-sized city, about 150,000 people. Nobody had posted its whereabouts on socials until later that night or afterwards. This goes back to when I was about 12. We lived in a really bad neighborhood at the time. It was me, my little sister, and our parents. This was the kind of neighborhood you lived in when you had literally no other option. It was a miserable existence. I was often tasked with watching my little sister, who is 3 years younger than me. I also hated this, and I had gone to play with some neighborhood kids and ended up staying out later than we were supposed to. I remember trying to rush my sister because I was afraid I would get in trouble. I don't know why this one specific part sits in my head still and makes me sad to think about. But I remember pulling her arm really hard because she wasn't keeping up. On our way home, we ran into these two older guys from our neighborhood. They were somewhere in the range of late teenagers to early 20s. Literally everybody in our neighborhood hated these two. They were always starting fights, playing their music too loud, and driving way too fast. Just the kind of people that you wouldn't want to hang around. As I'm pulling my little sister, one of them charges at me and picks me up. 12-year-old me wasn't having any of that, so I was fighting him, but eventually he just took me and physically threw me in his backyard. I don't remember how the other bit happened, but the other one grabbed my sister and followed us. This would make sense to me later, but I noticed that their behavior was much more erratic than usual. For instance, one of them would periodically grab me by the head and squeeze it around my ears. This terrified me because I thought they were going to kill us. I was crying, but my sister oddly enough held it together. I also recall they would randomly just scream things at us. Nothing about them was making any sort of sense. This went on for almost an hour, then a cop car passed and I remember screaming for help. He didn't hear me, but the two guys ended up letting us go. We ran home and told our parents. My dad would go and talk to these two, but he didn't do anything about it. I was told many years later by my mom, long after we had actually moved away from there and into a good neighborhood, that on that night in question one of our neighbors had brutally killed his wife and mother. Had we kept running, we would have been in the midst of that. These two guys pretty much abducted us for the sake of protecting us, as weird as that sounds. From what I could piece together, they would scream at us and cover our ears to prevent us from having to hear what was going on. Could have gone about it a lot better, but what's done is done. I'm writing this out because I actually ran into one of those older boys recently. He's actually a cop now and has been on the force for about 10 years. He is very decorated and seems to be making an effort to keeping the streets safe. It was a creepy and scary encounter, but I'm glad that there are people that still want to do some level of good. A little context for this one, just so you know, this ended up being longer than I expected. I, a 32-year-old woman, usually get around town in my own car, but I've used Uber on multiple occasions. This is not Uber bashing, by the way. Most times it is a safe and reliable service, which is why I use it. And I try not to be paranoid despite the stories of women that have gone missing this way. Anyway, this means that every woman I know has thought about what they would do if they found themselves in this situation. Stuff like being on the phone with someone the whole ride, not falling asleep no matter how tired or drunk you are, sharing your location through another app, assessing whether jumping out of a moving car is worth the risk, and even carrying weapons. I carry a pocket knife and I learned to use it. Survivors have told stories of their driver going quiet, turning off the app, and changing routes to streets they don't recognize. They try to pass it off as taking shortcuts. That being said, one day after work I had to take a taxi home, and I scheduled an Uber as usual. The car rolled up, the make and model matched, the plates matched, and the driver looked like the photo. So far so good. I climbed inside the car, greeted the driver, and immediately shared my live location with my hubby, letting him know I was on the way. As an extra precaution, I always checked that the locks could be disengaged by hand, and bonus points to cars with windows that could be cranked down manually. The drive started normal. Driver was an older guy, friendly. We struck up a conversation, you know, small talk. We found a lot of traffic and the driver asked if I wanted to take an alternate route. I pointed at an access road that I normally use to skip traffic, and he switched lanes. We were going down the access road, and this is when things started getting sketchy. He said that he made a wrong turn, and we kept driving farther and farther away from the main road, supposedly looking for a way to get back on track. The app was still running as normal, and the GPS was telling him how to get back on the main road, but he kept ignoring it, saying that we were not too far away anyway and that he knew another way to get to my destination faster. So this is when alarms start going off in my head, especially because we kept getting closer to a bad part of town. True, if you cross those neighborhoods you could find another main road on the other side, but most people avoid it for it being the aforementioned bad part of town. Like, police don't even patrol those streets sometimes. As he drives deeper into the neighborhood, he notices I'm tensing up. Truth is, I was debating whether I should reach for my knife or if I was being super paranoid, and the driver was honestly just trying to get to the other main road. So he starts telling me about the neighborhood and that I shouldn't be scared, that it was dangerous, but that good people live there. Honestly, I wasn't so worried about the people living in the neighborhood as I was about this guy taking the scenic route. So I started talking to about how I was aware there was a road that crossed to the other side and that I knew exactly where I was. The conversation at some point turned to his daughter, who was college aged, and I kept making as many parallels as I could between that girl and myself. Hand on my pocket knife by this point, the other hand ready to unbuckle the seatbelt, while I kept an eye on the map to make sure we were getting closer to the other main road, and thankfully we were. I did not begin to relax until I started recognizing where we were. We did eventually make it to my own neighborhood, and I made him stop a block before reaching my house. Didn't want the guy to know where I actually lived, and I skipped out of there as fast as I could. I really hope I was just being paranoid and that I was never actually in any danger, but all I have to say is that was an intense ride. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Just for context, for my job I'm on call 24/7 and my company is only required to give me a 2-hour heads up before coming into work. I usually leave my apartment 20 to 30 minutes before I have to be at work. I typically get called to work between 9 at night and 4 in the morning though. One Tuesday morning I had to be at work by 2 in the morning. I am ahead of schedule getting ready and I see that my wife, let's call her Jan, places the trash near the door for me to take out. It is about 1 in the morning when I decide to take the trash out. Now usually when I go to work at that time during the week I'm the only one out and about in my apartment complex. When I leave my building and head to the dumpster, which is about 100 feet from my door, I hear a car running. I can be a bit paranoid and always like to know what is going on around me, so as I walk to the dumpster and I try to figure out what car. It was then I realized it is a car that is parked right next to the dumpster and right next to my car. All of their lights were off, so no one could tell outside of the sound that it was that particular car. Because of that, my gut was telling me something isn't right, so I throw the trash away and head back inside to finish getting ready. About 30 minutes later, I go to leave and the car that was running still is and still parked right next to my car. As I go to get into my car, I notice there's someone in the front passenger seat closest to my door. However, due to the dark window tint on the other car, I could not see any details of the person. So I quickly throw my bags in my car and head to work. I usually mess with music before pulling out, but my gut told me forget the music and get out of there as soon as possible. After I get to work, 20 minutes after I left, I see a text from Jan that says our dog woke her up to go to the bathroom. The timestamp is from about 5 minutes after I left. I immediately tell her to take the dog out back, which is a bit more private and not in the designated spot out front, because she would have to walk by the car that was running with someone in it, and the designated spot isn't well lit. Jay responds about 5 minutes later and tells me she forgot her phone. She then tells me that when she took the dog out in the designated area, she too noticed the car running and she too got a weird gut feeling. Remember, Jan had no clue about my feeling until after this happened to her. Jan said that after she took the dog to the designated spot, the car that was running moved from the previous spot, where the dumpster blocked their view of her, to a spot where they could easily see her. She then noticed a man in a dark colored hoodie walking towards her from the general area where the car's new spot is. Now this is a fairly warm time and once again 1 to 2 in the morning on a Tuesday morning, so very odd. She said the man simply walked by her, but he too gave her a strange feeling. She feels that somehow they are connected given the fact that they both occurred so close together. A few weeks later, we found out from our apartment complex that there had been car break-ins recently. We couldn't help but wonder if that car or the man had anything to do with it. This happened to me in the summer of 2019 when I was a 19-year-old woman and working at a dollar store as a summer job between semesters at university. A guy came into the shop around closing, 9 at night, probably in his late 20s to early 30s, and was obviously high. He had the red eyes, slurred speech, everything. Anyways, I said my normal fake hi and smile. Any retail employee knows what I'm talking about, and just let him into the store. He grabbed a cart and started piling stuff into it, only 20 minutes later to come up to my station saying his weed had worn off and he no longer wanted the pile of stuff in the cart. At this point I was super pissed because that meant I had to put it all back. He paid for a few things, thanking me for being so chill about the fact that he was high, then basically started telling me his whole life story about how his wife left him and took his 3 kids with her, that he was broke, all that stuff. He started asking me what my name was, where I lived. Obviously I lied. He said he would be back and walked out. I thought nothing of it. I noticed that he started coming in a lot more often with his backpack, and he always made eye contact with me, coming up to my station to pay for a bottle of water or something. He kept asking me questions about myself, and I was pretty discreet. I suspected that he was stealing. To be honest, I didn't really care, but he always gave me that look as if I was his accomplice or something. Then it started getting super weird. I didn't tell my boss about him. Granted, I probably should have, but I didn't want to accuse someone of stealing because of their financial status or whatever else might be going on. I didn't want to accuse him in case he was innocent and I was just misunderstanding things. I think she knew something was up though because of how uncomfortable I was whenever he came in, asking if someone could cover me on my station or asking for an early break. Stuff like that. I wasn't actually at work for this part, but my boss told me about it later. She said he came into the store in tears, admitting that he had been stealing from the store the last couple of weeks. He told her he had made a list of things he stole and was going to pay it all back. This is where I reminded it was a dollar store. It's not like he snagged the Mona Lisa. I was stocking shelves when I saw him next. He came up the aisle and snuck up behind me, startling me. He insisted he wasn't there to steal, then professed his love to me, insisting that I call him. I didn't even have his number, not that I would have if I did. I wasn't at my station when he went up to pay for a handful of chocolate bars, but my boss was, and she told me he pulled out a wad of bills to pay for them. She asked him where he got the money and he quote responded, "I found a pot of gold." She thought he was joking, so she asked him with amusement where he found it and he quote responded, "I found it next to a dead leprechaun." To say she was freaked out was an understatement. And she told me that if he came back to call her immediately. A week later was when I saw him next, annoyed at the sound of a car in the parking lot. I turned, looking out the window behind my station to see a car. It looked like an expensive blue sports car, maybe like a Lamborghini or something, I'm not sure, but it was definitely expensive. It was racing through the parking lot very loudly and stopped right in front of the store. I watched him get out and my eyes widened in shock. He was in an expensive black suit, hair gelled back. He looked like he just came out of a board meeting. So he comes into the store and before I could even call my boss over the speaker, he was up at my station, leaning towards me and saying, "So, when are you gonna call me?" in like this flirty/seductive way. I don't remember what I said, probably made up some excuse. I transferred stores to another city for school not long after, so I never saw him again, but I still remember his face that last time when he looked at me like a piece of meat instead of a person. I also question what he meant when he said a dead leprechaun. My friends think he won the lottery, my mother thinks that he got an inheritance from a dead relative, but I'm not sure. I'll try and keep this story as short as I can, but so much of what makes it creepy is in the details and atmosphere surrounding my experience. My mother and myself decided to visit Nevada City on a whim. It's an old-timey Victorian-era mining/logging town built in 1856. Look at pictures on Google if you really want to see a creepy town. It looks haunted without having to try. After eating lunch at a brew pub, we decided to stroll around the massive Pioneer Historical Cemetery on the outskirts of town. It wasn't quite dusk, but the trees are really tall in this area, so daylight is hard to gauge, and it usually feels later than it is. This cemetery was sprawling. I mean, most pioneer cemeteries are, because of the high mortality rate of the time, and lots of child graves. As we progress through the cemetery, it starts like a proper cemetery with large, ornate tombs/mausoleums, marble obelisks, family plots, stuff like that. What's wild about this cemetery is that it stretches on almost forever into the woods. As we follow the cemetery deeper and deeper into the woods, it becomes hard to tell what's a grave or not, and it's getting more wild and overgrown. It eventually devolved into just wilderness, with the occasional sign of homeless camps like abandoned tents and bags of trash. Luckily, the trees were opening up and more daylight was coming through, and we ended up in an open area with a large solitary juniper tree, tall brush, and a few random graves. I sort of tripped over something, and it turned out to be a purse, like a large designer purse, and it looked super old, like it had been there a while. Looking up from the purse about 10 yards ahead, I saw what looked like a pile of women's clothing, but then I noticed to my horror a tangled mass of hair and I froze. Ever know something without actually quote unquote knowing something? I knew that this was a dead woman's body down to my core. I put a hand out and stopped my mom, who was trailing behind me. "Get your phone, call the police, that's a dead body over there." And she immediately started dialing 911 because like me, she just knew. Then it gets bananas. As my mom and I are discussing the situation, we had our attention turned away from the corpse. When we looked back at the body, I swear to God, she was sitting up with her back turned to us. She was wearing a bright red trench coat and she had super grimy blonde hair that was more standing up than laying on her shoulders. It's like the grime in her hair allowed it to defy gravity. Slowly, she turned her head over her shoulder like something out of a horror movie and spotted us. She literally jumped to her feet lightning fast and turned to face us. Her front was a mess of torn clothing and she was barely covered. In the weirdest gait I've ever seen, she rapidly advanced on us at a jerking/lurching fashion. Her hands were desperately trying to keep herself covered. My first thought was that she had been assaulted. She kept trying to speak, but it was like she she couldn't form words, only make short high-pitched squeaks. As she closed on me, she stopped and pointed down in excitement at the purse I had tripped over. I asked if it was hers, and when I did, her expression changed into a horrible smirk. It still haunts me, and suddenly, she was slowly starting to undress herself, and we had to shout to get her to stop. By this point, we had the cops on the way. We said we had found someone in serious distress. Be that as it may, we both knew this was not a safe situation for us, and we quickly backed away, turned, and cooked it out of there. When we followed up with the police out of concern and morbid curiosity, they said whoever we found must have fled, because they didn't find her. I hope to God she's okay and gets the help she needs. So at around 12 in the morning after I had gotten off work, my boyfriend and I are watching television and had just put a blunt out when there's a knock at the door. We both look at each other in confusion when a second round of knocks goes off. He gets up off the couch, looks out the peephole, and recognizes it's a woman that had talked his head off when he was checking these apartments out before moving in. She's, as he describes, in probably her 50s and very annoying. He sees her every morning when he's going to work, and she always waits for him to leave first before driving off. He reluctantly opens the door as I take the paraphernalia out of sight. I can hear her voice, but she's speaking incoherently until he apparently deciphers heat and not working, to which he then asks her heat's not working. She says yes and asks him to look at it when our cat walks out the door, so he closed it to pick her up. The lady begins walking upstairs, so he brings the cat back in and follows. He sees the woman standing there as he reaches the top of the steps, and from her doorway she says never mind, it's working me, while all the lights in her apartment were off. Pitch black. She then says you can still come in and take a look at it if you want. He says no and decides not to wait around for anything else weird to happen, so he turns around and descends down the steps, returning to our apartment where he sat in silence for 5 minutes trying to piece together what just happened before recalling me with the story I just told you. Fast forward to 1:30 or 2:30 in the morning. My boyfriend is asleep now when I hear steps coming down the stairs and then, you guessed it, knocking. But fate this time, I know it's not on my door, so I look out the eye hole and there she is again, knocking on my neighbor's door, yelling more incoherent words for a solid 5 minutes. Eventually she just walks away with no answer, but not in the direction of the stairs to her apartment. I hear her walk back upstairs maybe an hour later. Strange. Fast forward to now. She's knocking on our door at 3 in the morning, to which of course she got no answer, but as I'm looking out at the peephole I can see her mumbling to herself as she knocks. She walks away like before, the opposite way of the stairs, and I didn't hear her go back upstairs until 10 minutes ago as she stomped her way up there, obviously very mad. Just a very odd experience I wish I didn't have in the middle of the night while stoned. I'm going to guess early dementia or substance abuse. Update as this happened Friday night. My boyfriend went to his car to go to work Monday morning and noticed a nail drive into the side of his tire. I'm not saying it was her who did this out of rage to her unanswered box, but it was very convenient as he didn't drive all weekend, so there's no telling when it happened. He did however call her complex about the knocking and yelling at all hours of the night. Update 2, it's Thursday now at 1:46 in the morning, almost a week later. Remember how I said my boyfriend normally sees her every morning on his way to work? He hasn't seen her once this entire week. Her car has sat in the same spot as well. Also, we haven't seen a single light from her apartment, not when he gets home at 8 at night nor when I get home at 11 at night. I'm going to see if I'm able to call in a wellness check on her in the morning because I have a feeling something isn't right. I'll continue updating if anything comes about. This just happened to me the other day and I need opinions on whether or not I should be worried. I, a 24-year-old woman, took my son to my mom so she could watch him while I went to work, as she's been doing for the past few years. After leaving her house, I went straight to work, about 7 minutes away. As soon as I pulled up at my job, a truck parked next to me. There are many cars around at other shops as we are directly in town, but I am the only one at my job that morning. I'm thinking it's a customer waiting for us to open, which wouldn't be for another half hour. So I get out of my car with my store key in hand, and the man in the truck says, "You work here." I look at him and he doesn't look familiar, maybe in his early 40s. I said, "Yes, I do." We open at 10 and smiling, he said, "You get your tire fixed." I wasn't immediately alarmed, just trying to think of how he knew I had tire troubles and where I knew him from. But I didn't know him at all. I told him, yeah, that I had to replace 3 tires because I kept running over nails. He was not from the tire shop or anywhere I had been recently. He told me he had also run over a nail and had to replace a tire. Since I had to go to the bank before opening the store, I told him I would be right back and went inside. When I come back out, he says, "You don't remember me, do you?" I told him no and asked where I met him. He said that he remembered I had a baby a few years prior, that I used to drive a little gray car around, and that he helped me out when I had car troubles. I asked if it was when I broke down in town a few years ago and he said, yeah, that was it. Maybe he did, but I do not remember him ever helping me. My family showed up to help me that day and get my car towed. The whole time he is speaking to me, he's grinning, which didn't seem off in that moment. He then says, yeah, I've been seeing you pumping air in your tires at the gas station and thought, man, every time I see her in that little red car, she's pumping her tires. And then I thought I knew her from somewhere, but I was kind of scared to say anything cause you know people can be crazy. Okay, reasonable I guess. He sees me at the store a lot. I was having to pump air in my tires once or twice a week for the past several months until I finally got new ones. So I don't know how many times he saw me at the station. I still frequently stop there for gas and snacks. At this point, I'm still thinking he's a customer waiting, so I tell him I gotta go and will be back soon to open. He says, alright then, my name's Ron by the way. I wave at him as I go to get in my car, but then he starts backing up his truck and leaves. That is when I realized that he literally just followed me to work to tell me all that. I was taken aback for a second. It took me a few hours to process the whole encounter. I don't even know at what point between my mom's house and my work he saw me and began to follow me, but I do pass that gas station on the way to work. I told my husband on my lunch break. He was concerned and believed something was weird about it, as do my mom and a couple of my close friends. Maybe the guy just thought he was being friendly and thought that was a normal thing to do. He may have just been an odd dude. I personally think it's weird for someone to follow me like that. I know not to trust any and everybody, and that you can never be too careful. Just want to know if I should be watching my back more closely. Just had something happen and needed to write it down somewhere. I went to my bank at around 10:45 at night. They have a drive-through ATM, which is behind the bank, away from street view. When you pull up to the ATM, there's basically a curb on the other side, so you can only go forward or backward. So for example, if a car was to pull up behind me and one wait around and pulled up in front of me, I couldn't go anywhere. I'm a 25-year-old dude, 5'11" and built pretty big, so usually I don't have many bad feelings about something. I feel pretty safe in the area I live as well. But as I pull in at the ATM, another car comes behind me, didn't think too much about it, but 10 seconds later, another car pulls up on my right, other side of the curb, and just stays there. Now usually I would just go about my business, but for some reason I had a really bad feeling about how the cars pulled up and how the car to my right just stayed there, doing nothing. There was more than enough space to park randomly in front of the bank. Why stay next to me and wait there? My gut was telling me to get out of there, so I acted casual, as if I was finishing up, took back my debit card as fast as I could without acting weird, and got out of there. To this day, I tell myself sometimes I probably overreacted, but it kind of haunts me to think how easy it would have been for them to trap me there and force me to give them all I had. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. We've all had bad dates, right? This is the only date I've had to date that rang every alarm bell and waved every red flag. I'll preface this by saying I don't go on many dates, but when I do, I make sure I follow safety protocol by only meeting my date in public places, let either family or friends know where I'm going, and park in a populated place close by to wherever we meet. Anyway, this date initially suggested we meet at his house to watch a movie and have a few drinks, and I said no, I don't feel comfortable with that and I only want to meet in public. He seemed alright with this, but then brought it up a few more times, and I said if money is an issue we can meet up another time or forget about it altogether. But my date backtracked and went with my idea of meeting at a cafe I chose. I was familiar with this cafe and equidistant to where we both lived. Anyway, he turns up in a two-door car. This detail is relevant, and goes into the cafe, and I follow behind and introduce myself. After a polite introduction, things begin to get weird. I order a Coke and he says, don't you want a drink? I was going to pop into the bar, which is connected to the cafe, and get one. I say no, I'm not drinking, and he looks at me like, what do you mean, as if I'm being unreasonable. I already explained in messages I don't drink as I'm on medication, so having to explain it again pissed me off. He seems disappointed and goes to order a cider from the bar while I get a table. Anyway, we sit down with our drinks and the date immediately goes on about going back to his place again, even though the original plan was to stay here and order food, and I already stated that was not happening. He says something along the lines of having a few drinks and eating at his place, and I said we don't have to eat, we can just have our drinks and leave. He gets defensive and says he has money but prefers it if we go back to his. I make a joke and say, you're not a killer, are you? And instead of laughing it off, he stares at me uncannily and says, you don't think I would hurt you, do you. I laugh uncomfortably and say of course not, but really I'm relieved this date won't be going any further. Date suddenly says, are you going to follow me in your car, because that wouldn't make sense. How about we go in my car, but I've got packages in the front so you'll have to squeeze in the back and I'll drop you back off to your car after. A reality that made less sense than me following him in my own car and then driving home from this house after. The fact it was completely illogical made it even more creepy in my mind. Every alarm bell was going off at this point. I said, look, I don't want to go to yours and your insistence is giving me the creeps. Date looks shocked, mumbles something about needing the toilet and excuses himself from the table. A few moments later, I see him through the cafe window getting into his car and driving off. Massive bullet dodged in my opinion. Also, the fact his car didn't have back doors made it even more sinister, because imagine if something happened in the car and I couldn't escape. This story happened 15 years ago and I still have shivers in my spine when I think about it. I was a student at a small university where everyone knew each other. All the students in my class were very close to each other. There weren't many of us, so solidarity was the normal. During the third year, 15 Chinese students joined our class, 14 girls and only one man. The girls were very nice and we welcomed them with open arms. They integrated very quickly. The man meanwhile hardly ever spoke. He was very secretive, dressed quite extravagantly, and was always hypertense or stressed. My closest friends and I tried to push him out of his comfort zone a bit. We used to help each other with studies. We thought that was normal. We quickly realized that it was a mistake. When he spoke to us, which was rare, his words were incomprehensible. He was completely delirious. He always told us about his fascination for death, that music made him want to kill people, that he hated women. We tried not to judge him and just work, but he became more and more comfortable with us, and every day he told us more and more horrible things. After a while, it was rumored that he was harassing a lot of girls in our university. He managed to get their phone number and was calling them day and night, or he was following them down the street to their house. It was extremely creepy and scary for everyone. One girl in particular really didn't appreciate him following her and filed a complaint against him. He was questioned by the police as well as by the headmaster of the university and asked to go to the hospital for a psychiatric treatment. We didn't see him for a few months after that, so we thought he was off for treatment. Then one day, suddenly he reappeared in class, but his gaze had become extremely disturbing. He stared at people for tens of minutes as if he was going to jump at their throats. I felt very bad that day. And then, one day, I learned from a friend that he had come to university with a huge butcher's knife. He wanted to kill the girl who reported him to the police, but since she wasn't in college that day, he went to see her mother, who worked as a secretary in our department, and he killed her. Some teachers present in the building tried to stop him and they were seriously injured. Finally, he was able to be subdued and put in a psychiatric hospital for the rest of his life. This story traumatized us all, and even years later we never talk about it between us. It was absolutely horrible. After that, I left university because it had become unbearable. After a long week, I was feeling the need to unwind, so I accepted an invitation from one of my friends to join her and a few others for a night at one of the local bars. We played pool, we danced a bit, and we had a few beers. I'm not much of a drinker, it messes with my metabolism, but I had a few pints of beer. I'm 6'1", it's something that works in the world of fighting, but it has, in the past, been a severe source of insecurity for me. Over the years, I've learned to just embrace the insecurities, but every now and then it rears its ugly head. Most of the guys and girls that I date are shorter than me. That's totally fine, but when someone that's 6'5" comes my way and shows interest, I'm more likely to be interested. Maybe it's shallow, maybe it's insecurity. I really don't know, but that's not entirely the point of this story. This guy was very cool. He was an athlete, funny, cute, charming, the whole 9 yards. I beat him at a game of pool. We danced, we had a shot, just had a fun time over the course of a few hours. We exchanged numbers and all was good. Come closing time, he asked if he could walk me to my car. That sounded lovely, and I told him as such. We walked to my car and I thanked him for a fun evening. He grabbed me by the waist and pulled me in for a kiss. I wasn't exactly ready for one, so I gave him a side kiss and told him to give me a call for a date. This was apparently not good enough. He wrapped his arms around my waist tighter and pulled me in. I pushed him away and said that I wasn't the kind of person to kiss someone I just met, and I preferred for him to leave me be. This was also not good enough for him apparently, and he pulled me closer. Yeah bro, not going to fly with someone like me. He attempted to nuzzle my neck, but I sent a knee to his groin, then gave him a right hook to the chin. He got noticeably angry, completely opposite of the cool and collected individual he had been all night, and started charging at me. I gave him a few hits to the face and few kicks to his side. The whole time he was attempting to hit me, and a few actually hit me, but eventually he got up and said, and I quote, "You're a psychopath." He skulked away in defeat, which was a source of satisfaction for me. Over the past couple of weeks, I've been feeling some irritation in my right chest. I went to my doctor after some bruising started occurring and found that that one of my saline implants had ruptured. Normally this wouldn't be the world's biggest problem, but I've been told I need to have it either removed or replaced. I filed a police report, but his name isn't in any kind of system, and his phone number is apparently not valid. Ladies, watch yourselves out there. Before I tell the story, it's important to know that my dad is not, by any means, a fighter. He is not an angry man, and if anything, he's a bit meek. So this happened when I, which I'm a 20-year-old woman now, was 6 years old. My dad and I went to the supermarket, and it was one of those grocery stores where there was a hot food section where you could sit and eat, and kids under 10 ate for free. My dad and I were getting food at the buffet, and then we were going to pay at the cash register and go sit down. Now, this whole section of the supermarket was very small. That is, the tables for eating were very close to where you selected your meal. Because my meal was free, I remember asking my dad if I could go sit. He said yes, and he'd be right over again. He was probably going to be, at most, 20 feet away from me if I went to go sit before him. When I sat down, I remember a grown man, about my dad's age at the time, coming to sit directly across from me at the table. The table only sat 2 people. He said, "Do you mind if I eat with you?" And I just remember feeling so scared that I froze and went quiet. I didn't answer even though my 6-year-old impulse was to be polite. It was like my mouth wouldn't open, but the next thing I knew, before I even had time to feel rude for not being able to reply, my dad was right in this guy's face, grabbing him by the shirt collar. I don't remember exactly what he said to the man, but it was the first time, and one of the only times, I've ever seen my dad raging mad. And it was the first time I heard him use a swear word. I couldn't believe that my dad was actually grabbing someone physically. Next thing I know, security came over and my dad had called my mom, who was in the grocery store shopping, and there was a big commotion. Then we left the store. I actually haven't asked my dad about this in such a long time. Probably since I was a teenager, I sort of want to now and ask what ended up happening. This happened a few weeks ago and it was so bizarre that I still think about it every so often. Anyway, I was babysitting my nieces who were 8 and 10 years old since my sister was going out to meet this other girl at a coffee shop. I offered to babysit my nieces since her house was nice and I didn't have anything else to do that night, so I decided why not. At first we just watched movies and played video games together. Later on into the night, I noticed they didn't eat anything and so I asked them if they were hungry. They both replied no at first. That's when I said I could make a quesadilla for them or anything else they want. They still replied no. When I mentioned pizza, they immediately yelled yes. Of course they would. Well, bad idea that night. When I called the local Pizza Hut, I ordered 2 large pizzas to be delivered. Keep in mind that I went outside to make this phone call. Quite loudly I should say because it was dead silent outside. I only went outside because I noticed a bag on the street and I thought it was mine or somebody else's. It was just trash when I looked closely at it. I'm assuming this was the neighbor's trash bag. 20 minutes go by and I hear a doorbell ring. It was the Pizza Hut delivery girl. I paid her in cash and I took the pizzas to the kitchen where my nieces were eating at. This is when the weird stuff happens. Not even 10 minutes go by and I hear the doorbell ring again. I was skeptical at first and looked out the window. It was hard to see much of anything by this point. I opened the door only to be greeted by an old man with a pizza box in his hand. He says to me, "Hello son, I got your pizza that you ordered." I tried to answer in a way that would divert the situation. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't order any pizza. You must have got the wrong location." That's when I tried to close the door, but he pushed his hand hard on the door. "Are you sure?" He replied. I firmly replied back yes, and I closed the door. I thought that was the end of that, until one of my nieces told me, "Why is there a man just standing outside our house?" I was confused, but my heart started to pound when I thought it was the same old man from earlier. I was right. It was the same old man still standing outside the house with the pizza box still in his hand. I was absolutely livid. I opened the door furiously and yelled at him that I would call the cops immediately. He ran off. My sister arrived 2 hours later and I told her of what happened. She looked immediately concerned and then asked who it was. I told her it was an old man who impersonated a pizza delivery worker. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This took place in 2011. I'm a 29-year-old dude now, but I was 17 at the time living in Illinois. I and my best friend, let's call Simon, had gone out in the evening to celebrate the birthday party of our mutual friend Gabe, and we had taken Simon's dad's rather beat-up Buick Century. The party itself went pretty smoothly. It's what happens after where the creepy encounter begins. Simon and I start our way back at around 10 to 10:30 at night. We decided to take the quiet, windy road back home cause it would get us home quicker. As we went through the road, we noticed somebody walking down the side of the the road not too far from the nearest gas station. We found it a bit odd because she was going away from the gas station, not towards it, and we didn't see a parked car anywhere in sight. This mysterious person began coming closer towards our car, and we slowed down and got a proper look at who the person was. She was an older woman, probably in her middle to late 30s with blonde hair and fair skin. She looked quite disheveled as well. We wondered if this woman was lost or something, so we stopped our car, and she got closer towards us. Before we could ask her if she needed help, she noticed us and stared at us for some time, before whispering "hello boys" to us in a rather creepy, soft and seductive tone, as if to try and lure us into something. We didn't know how to respond, but she quickly added, "Want me? Come with me if you do," and she began to start undressing her top in an attempt to flash us, and we knew at that moment she was most likely a hooker. We felt even more creeped out cause first of all we were 18 yet, and this much older woman is obviously trying to lure us into something bad or potentially something worse. Of course we said no, to which the woman responded in the same seductive tone with a creepy smile to top things off. "Well, you don't want me, you say, but I can make you two change your mind and then you are going to come with me." I told Simon we needed to get out of here and he agreed. We started the car as quickly as we could, but not before I looked in the rear view mirror, seeing the woman trying to chase after us, running as fast as she could. I was worried the woman might be able to catch us before we got up to speed, but thank God we were able to escape her. Eventually we reached my home, but we were still completely spooked and shaken, and my older sister had noticed that as well and asked us if we were alright. But we didn't reply and simply nodded. I didn't have the guts to tell her what I encountered that day. There are so many things about this encounter that I think about to this very day, and I still discuss this with Simon as well. What was this woman's motive to look on the streets in the middle of the night for random young guys for whatever knows what, and was she acting alone or part of a deeper scheme? What if we gave in to her demands and went with her? Where would she have taken us? Why did she chase after us? What if she caught us after we tried to leave? I don't know, we can't say, but we both believe we definitely avoided something potentially far worse that night. I only hope that she didn't have any victims. I think this might be more dangerous than what I thought it originally was. But I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting, but it all started when the new school year started in August, and it's only gotten worse since then. Going back to the first incident with him, it was the first day of school, and it was my first day of high school, so I was new to the school. My friends and I were walking around trying to find out classes when I realized I forgot to fill my water bottle, so I told them I'd be right back and went to find a bathroom. Of course then I got lost, so I had to ask someone to help me find the bathroom. I asked the closest person to me, which happened to be him. I ask him if he can show me where the bathroom is. He says yes. I tell him thank you, and we make small talk. He asks if I'm a freshman. I told him yes. He told me he's a junior, and he told me his name. Then he asked mine, which I stupidly told him because he seemed nice enough. So he leads me to the bathroom, and I tell him thanks again, expecting him to walk away, but he didn't. Instead he sat and waited while I filled up my water bottle. I must have given him a look or something, because he then said he is going to walk me to my first class. I said thank you because I thought the gesture was nice. So he walks me to the class, but before I can go in, he asks me for my number, which I stupidly gave him. He texts me that entire class period. I eventually shut my phone off because the text got annoying. After the class was over, my friends and I started walking to our next class. When we ran into him, he pulled me by my arm fairly aggressively like it left bruises, and starts asking me why I didn't respond to any of his texts and how I'm rude and disrespectful. I told him I shut my phone off because I didn't want to get in trouble. He accepted the answer, but I could tell he was still mad. I didn't see him again until the end of the day. I was walking out of the school and going to untie my bike. Because I had biked to school, my house was walking distance. When I was untying my bike, he asked if I was biking home. I said yes because I live close. He offered me a ride, which I politely declined because I didn't know him that well and I didn't feel comfortable. He said okay and left. As I was biking home though, I noticed a black car that was following me all the way to my house and sat at the end of my driveway watching me put my bike away. I wanted to see who it was, and so I went to look, and guess who came out of the car? Hibbo. I asked what he was doing and he said he wanted to make sure I got home safe. I said that I was fine and that he didn't have to do that. He insisted it was necessary. I said goodbye and went inside. The next few weeks at school, he would constantly follow me, text me through almost all my classes, and whenever I would talk to anyone else, he would get so upset at me. He would follow me home with his car every day to make sure I got home safe or something, I don't know. I was getting annoyed of him following me everywhere and constantly having eyes on me, so I ended up telling him to stop following me and blocking his number. He was very angry. After I did that, the next few days after were bad. Every time he ran into me in the halls, he would yell at me in front of everyone and say how horrible of a person I am. One time when we were next to the bathrooms, he shoved me up against the wall and held me against the wall, saying how I better unblock him or else. I didn't know how to respond, but I cried. Thankfully, a teacher overheard the whole thing and made him get off of me. He was suspended, and that solved the issue at school. But later that night, I was at home and it was maybe 10:30 at night. I was watching television when I see someone flashing their headlights directly outside of my window. I look out and it's his car. He doesn't do anything, just sits and keeps flashing his lights. I close my blinds and tell my sister because our mom works overnight, so we usually put ourselves to bed and she's back in the morning. Plus my sister's is always home and she's an adult, so I'm okay. She goes and looks out the window and he's there still. She locks the door and says to just hang out in the living room, and that he probably needed something but it's late and he will have to wait. He came and sat outside my house every night that week. Later they're probably around midnight, so my sister was already asleep. I pretended be, but I was always woken up by his stupid bright headlights. He never did anything, just sat outside my house. But then he just stopped and I got like a week's break. Until this past week. I was getting ready for bed a few nights ago and I saw his headlights again. But this time only for a few seconds, and then they shut off, and it was only a few minutes before I heard knocking on my window. I lost it and went and got my sister, who called the police, but again before they could even come he was gone. I gave them his name and they said they would look into it. He ended up denying ever being at my house, so it was just his word against mine because we didn't have cameras. They ended up making him sign something saying he won't come to my house anymore and will keep out of contact with me. I'm not sure what it was though. He didn't come back to my house anymore this week, but he has been giving me looks at school, so for the love of God please leave me alone. I'm still scared he might do something worse. This all started about a month ago, starting quote unquote innocently enough that I just didn't really care too much. I live in a townhouse and my neighbor who I share a wall with has had someone recently move in with him, a man who I assume is his brother. The first instance was me laying in bed reading and I could hear some slight breathing or a general sense that I am being listened to. This escalated through the next few weeks with this man whacking it nearly every night when my window was open. I would look outside quickly to see who it was and I could never get a glimpse of this person. I was so confused how they could scale the 6-foot fence back in my yard that quickly. From that it escalated to him whacking it at all hours of the day on random days. On the days he did it, he would do it all day. My bedroom window and my living room window and kitchen window downstairs on opposite sides of house. I thought I was losing it, like are there more than one person? How does this person run away so fast? But I was just like whatever. I'm a man too, so I didn't feel particularly threatened. I had a bat in each room just in case. This is when stuff went sideways last night. The whacking, it was on another level and I kept hearing breathing in my basement and it sounded like someone was in the walls. I kept running to windows and downstairs looking everywhere. Again, I could never find this person. This whole night I thought I was losing myself. I was extra vigilant, listening in silence in my room. And then I heard it. The man was walking on my roof and peering over where my window was in my bedroom. I freaked out, pushed open my attic, and thank God he was not inside the attic, but opening it allowed me to hear his footsteps on the outside roof crystal clear. Every time someone would be walking on his side and potentially see him, he would run back to other side and hide. I called my brother to come try get a picture of him. This part is embarrassing. I pretending I was whacking it off to lure him to my window close. That was when he would go wild. He took off when bro was down there. He was crunching leaves, I think, I'm not sure. Well, now I know I'm not crazy because I can hear him perfectly clear, and on top of that I can hear him perfectly clear and run back into my neighbor's house when he gets too spooked. Well, this is the really scary part. I have a very small window in the basement in a pretty old house that I had absolutely no idea was even able to be opened. Turns out it can and was unlocked. The man has been in my basement for God knows how many times. For some reason, I don't feel particularly that scared. I have a feeling he is disabled or something and feel bad for him. I've seen his hand opening the back door, seeing me, and then running back inside, and it was really dirty. I think he is scared of me because he ran so fast in that house when he saw me backyard, but then crawled back out so I couldn't see him from fence, and you guessed it, whacked it off really loud. So I said out loud to him, if he doesn't stop going on my roof or entering my house, I'm going to tell his brother and the cops potentially. I'm totally assuming this, but I have a feeling the brother took him in because he had nowhere to go and is disabled in some way, so I'm scared he will kick him out. Now all my windows are locked top and bottom, and at least it's almost winter, so at least I don't mind to keep windows shut. I told the police non-emergency what's up and identify him in case there has been any other instances in neighborhood, and or I have the bat as ribs one day in my house. This happened a few years ago, but I still feel uneasy every time I see a car that looks similar to this one. I am a weed smoker, and usually when I'm alone I love to light a joint and relax. I had just moved into a new apartment, and I didn't want to risk upsetting neighbors or worse violating my lease by smoking inside, so I went out to my car to smoke in the parking lot. It was at around 12. I parked my car a ways down from my apartment so none of my new neighbors could see me. I was worried about making a bad impression. I was at the end of a dead-end street with one street light lit for the area. There are parked cars around me, but it is dead silent outside, so I assumed I was the only one in the area. I smoked my joint, listened to music, and scrolled on my phone until I was ready to head back to my place. I was in this spot for about half an hour. Again, there was no cars coming in or out during this time. There was also no people around either. Once I decided to head back, I backed my car out of the spot and angled it to begin driving down the road. Immediately, a blue Ford Fusion pulls out of the parking spot a few down from me and pulls right in front of me, facing me, and blocking my way. We both sat there for a few minutes and I began to become scared. I was blocked in and this car was not moving. Its headlights were blinding. After what felt like an eternity, the car finally drove forward and moved to the side, very slowly. I drove past it as it sat there still. I tried to glance in the window as I passed to get a look at who the person was, but they were tinted. I drove to my apartment and ran inside as fast as I could. I spent the rest of the night feeling uneasy. I was scared they would come to my door. My boyfriend came over the next day and I told him what had happened, how I had a gut feeling something wasn't right. It wasn't a person playing a prank, but someone genuinely wanted to scare me. A week goes by and I didn't see the car, so I thought it was just a one-time event. My boyfriend and I decided to go grab some food, so we pulled out of my neighborhood and stopped at the stop sign before we entered the main road. As we're sitting at the stop sign, I see the blue Ford Fusion pulling in, passing me. It felt like slow motion. I tried looking into the window again, but couldn't see past the tent. Despite this, I could feel the person inside that car staring at me. I started to panic and pointed to the car and told my boyfriend that's it. That's the car that blocked me in the parking lot. I pulled out from the stop sign, and as I did, I could see this car in my rear view mirror turning around and begin to follow me. I began making sharp random turns in attempt to lose them, however they were on my tail. I was shaking and close to tears at that point. Eventually I did lose the car, and that was the last time I saw it. I still wonder, why did they follow me? What did they want from me? Was it a joke? Or did this person have the intentions my gut was telling me they did? It's been 2 years, and every time I see a blue Ford Fusion, my first instinct is to check for tinted windows. So this experience has stuck in my mind and I remember it like yesterday. When I was probably 10 or 11, year was probably 2000 or 2001, I was at our local park with a friend riding our bikes. And this particular park was super cool because it was practically a skater/biker's dream. There was stairs and ledges and natural jumps built into the layout of this patio plaza, which then led down to a sandy beach line of our local lake. So normally it's pretty busy and you get kicked out by random hero adults or lifeguards telling you that you can't have fun here and to go elsewhere, but this was an overcast, kinda cooler middle to lower 50 degrees kind of day, so the park was completely empty besides me and my buddy. So after an hour or two we're starting to get bored and noticed it was getting late in the day, maybe about 5:30 or 6 of the afternoon, and sunset was about an hour, maybe an hour and half away tops. I'm talking dark, no more sun, street lights all kind of sunset. About 30 minutes prior to this I had noticed a van, I think it was either white or possibly off-white like eggshell colored, pull up in the parking lot and parked facing us directly, which was probably about 300 to 400 feet away. I couldn't see the driver too well, but I know for a fact he never got out and nobody got in. At first no big deal, but after about 30 to 45 minutes, during which I would occasionally look in his direction every 5 to 10 minutes or so, and every last time he was staring straight dead ahead at us. He wasn't preoccupied with anything or anyone else. My buddy started to notice this too, and while I started to get this weird feeling something wasn't right, I didn't mention it in such a way that would seem like I'm thinking, this guy's going to kidnap us and do weird stuff to us. I simply replied, yes, I noticed him too, that's odd, but left it at that. So it's now about 20 to 30 minutes before dark and we've gathered our things and decided to leave. Luckily there was a really busy gas station across the street from the park, maybe a fourth to half a mile from the parking lot/plaza area. But as we start making our way down one of the multiple paved walkie paths that lead to the exit, me and my friend noticed this van had started its engine and was proceeding to back out of the parking spot. So now we're a little on edge, and we rushed to the mini market. We go inside and both were like, what? And thought that was kind of startling, but proceeded to wait in line to buy our candy and momentarily forgot about what just happened. Unfortunately, as we walked out the door of the store, we see the same janky van sitting across the 4-lane roadway at the park's turn and entrance with his blinker on, just sitting there. And mind you, we were in the store a good 5 to 7 minutes. There's no way he couldn't have safely merged into traffic. Luckily for my friend, he lived maybe 5 minutes away from the mini market, just had to ride straight behind the mini market about 10 to 12 blocks, all of which was 2 or 3 heavily lighted residential type roads straight home. And unfortunately for me, my house was probably about 15 minutes away, maybe less, but I had to ride north of the gas station mini market along this kind of rural highway / higher speed road, like 45 to 50 miles per hour with no houses directly on it, and a street light every like half a mile if I'm lucky, before turning onto a different 25 miles per hour rural kind of road that was sparsely dotted with houses, before taking a third turn onto my heavily populated normal neighborhood that has eyes and ears it would certainly see a child getting abducted. My friend pretty much was like, best of luck, I'm out, and took off towards his, while I started my short ride back home as well. So I'm about to turn off the higher speed highway kind of road and look over my left shoulder as I turn right, and what do I see? That same van driving by my road, and after passing me also immediately starting to slow down. It was like slow motion. I can still picture the fear I felt when I saw the brake lights on the van. Mind you, he didn't slam on the brakes or do anything that would draw attention or be considered erratic or reckless, but my first instinct and thought was he was slowing down to turn around and double back. I never, even to this day, had ridden / pedaled a bike as fast or as hard as I did that evening. Literally every once of my being was put into going faster than I had ever gone, the entire time thinking this van is going to pull up next to me and do whatever. I was pedaling so hard, just staring straight at the ground, focusing on my feet, that I almost ran into a parked car like 2 blocks from my house. It was literally inches away from running head on into the car. I never bothered to look back once I saw those brake lights. I didn't want to know how close or far whoever was driving that van was from me. All I knew is I was scared, and best believe I'm not going to be kidnapped without the perpetrator having to work for it. Anyway, I made it home but never told my parents. Even to this day, I never brought it up, and I don't know why. So this happened a few years ago, and my brain is still fuzzy because honestly I've kind of blocked this out from my memory. My older sister, who was 23 at the time, and myself, when I was 20 at the time, went to Washington DC one year, and I was super excited because I'd never been before. We started the trip with a private tour of the Capitol building where one of her friends worked at the time. I was honestly super stoked. Even though I had already become disenchanted with politics at that age, it was still really cool to be in the building and learning about the history of the country. After that, we went to the Smithsonian and just genuinely had a lot of fun educating each other in the different subject we were always into. I was always more math than science oriented, and she was English and history. At the end of one of the days, we were headed to the metro station to get a train back to our hotel. Now, I'd been on train platforms like this before, having visited my uncle in New York City a couple of times, and since then been stationed in Chicago with their metro system, so I have a pretty good understanding of how trains and stops work. My sister said she needed to go to the bathroom and to wait for her before I got in the train, and I told her all right before making my way to the kiosk to reload my card. While I was at the kiosk, I got this feeling that someone was looking at me, that overwhelming feeling of just being watched, and it was uncomfortable. I turned my head a little, and there, standing in the corner, was what I can only assume to be a homeless man based off his appearance, staring right at me with huge eyes. At first, I thought nothing of it, as we had people like this back home in Florida too, and went back to what I was doing. I pulled out my phone and started playing a game or something while I waited. Before long, my sister came back and we got on our train. We talked for a bit about what time we were getting up the next morning to catch our flight back, since it was later in the day around noon. When she started to open her mouth, I froze. Standing in the back of the train car, staring at both of us, was the same man I'd seen earlier. I'll never forget his outfit: a dirty gray hoodie, matted brown hair, a face that looked like he suffered from heavy substance abuse, dingy skin, ragged blue jeans, and shoes with holes in them. I leaned in, not breaking eye contact, and said, "That guy was staring at me earlier, and now he's still watching us on the train." She looked at him and whispered, "If he gets off when we do, we'll make a dead sprint to the hotel." Honestly, I don't know why we didn't call the police, but knowing where our hotel was, on the end of town where things started to get sketchier, I don't think it would have made much difference for response time. The train stopped at our station and we got off. I I didn't see the man follow us, so I thought we were fine. It was still about a 5-block walk to the hotel and in a really sketchy part of town. It's not that we were cheapskates, it's just all we could afford in all honesty. As we walked, we continued our previous conversation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I turned around and saw the man hidden behind a brick wall, peeking out. I froze. My sister turned around and saw him too. When he realized he'd been busted, he stood straight up and gave a big, cracked grin and just kept staring. I wanted to challenge him, being 6'3" and 215 pounds at the time, and yell, "What do you want?" But I remembered my previous encounter with someone following me and just froze, barely squeaking out, "What?" It was about this time the man started walking towards us. I wasn't frozen anymore. We both started a dead sprint toward the hotel. As terrifying as the situation was already, what happened next still makes every hair on my body stand straight up. The man screamed absolute nonsense loudly before letting out a cackle, chasing after us. I was lagging behind my sister a little so she could get to safety before me. She was smaller than me and I knew, if I needed to, I could maybe fight this guy. I grabbed my wallet from my pocket and pulled out the room key, since it was one of those hotels where you needed to have a key to access the building. Once we were inside, I realized just how far away the guy was from me. I played football in high school, and I was still pretty fast, and I had to have had about 10 or 15 yards between us, even if I was running slower. We didn't say anything. We just went upstairs to our room and made sure it was locked in every way possible. We left super early and took an Uber to the airport. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I, a 36-year-old woman, wish this wasn't real. Let me start by saying it's crazy how children are so trusting. Maybe it was just made. When I was 7 years old, my parents and I were living in a basement apartment in the Bronx. The way the apartment was set up had my mother and father's room at one end of a short hall, the bathroom in the middle, and my room at the other end. If you don't know anything about a basement apartment, just know that it doesn't take much effort to enter one through a window. One very early morning, possibly around 7 or 8, I was woken up by a very hard sharp-like pain on my butt cheek. I got up thinking our cat had gotten in my room and it bit me as she used to nip hard and attack at whatever she felt like, toes included. I jumped up looking for her only to see a grown man sitting on my bed. I remember being upset and asking him why did he pinch me, to which he hushed me and said something about him being thirsty. I remember pulling down my nightgown to cover my butt and asking him if he wanted juice or water. I wasn't scared at all, more surprised and mad that this man pinched my butt hard. He said that he wanted juice, so I left my room and closed my door with him still sitting on my bed. I walked to the kitchen and got him some juice. As I was bringing the cup back to my room, I looked at my parents' door and thought that I should wake them up, but can't remember why I decided against it. I ended up giving the man the cup and he drank the juice. I remember he asked me if I could help him find his friend and him telling me he was lost. I remembered that my dad had told me that I wasn't allowed to go outside without him or my mother. They were worried as this was a new neighborhood. We had only moved into maybe 2 weeks earlier. I remember being scared to go outside because I didn't want my parents to be upset with me, so I told him that I had to wake up my parents to ask. I remember he said that it would be real quick because he knew his friend was somewhere in the area and we would find him quickly. I once again said no and told him that I was not allowed to go outside without my parents, so he ended up saying that he didn't need my help anymore and that he would find them. He asked me to lock the door behind him, so I walked him out and locked the front door, waving him goodbye. I tried to go back to sleep, but it was too late. I was awake, so I started watching cartoons. Well, the volume happened to be louder than expected because my mother woke up and asked me, very angrily, why was I awake so early. I told her all about the man pinching my butt hard, to which at first she didn't believe me as she thought I had a quote-unquote bad dream, but she lifted up my nightgown and I guess I must have had a bruise. I will never forget how she got so calm and she started smiling at me and with a very sweet voice started asking me what did he look like, what happened, and if I remember what he was wearing. I told her, to which she left my room for a moment, coming back with my dad. She then told me to tell him everything using that same sweet voice, and I did. I didn't think I was in trouble or anything and I thought I had made a new friend. After telling them about my new friend, they got dressed and started searching. Well, it didn't take long because he happened to be the Super's family member. When I saw him, I immediately shouted at him, "Hey friend." My parents told me to go inside, which I did. Maybe an hour or so later, my parents came back with McDonald's for me, but they seemed angry. Before the end of that day, my father put a padlock on my door and told me that whenever I go to sleep to always lock my door as our kitchen windows didn't lock. That's how we got in. Sometime later, I was 15 at this time, I found out that the guy was mentally ill and was sent away from Dominican Republic by his family so he wouldn't get arrested for something he did out there with another little girl. It still surprises me that I wasn't scared. Please, if you or anyone you know lives in a basement, ground level apartment or flat, please triple check that all the window locks work and lock your windows up. I just need to decompress on this. Looking back, I don't believe I was necessarily in immediate danger, but I feel a lot of that had to do with being in the right company at the right time. I, a 29-year-old woman, run barbells, and this past weekend we had a rodeo. Normally the rodeo scene is rowdy, but it's mostly working class folk that are unwinding. There's always a lot of beer and a lot of competition. It's normally a safe enough environment, but I've always been one to keep my guard up. As I was leaving, a guy had struck up conversation with me. He gave me the whole "I saw you riding, you did really good" routine. I thanked him. We talked for a little while, but I was neglecting the group of people that I was there with, so I told him politely that I needed to go, but maybe I'd see him again. Should have chosen my words a bit more carefully. Around 1 in the morning, I was sitting outside of my camper having a smoke and a glass of wine before going to sleep. It's not uncommon for people to still be roaming around at this time. I saw the silhouette of a man walking towards me. The same guy from earlier approaches me with 2 open beer bottles and has a seat in a chair near me. He asked if he could take me up on my offer. A bunch of things started going through my head. What offer? Though maybe I'll see you again. And I'm definitely not taking an open beer from someone that appeared out of nowhere. And how did you find my camper? I told him that I was about to turn in and that he needed to leave. This was extremely inappropriate and invasive of my personal space. He just smiled and kept drinking from his beer bottle. "Let's have some fun," he said. What? Like what is your criminal malfunction? That one sentence, as simple as it is, gives me goosebumps. What part about no and leave don't people understand? I told him one more time no, and that he needed to get away from my camper. He stood up and made more advances. I attempted to get into my camper, which is where I pack heat, but he made a move for the door. She said, "No, my guy." I heard from behind me. I turned around and saw that my older and younger brother were standing there with a group of their friends. Apparently they went and closed down a strip club, which they considerately didn't invite me to. I don't know if they moved in stealth mode, or I was just paying more attention to the creep in front of me, but they really showed up at the right time. My older brother is 6'3" and has the build of a medium-sized refrigerator. My younger brother is an army veteran and stands at 6 feet. The man simply apologized and began making his way out of my space. My older brother told him not to come back. I gave them both the biggest hug. I was really lucky to have them show up when they did. I was lucky enough to have gotten the guy in a picture while I was taking a photo with a friend. We talked to the head of security about it in the morning and they said that they would deal with it. Not sure how that will be handled, but I'm glad something is being done. I know I was in theoretical danger, but that's just my thought process because the active danger was prevented. I know I should be more cautious sometimes, and I'm working on it. One thing is for sure though, no matter what happens with whoever, I'm not going to stop existing because of it. This scene happened when I was 21 years old. It is in a smaller town outside of a huge city in the Midwest. This was 1981. I worked at fast food and they stayed open until 3 in the morning. My then husband worked for a bowling alley as a manager and he was never off before 2 in the morning. I was expecting my first child and business was slow, so I was sent home about 1 in the morning. In the town we lived in there was a large private girls' college. Women were being warned to lock their car doors because 2 males were still on the loose that were targeting women around my age. They were sometimes following them home and attacking or forcing a woman alone late at night off the road. The men were violating and killing the women. They had killed 3 women by this point. 2 of the women were found on deserted roads and 1 in her apartment. There was no description of these men or what kind of vehicle they drove. I left work, climbed into my car, locked my doors, and started for home. The hair on the back of my head stood up on end and my gut feeling told me something was very wrong. I figured out that I was being followed home. I took several turns around town trying to shake this car, but to no avail. The advice given was that if you thought you were being followed, to drive to the police station. We had recently moved to this area, so I had no idea where the police station was. I was terrified, panicked, and couldn't think what to do. This was in the days of no cell phones, but the pay phones were made in different areas where you could drive up to them, sit in the driver's seat, put your window down, and the pay phones had a longer cord to enable you to stay in your car and talk. You still had to deposit money in order to talk even when you were calling 911. I thought briefly about trying to get to one of these phones, but I was too scared and didn't think I could have a coin ready in time before these men could have time to approach me. My parents lived about 4 streets over from where I lived, and I decided the safest decision was to try to make it to my parents' house. I was still being followed when I got to my parents' house. There was a short block you could go around by my parents, and I went around this block about 3 times, and every time I did I honked the horn. You would have thought laying on the horn would have discouraged these creeps for continuing to follow me, but it had no effect. If anything, they moved in closer behind me. I pulled into their driveway and these creepers pulled right in behind me, turned their lights off, and I heard their doors open and shut. I was beyond terror. At this point, they were out of their car, one coming up on one side and one on the other. My parents' house was a split level and you pulled up in front of a double car garage. In order to get in the house, you had to go in through garage door or front door, and front door was to left a driveway about 2 car lengths away plus a set of steps. I laid on the horn again. They still kept coming. My dad, who is retired military, oftentimes stayed up late at night watching television. Thank God he did this night. All of a sudden, he turned the porch light on and burst out the front door. He assessed the situation instantly and started yelling at these creeps to get away from my car, all the while barreling down the steps towards them. At first, they didn't retreat very fast, but must have thought better. My dad is very big boned and about 6'4". He had a brother that played in college football and he wore a size 15 shoe. He made it to the front of their car and pounded on the hood of it before they were able to burn rubber reversing out of the driveway. While he was unable to get a license number because they didn't have a front plate, he was able to describe them and give make and model to police. Police told me how fortunate I was that my dad had realized what a dire situation I was in. I still get chills thinking back to that night. I remember it as if it were yesterday. My dad said he thought he heard a car honk more than once and then he heard me in the driveway. He had just shut off the television and was heading for bed when I pulled in. Thank God my dad acted so quickly or I might not be writing this today. This incident has caused me to be hyper aware of my surroundings and I never turn into my driveway without making sure I am not followed. Always be mindful of where you are and don't walk around with your headphones on or phone pressed to your ear. You never know when you may be an opportunistic moment for someone with ill intentions. Know where your local police station is, and if you ever get chills something is wrong, drive into the police station. The police did capture these creeps about 2 weeks later and they didn't get a 4th victim. They were both on probation for kidnapping and violating women and served their time and decided killing their victims left no witnesses. My dad is still my hero today. His quick actions prevented me from being the 4th victim. In the color, model, and make of car my dad described was the description of what they were driving when they were arrested. This happened about 10 years ago when I lived in Boston with my husband. I had totally forgotten all about it, but something I read today reminded me of it. We lived in this old crappy building in Jamaica Plains. It was our first place out of college and it was cheap. That's all that mattered at the time. The building was one in a row of other apartment buildings that had separate entrances but shared a common roof and basement. So you could enter one building, walk down to the basement, and access the basements of the other buildings. Yeah, not very safe. The shared laundry room for the 3 to 4 buildings was in the basement and I hated being down there. It was cold and always had that eerie fluorescent lighting with 1 or 2 lights flickering that just made you depressed. Most of the other residents were college students and were at class during the day. I worked nights back then, so I used some of the daytime hours to do laundry since the laundry room was pretty empty at that time. Luckily on this day, my husband was off from work too, so we were just hanging out, taking breaks from watching Netflix and cooking to go down there and load up the machines. When we went down there to get our last load from the dryer, it still had a few minutes left, so we decided to wait for it. While we were talking, this man speed walked into the laundry room. I was sitting on top of one of the broken machines and there was a list of do not do things on the wall that said not to do that. So at first I thought he was coming to give me a hard time about it, but then I noticed that he was really disheveled looking. His clothes were dirty, he hadn't brushed his hair or shaven for a long time, and he looked like he was definitely on something. He came up to me and held out this large piece of colored craft paper and said, "You need to have this." I took it and looked down at it. It looked like something that kids would make at Sunday school, or maybe something that would be posted on a pin-up board at a church and listed the 10 commandments. Well, 6 or 7 of them because it had been ripped. His eyes looked totally crazed, massive pupils and bloodshot. He was looking at my body in a creepy way. He was either on a ton of something or was having a mental health episode. Maybe both. He seemed like he was waiting for me to say something back and getting a bit impatient about it, but I didn't exactly know what to say. My mind was just stuck on reboot. I was trying to think of rational reasons he would give a stranger a piece of craft paper with some commandments on it, but there probably wasn't a rational reason. My husband broke the silence and said, "Hey man, thanks a lot. This is great." The guy seemed satisfied with that, mumbled something and went out of the laundry room and back into the connecting hallway. Once he was gone, we got our laundry, went upstairs and called the landlord. She called the cops, but once they got there they couldn't find him. I highly doubt they searched all the floors of all the buildings, but he could have left. I don't know if he would have hurt me if I was alone, but I definitely wouldn't have diffused or handled the situation as easily. Needless to say, I never went down there alone again. This happened when I was 14. I'm 17 at the moment and still linger on the memory. I was home alone that night as my mom was working an overnight shift and my older brother didn't live at home at the time, so therefore I had the house to myself. I'd say it was maybe 9 or 9:30 at night, and I was in my room working on homework and listening to music with my headphones in, loud enough to where I really couldn't hear things. I remember for a fact that all of the doors were locked, and I stayed home alone pretty often, so I didn't have a reason to worry. Maybe an hour later, I decided to take my headphones out and take a break from homework. I heard noises in my kitchen and footsteps walking around downstairs, which was odd because my mom wasn't supposed to be home until 7 the next morning, but she could have taken an early night for whatever reason. But just to make sure, I locked my bedroom door and texted her asking if she came home. It took her about 10 minutes to respond, but when she did, she said no, she was still at work, and why I asked. At that point I was freaking out because my mom and brother are the only ones with keys into the house, and myself of course, so I decided to text my brother. Sure enough, he said no, he wasn't in the house, so I told both him and my mom about the situation, and my brother wasn't far from the house, so he said he would be there soon and to call the cops. As I was trying to find a hiding spot in my room with my phone to call the police, I heard my name called from downstairs. That got me thinking, did whoever was in the house know me personally, a family friend maybe? I didn't respond out of fear of who knew my name it was calling it, and I didn't recognize the voice. I called the cops and was on the phone with them when my name was called again, followed by I know you're up there, and I heard someone starting to walk up the stairs. Again, I didn't respond, but I was pure terrified. The police assured me they were on the way and to stay put. I was still texting my brother while this was all happening. He informed me he was 5 minutes away. That's when I heard the front door slam. After I heard the door slam, about 5 minutes later, the police arrived and assured me it was them and that I could come out. Shortly after my brother arrived back home, the police looked around the property and all over the house, but there was no trace of whomever was once here. However, there was damage on the door and lock from being forged open and looked to be done by some sort of tool to pick the lock. Everything turned out okay because nothing was taken, oddly enough, but the upsetting part is whomever was in my house wasn't found. From that night forward though, we got cameras installed and got a better lock. At the time of this story, I was 17 to 18. I'm a woman. This was back in 2021 to 2022 when I worked at a grocery store. So the first coworker, we'll name him Liam. Liam was in his middle to late 20s but looked younger. One day as I was working self-checkout, and when working self-checkout you have to put bags away at each station. So I talked to Liam for a split second and he gave me his number. It was chilly, you know, I thought nothing of it. However, an important note is that I blush at everything. So when we talked and I blushed, I think he took it the wrong way. Well, someone told him my age. I thought everyone knew I was underage because on my badge it had an asterisk next to it at my job meaning underage. Well, he sent me a long text message asking if I was about to turn 18 and if so he would wait for me to turn 18 to have screw with me. The creep, I know. I showed some coworkers, but since sadly he did his job, I was told not to say anything because even if I did they would keep him there. So I gave up and just blocked him. Now Liam works with the other creep, let's name him, who was younger to middle 20s. We was somehow on a whole other level of creep. I only worked at this job for a year because it got so bad with Will. Will, when I first started, seemed like a normal guy with a ton of piercings. The first time me and Will talked was when he was helping me find stuff and showing me where to put it. At that time he seemed nice enough, but something in me was kind of iffy about him. My brain knew something, but I shrugged it off and he went back to work after a co-worker told him to. I just worked, and after a few months there I gave him 2 rides to his house where nothing weird happened. He never did anything to me, but looking back I wish I never did. At this point I'm 18 and it's winter in the Midwest. Will became creepier once he found out I knew about him. My coworkers told me about how he made a list of the underage girls and ranked their butts, all underage every single one, and did other things to the minors like groping them. After finding that out, I looked at him in a new light and everything he said was creepy to me, such as telling me details of his bed life, dating a minor while I worked there, flirting with me and making inappropriate comments, and just other things of that same nature. And yes, I did tell him I was uncomfortable, and no, it didn't stop him. Well, one day on my break I worked up the courage to confront him. This man had the best manipulation tactics and almost threw me off if I wasn't so solid on it, saying I didn't do that and if I did it was a joke. Then I broke down crying in front of me. I ended the conversation with I no longer want to be friends with you, and after that it seemed fine. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. The minute I came back inside and went to self-checkout he immediately talked to a guy, let's call him Dave. Dave told me a month before I quit that Will was trying to say I was making things up about him and how I was a bad person, but at the time Dave lied to me saying that Will wasn't telling him about that situation. Then a guy at work, shout out out to you, Jay. If you ever see this, somehow you're a hero. He listened to me and I broke down with him and what happened. Well, apparently Jay's wife came in and Will hit on her immediately. That's the type of person Will was, a creep. I called my UD rep and cried to him for about an hour on the phone. I told him everything I could, but nothing came of it besides my bosses saying hush and giving me a 50-cent raise. Thanks. Anyway, after that, Will made my life miserable and would always try to be close to me, knowing the higher ups told him to stay away. It got so bad I was breaking down every shift because he was making me so uncomfortable. Well, I had enough of it, and the higher ups asked me nicely why, and I told them Will still wasn't leaving me alone, and even though I put my 2 weeks and I made it to 1 to 2 more shifts before I just stopped showing up altogether thanks to Will. After I quit, they questioned a lot of people and had enough evidence to fire him. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I'm a 24-year-old woman, and I decided to spend my day fly fishing on the river with some of my friends. What started as a pretty common day of fishing ended up being a very uncomfortable one. My friends and I hit the river a little bit before noon. We have a specific spot that we usually go to that isn't frequented very often, but due to the weekend, they did have more people than normal. Not as much in comparison to other areas, but still more than usual. There were 4 of us in total, but we scattered around the riverbank. For the most part, I had eyes on everyone though. Right next to where I had my stuff set up, a gentleman decided to lay his own stuff down and even set up a folding chair near mine. I was fishing, so I didn't really care, but after I caught one, I went to put it on ice, and that's when this guy initiated conversation. He introduced himself and I gave him my name, but didn't offer much more. He started making small talk, which I'm not a fan of. I never know what to say. I grabbed a beer from one of our ice chests, and he asked if he could bum one. I feel that was a bit of a rude question, but I gave him one as a good gesture because it was a holiday weekend. We always usually end up making friends with somebody, and offering a beer or two is usually one of our customs as a group, so this wasn't extremely off. But people generally wait until we offer is the point I'm getting at. I got back in the river and cast my line out. He stood about 5 feet away from me and kept talking. I listened to him, not that I had much choice, but gradually started moving away from him. He kept following me, which is a big no-go for me. He started making some very inappropriate comments and asked some very inappropriate questions. Some are as follows: do you have a boyfriend? I'll probably be a lesbian after this. Are you wearing a push-up bra? I'm wearing waders, so how can you possibly get that inaccurate information? When was the last time you did the dirty? Probably more recently than you did. What's the biggest you've ever had? In this river, about a 10-pound largemouth. I know what you mean and I'm not biting. You want to go and have some fun. I was having plenty of fun before you showed up. I got tired of the questions and am not taking the hint, so I moved downstream where one of my guy friends were. I told him the guy was bugging me and I needed to find a new spot. My friend started waddling out of the river to go talk to him, but he had moved away by that time. With the guy gone, we were able to continue fishing in peace. After a couple more hours on the river, we collected our belongings and headed back to the parking lot of the fly shop we parked at. Moving all of our gear back and forth took about an hour by itself, and in that time, I noticed that the creep was still around. I told my friend about it again, but I stopped him and my other friend from going over to him. Didn't seem worth the trouble, plus the guy stood at about 6'4" to 6'5" based on my observations, and I just didn't want anyone getting hurt on my behalf. After about another hour, we all parted ways for the time being, but we're going to meet up later to cook our catch. I went into the fly shop to grab a Coke, which left me as the only remaining one from our group. This is where the story gets scarier in my opinion. I was at my truck and had removed my waders and threw them in the back. Then I grabbed a shirt from my bag to change into. Lo and behold, look who walks up. Here myself is alone in a parking lot and not close enough to the shop to go for help. And this creep refers to my shorts as coochie cutters. He was getting dangerously close to me, so I told him to get away. When he continued, I officially felt threatened. I grabbed my pistol from my truck door and gave him 45 reasons that he would be making a mistake. He immediately turned around and said he was just joking. He then proceeded to speed walk back towards the tree line. I drove away, feeling surprisingly normal, but pulled over at one point and started crying. I pulled into a gas station on my way home when I saw a wildlife and fisheries agent, where I explained the encounter and filed a report. He told me that he would contact the sheriff's office, who did reach back out to me this morning, where I filed a separate report. Unfortunately, I know how police reports go, and I know this guy won't be investigated, but I think I dodged a bullet, and so did he. From now on, I'll be sure to keep company with me until I'm ready to leave. I had the strangest experience while on my regular commute to work this morning and felt I wanted to share as I can't get this off my mind. I, a 26-year-old woman, took my regular bus route I take to work. For context, this is a 1 hour and 30-minute bus journey. I got on the double-decker bus and sat in my usual spot upstairs. The bus is completely empty when I get on, until this man comes upstairs. I have my headphones on so I can't hear him trying to speak to me. Only when I saw a waving in my face did I notice he was sat in front of me. He asked, "May I sit next to you, please?" Me, being the shy, non-confrontational person I am, stupidly said yes. He comes and sits next to me so close that we're touching, and with every small move I make to be further away from him, squishing myself up against the window, he sits closer. He starts by introducing himself and asks me for my name. I knew where this was going and felt like this would be a typical case of flirting which I could easily dismiss. He asks if I live alone as one of his opening questions to me, to which I promptly replied stating I had a long-term boyfriend. He told me he's unsurprised as I'm a beautiful girl. I sit uncomfortably trying my best to ignore him and stare out the window. Every time I do this, he taps my shoulder to gain my attention. He tells me how I'm the first person in a long time to allow him to speak to them, and how he is incredibly lonely and how he feels he has no purpose. He asks how he could meet someone like me along with other questions related to making friends. He asks me where I'm going and I say I'm going to work. He tells me he's leaving the bus at a certain spot but would love to stay on the bus with me and accompany me to work. For context, his stop was 30 minutes into the journey. He would need to stay on for an extra hour to do this. My heart dropped when he said this, in my head figuring out what to do if he wouldn't leave and stayed on the bus with me. I told him I didn't want him to which he replied saying it's okay. He was sure he would see me on the bus again. He asked me what days and time of the week I worked to make sure he would be on the bus to get to know me better. I responded with a lie saying I very rarely get this bus and how I never normally work at this time. He carries on and asks if I would be his friend, practically begging while telling me how much of a failure in life he is. I told him sure, to which he acted elated, thanking God and telling me that I made his entire life. He was telling me how he had plans to cook dinner for me. I tried my hardest to ignore him. However, he keeps tapping my shoulder asking me various questions in an attempt to get to know me better. He asks me specifically what my goals and aspirations are in life. I keep my answers vague and short. He tells me now that we have met it is his goal in life to become my best friend. We get towards his stops and he asks for my number. I tell him no. He then asks for my social media. I tell him no. He looks physically hurt by this. He shakes my hand once more and says he hopes he sees me again soon. That interaction was so creepy. I was a second-year college student when this took place. I was coming back home from college, which was only a 20-minute drive. Every day, I get off the bus, walk through a narrow path which led to a set of railway tracks, and wait for my brother to pick me up on the opposite side of the railway tracks. My mother always warned me to be careful at that place since it was a hangout spot for crackheads. I've never encountered anyone, though. One day, as I was walking to my waiting spot, I noticed a guy, probably in his middle to late 20s, looking at me and somewhere further away simultaneously while walking away. I wondered what his deal was but shrugged it off. I reached my waiting spot and there was no one else besides me. A couple of minutes went by when I heard someone coughing. This seemed strange since I was the only one there. The sound came from somewhere behind me, so I turned to look back. There was a person standing probably 50 meters away from me. He appeared to be in his early to middle 40s. He was way too well dressed to assume he was a crackhead. He was standing behind a pillar which was somewhat secluded and was staring at me. At first, I thought he might be peed or something, but to my horror, he was whacking it. He wanted to make his presence and what he was up to known to me. I felt disgusted. In my 20 years of life, I had never been in any situation like this before. I froze and didn't know what to do. That's when I realized my ex-boyfriend worked in a building right in front of me. We were on good terms at that time, even though we had broken up, or at least that's what I thought. I texted him, explaining everything in hopes that he'd help me. Yeah, I was dumb. However, to my surprise, he replied, "Why are you asking me for help? I'm not your boyfriend anymore. Go ask your current boyfriend." My boyfriend and I were in a long-distance relationship, so there was no way he could make it there on time. This was truly shocking since I never expected him to behave that way, especially when I was in a potentially dangerous situation. I felt helpless. I could still see the man through my peripheral vision, whacking it without taking his eyes off of me. I wasn't ready to give up on myself. I gathered the courage and started to walk away. I walked to another spot where there were other people and waited there. Looking back, I really regret not recording the man in the act and reporting him to the cops. but I was too shocked to think straight. I never saw him again, even though I continued taking the same route because why should I back down fearing a pervert who couldn't control himself? Later, I realized that the first guy probably saw this man whacking it and chose to walk away silently even though he saw me walking at the same direction. My heart goes out to the family of the creepy guy. What if they don't know anything about his malicious acts and consider him the best son, husband, or father? I'm a 29-year-old woman, and while I'm well traveled and have been around quite a bit, I do occasionally make some pretty rookie mistakes. My fault, and I make no excuses. I try to remain diligent and alert, but I'm very capable of letting my guard down. So after being here in the United States for about 2 months, I decided that I was bored sitting around my unit watching 90 Day Fiancé, so I decided to make the old dating profiles again. I made no specific intentions known about what I was interested in accomplishing, as I don't really know myself. I just wanted someone to hang out with and see where it goes naturally. I ended up matching with this one guy who had shared interests with me. We chatted a bit over the app and eventually I felt okay to give him my number. After talking back and forth for a couple of weeks, I agreed to a meetup. We met at a pub and have a couple of drinks. I'll admit at first I didn't recognize him because he didn't resemble his photos to the extent that I was expecting. He didn't look bad by any means, but I could tell that he used older pictures and edited them enough to where he seemed more appealing. I swear I'm not trying to sound superficial because he was cute, just not what I was expecting. But I also think we've hit a point in social media culture where it's safe to assume that we won't see the same thing in real life as we do online. And that's okay. We did hit it off. We discussed the usual first date stuff, then we got into more detail. I told him about back home and work and how life was different than here in the States. At one point we were talking and holding hands and I felt comfortable enough to let him kiss me. Well, he asked me as we were leaving if I wanted to go back to his place for a cup of coffee. I told him I knew what coffee really meant and that I didn't want to do that on a first date. He assured me it would be 1 cup of coffee and that he would give me a lift home so that I didn't have to call an Uber. I accepted his offer and we walked to his apartment, which was a few blocks away. As we were going upstairs, he made a few questionable remarks. He mentioned how I wasn't like most girls because I accepted his invitation and alluded that you never know, I could be a psychopath. He then motioned with his eyes down to my dress and inquired about my breast size. I told him again that I was sorry, but the night would not end with him getting lucky. As we got into his unit, he dismissed himself to the toilet and left me sitting on his bed. It was a studio and he didn't have a couch. As I'm sitting there and waiting for him to finish doing whatever he was actually doing, I noticed in the corner by his bed that he had 2 masks. One was a cartoon looking goat mask and another was a cat or maybe a tiger. What was more alarming was that he also had a Bowie knife and a small woodcutter's axe only a short distance away from them. Upon further observation, I also noticed there was a black jumper draped over a dresser. Then on his bedside table, there were a pair of latex gloves. Okay, I don't much feel like being murdered tonight. I got up and calmly left the unit. Then I made haste down the stairs and down the street where I was able to catch a lift. Now look, I may have just really hurt his feelings because he had no malicious intent, but if that's all that happened, then I prefer that over the possible alternative. All of these items alone wouldn't have been that bad, but all of these random items within a short walk from each other, I'd rather just not chance it. I do feel bad for leaving a person, but I don't feel bad about leaving what could have potentially been a dangerous situation. That along with his random personality change was enough for me to make the call that I made. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I just turned 21. I've lived in this apartment complex with my mom since 2016. People come and go. Most of the tenants have been here for a long time, though longer than we've been here. We have a nice, safe community and it's a nice old town. Everyone kind of knows each other. This guy moved in. I'm not sure when exactly. It's certainly been less than a year. His mom has been living here for a while and he recently moved in with her. I just learned yesterday with a very forced uncomfortable encounter that he's 40. This isn't my first encounter with him either. He approached me in January of this year asking me if I was single and calling me beautiful. I told him I wasn't looking for anything and that was that. He wasn't harsh with me or anything. 2 days ago, I heard this awful male voice furiously yelling outside. The same man was outside yelling at the top of his lungs because he thought he heard someone call him a crackhead. This isn't the first time he's yelled outside for everyone to hear. He's gotten in verbal fights with some other dude tenant living here. Anyways, after storming the parking lot yelling, he eventually went inside and started yelling at residents from the top of his balcony. I went out to get coffee yesterday. I get home. I was looking down at my phone to turn my loud music music off and I happened to look up. He's standing right outside of my car on my driver's side. I turn my car off and I open my door and he immediately starts crying. He started apologizing to me, saying that he's sorry if he hurt my feelings or offended me or my mom. I didn't get smart with him because I remembered how fast he snaps and gets angry. I was too nice, if anything. He then started telling me bits of his life story and how he's battling with depression and how he has a drug problem. He even goes on to tell me how he has a son. He then started telling me that he saw me leave and that he was looking through the blinds and saw me come back. He was saying how he felt like he had to come out and talk to me. He was watching me through the blinds. I feel absolutely awful. His apartment is right across the parking lot from ours, so he has a perfect view of us walking to our cars. I don't know what to do and I don't know where to turn. I want to move back in with my grandparents, and my mom won't move back in until one of them passes. We lived there with them for a really long time, and this apartment was the crown jewel of our freedom and independence. I understand why she doesn't want to go back, but I don't feel safe here. Last year, I had an experience with an obsessive ex showing up outside of my window in the night, so I have that on my radar, and now there's this guy. I don't want to live like this. I am so stressed and insanely paranoid. We do have Ring cameras. My mom is getting another one for the front window, but I hate that we have to live like this. My dad is in a different state and he lives in a gated neighborhood, but I don't feel entirely safe in his house. My 10-year-old little brother is on the autism spectrum amongst other things and has random, violent outbursts and gets physical. I feel I can never turn my back on him. They lock all their doors in the house and it's like Fort Knox over there. You go to the bathroom, lock the door. You go in the privacy of your own room, lock the door. It's insanity. I'm in college right now. I do have a game planned, but in the meantime, I'm here. I can't make sense of this incident, but it creeped me out. Around this time of year back then, I would walk a bike path daily to this little man-made waterfall and back. It ventured through several parks but was overall in a pretty urban area. It was around 3 to 4 in the afternoon on this day. The bike path dipped several times under street overpasses, and it's always a little spooky and sketch feeling directly in the center of the dip since it's like a little tunnel created by the overhead pass. Anyway, I was walking down the dip and I hear a bike coming down the hill fast behind me. I step further to the right but don't really look back and was startled at the fact that the cyclist practically grazed me as it passed instead of giving me a wide berth. I was kind of flustered and annoyed. It all happened so fast. Then the woman stopped a little bit ahead of me and started to look back at me, and I thought, oh, confrontation. But when she looked my direction, I realized the cyclist was actually just a really large child that I'd mistaken for an adult. It was still kind of dark where she stopped, so I couldn't fully see her expression, but she stayed still with her head facing me for several seconds. I could tell by her silhouette that she was indeed staring back at me. She was just frozen and silent, propped up on the bike with her foot out, and it creeped me out. I wondered if maybe she was nonverbal and just expressing frustration about our near collision in the only way she knew how. Anyway, I stopped walking towards her because it felt a little eerie, and I just gently waved or something in acknowledgement. I don't think I said hi or anything. I don't really remember. Anyway, she suddenly turned and pedaled off in the same direction I was headed. She wasn't with an adult or anyone that I could see. I kind of stopped thinking about it as I walked because she just seemed like an annoyed kid. But as I got to the start of the trail, I noticed something under my car. The trail meets up with public parking, which happens to be at a public school lot. It briefly borders the parking lot so I could see something under my car as I approached. I realized it was a bike, and to this day I'm still 95% sure it was the girl's bike. It was under the back of my car, like someone tried to lay it down flat and shove it under there. I still feel extremely disturbed remembering it because I can't for the life of me think of an explanation behind any of this. At the time I was worried someone in the lot was watching me as I noticed the bike and removed it, but I didn't see anyone or have any problems as I left. I just leaned the bike against a tree and bailed. I didn't pay close attention to many details about the bike when I saw the girl because it was such a brief encounter, but I remember thinking it looked drab because it was white on gray, or something very plain. I guess I could be wrong about it being her bike and it could have been a coincidence. I was 17, it was my graduation year, so all my time was devoted in studying and preparing to my exams. After school, I went to additional evening classes on the other side of the city. School ended at 2:30 in the afternoon. Courses started about 4 and ended at around 7, so I returned home quite late. Usually, I went home with a friend from additional courses, but this time somehow I ended alone. I am a daydreamy type of person and I usually don't really pay attention to surroundings, so it was no shock when I bumped into a man while going on the sidewalk. I said I'm sorry and and kept going, but something felt strange. I understood that the man didn't respond, so I turned around to see what's wrong. Well, I expected some kind of response like it's okay, so I turned around and saw that he stayed still there where I bumped into him. His body was half turned to me and he silently stared in my eyes. I felt shivers down my back. I remembered that he was young, maybe 20 years old, with blonde short hair, and he wore a yellow-brown striped pullover and red scarf. It was early autumn, maybe September, chilly, but not cold yet, so he stared me in the eyes, then smiled, and slowly turned to me and started approaching. Silently, I was naive maybe, but not stupid to ask if everything is okay with him. Something was definitely not okay, so I turned away and quickly went away from him. But when I looked back, I saw that he was following me and kept staring right in my eyes, so I ran across the street, just right when the red light turned on, hoping that this strange man will stay back. But he just kept following me on the other side of the road, and he kept staring at me silently all the time, so I ran. It was not some suburbs district, but that day strangely there were no people around, so nobody really to help. And also, what would I say? Help. Some creep keeps looking at me and walking on the opposite side of the street. I ran as fast as I could with my zero physical ability and a heavy bag full of textbooks on my back. Next traffic light was already near, so I understood that the creep would probably cross the road to my side soon. But Subway was near too. I don't think I have ever ran so fast in my life. When light went green, I didn't even turn back because I felt that gaze on me. I just ran to the subway and jumped in the first available train. He didn't follow me to the subway, and I have never seen him again. Never told the police to, cause he didn't actually do anything. He didn't even talk to me. I've never heard his voice. This was still one of the most creepy and upsetting encounters I had. I, a 32-year-old woman, live in a pretty small town with one main grocery store. Last year, the store hired a new employee, a large, older man probably in his 50s. The guy would be stalking a certain part of the store, and he'd always strike up a conversation with me and try to talk to my kids. I would consider him overly friendly, but I am an introvert, so I thought maybe it was just me. I was polite but short. I think most people would have gotten that I clearly didn't want to be bothered. Well, one day a few months ago, he approached me and told me that it was his last day on the job and that I should come visit him at his new job, which was kind of weird in and of itself because I do not know this person. I was relieved it was his last day because I always dreaded running into him. He just gave me a bad feeling, like he'd asked me over and over if I needed help after I already said no. He would also say weird things like that we were his favorite part of the day. It just made me uncomfortable. The following day, after his last day of working there, I had to run back to the store for a couple of things I'd forgotten. I saw him as soon as I entered and quickly turned away, hoping to avoid him. I thought it was weird because he had said the previous day was his last day. I quickly walked through the store trying to get what I needed as fast as possible. I saw him down every other aisle. He looked like he was looking for me, like he was craning his head. I was picking up the last thing I needed when he quickly, practically running, came up and offered me some chips he was eating. I declined. He started talking to me, asking questions about how I was, what I was up to, the brand of chips he was eating. He was just trying to make conversation with me. Then he started saying that he expected to see me at his new job again. I made some non-committal comment. It was about to say have a nice day and walk away when he got very close, like inches from me, asked me how I was in a really weird way, and he was staring at my ring finger. I had taken off my wedding band when lifting weights that morning and forgot to put it back on. I said I'm good and started to push my cart forward when he freaky full on hugged me. I do not know this person. I completely froze. I wish I'd made a scene. I wish I'd shoved him. I wish I'd yelled. I don't know why I just stood there. Who freaking walks up and hugs a stranger? He stood back and looked at me to see how I'd react. He winked at me and said have a good day and walked off. I should have started screaming at him. I started literally shaking and bolted down the next aisle and started crying. It felt gross. It felt like he was seeing how far he could push it. I was scared he'd follow me home or that he'd be in the parking lot, but he wasn't. I started crying when I told my husband about it. My husband was really ticked off at the nerve of that creep. He asked around about him at work, and some people that had gone to school with him said that I should be careful. It's such a small town, I frequently worry I'll run into him again. So I had a 23-year-old woman and live on my own. I just moved out to the area for school and went to my local Walmart to gather supplies for cleaning. As I walked in, I took note of an older man near the entrance that I briefly made eye contact with and nodded at and just kept walking. Looked at folders for a bit and then made my way towards the electronics section at the back to look for a charger. I was making my way through the aisles on the way down looking at the fall decorations. Lots of them were geared towards kids, so I just glanced at them quickly and turned around to leave. The same man was there. I didn't hear him walk into the aisle and was holding/inspecting some paper plates with childish Halloween designs on them for kids. I thought that was a little strange but brushed it off thinking he had grandkids. I left and made my way to the electronics section where they kept chargers behind locked glass doors. I'm there for about 7 to 8 minutes and the same old man shows up. At this point I'm pretty far from where I last saw him, and I see in the reflection in the glass that he is checking out my butt as he walks by. I brush it off because I'm used to men making quick glances like that in public and left it at that. He is looking at the display behind me at the other side, goes to leave, and then this is where it's creepy. He stands right behind me and starts aggressively eyeing me up and down while licking his lips, paying particular attention to my backside and my legs. He's bastardly undressing me with his eyes. At this point he was giving off massive creep vibes and I started shaky with adrenaline. I was alone in the aisle with him and was afraid he would try to grab me. I stay calm despite my throat feeling like it had a ball in it and wait for him to leave. He does. Then I go to a random aisle nearby electronics, but in the general part of the store, I noticed there were 2 men behind the electronics counter and wanted to stay near them if something went wrong, and waited a few minutes just standing there to see if he showed up. I wanted to confirm if he was following me or not. Sure enough, 5 minutes later there he was. I caught him quite literally speed walking down the main walkway, looking down each aisle as if frantically looking for me. He stopped dead, saw me notice him, and then promptly scurried off. Went to electronics section and informed them I was being followed and was not comfortable and asked if there was security. They don't have any, just theft prevention, and they offered to check me out there or accompany me to finish shopping. They were very kind and I took them up on the offer to get my cleaning supplies nearby. As we turned together, the same guy was standing further away staring. He literally just increased the radius he was using to follow me and was watching from the front by the registers now. I get my stuff, check out, and then weave through all of the clothing sections to leave from a different section than the one I originally entered in and saw him from. I didn't see him at all this whole time, got to my car, promptly drove to my new place, but stopped halfway at a random neighborhood. I pulled over and pretended that was my house to see if anyone tailed me, did not want this guy finding out where I lived, and then drove home when I didn't see anyone. I may be overreacting, but this is a new area to me and I've never had someone be quite that creepy and persistent in following me. I've done things on my own plenty of times and never had an issue. This all happened in the middle of the day at like 3 in the afternoon too. I was wearing loose clothing and just wanted to make a quick trip in and out. I have no idea what could have happened if I didn't notice or what his intentions might have been. I can't imagine they were good. Maybe he would have followed me to my new place. Who knows? Either way, the whole encounter was scary. He had no clue I saw his reflection and the nasty expression on his face. This happened a couple of years ago. I, a 26-year-old woman, was walking my dog in my local field. It was dark, but it wasn't late. It was winter time in the United Kingdom, so it was maybe 6 in the afternoon. The field is mainly used for rugby football, but is completely free to walk through whenever. It is also surrounded by houses and street lights on the roads, but the field itself is dark, so I had brought a torch with me, mainly so I didn't trot in any dog poop. I've come in one entrance of the field, and I'm following a path that leads to another exit/entrance. I use the field to make a loop back around onto the road and back to my house, giving my dog some off-lead time whilst in the field. Anyway, as I'm walking up the field, I notice a figure walk in the exit/entrance I was going to use to leave. I keep my eye on this figure as they have very dark clothing on and their hood up. I'm shining my torch as I'm walking, so I know the person knows I'm there as it's very obvious. At first I wasn't nervous, more so just being vigilant. My dog is a wonderful German Shepherd, so as you can imagine I feel pretty safe with her. It wasn't until I saw the person duck down behind a bush/tree. There is lots of new trees/bushes planted sporadically up the part of the field that isn't used for sports that I absolutely froze. I was about 200 feet from the exit but would have to walk past the bush they hid behind to get to it. I call my dog over and get her back on the lead so she is close. By this point she is also hyper alert due to the person behind the bush. With that, I hear a weird, high-pitched voice that sounded like they were saying my dog's name. I assume they heard me call her. They said it 3 to 4 times in this longed out high-pitched voice. It's clearly coming from the person hiding. Luckily, my dog wasn't reacting to it as it probably barely sounded like her name to her. I had a moment of shall I fight or flight. Either I, 1, run past the bush and try for the exit, or 2, turn around and run back into the dark field and make for the other exit, a lot further away, or 3, confront this person. My dog at this point hackles up, ears up, and is very alert in front of me, all while still maintaining a wonderful sense of calm. I went with number 3. I confronted that guy. I mustered up every bit of courage and confidence I had and shouted at the top of my voice, "What are you doing?" The hooded man came out from the bush very quickly without saying anything, and I said the same thing again. What are you doing trying to scare a young woman? I'm so glad my voice didn't shake/break when I said it, as I really was terrified at this point. He started to stutter and said, oh, I thought you were someone I knew. I answered back and said, who hides from someone they think they know in a dark field. After that, he apologized a couple times and continued to skulk down the rest of the field, and I made for a swift exit with my dog. God knows what his intentions were. Maybe he thought I had a smaller dog and was going to try attack me. Maybe he saw my dog and realized, no chance. Or maybe he really did think I was someone he knew. Whatever it was weird and scary. For the last couple of years, I have been dealing with a creep who lives on my street. This street is a through road, and the creep lives about 1 block down on the other side of the street from me. It started with him trying to speak to me when I was walking my dogs. I walked around the corner of a building and he was there in front of me. He seemed kind of awkward, and I said hi in response to his greeting and kept walking. But then he was at the same place the following morning. When he was there on the 3rd day, I realized that he wasn't walking and we happened to see each other. He was waiting at that spot, so I decided to walk a bit earlier. That worked okay for about a week. Then he was there again. I adjusted my route to avoid that spot. Again, that lasted about a week. I turned into a side street around a high fence and there he was. I again changed the timing of my walk and he worked it out after about a week. I kept changing things up for the next few months and periodically would see him when walking. About that time, I hurt my foot. While I was recovering, my husband was walking the dogs instead of me. Then I happened to be in the local supermarket on the weekend and the creep is there. I keep seeing him as I'm walking around and he queued up behind me at the register and tries talking to me. I got out of the store really fast while he was being checked out and left. Now I should add that at this stage, the creep seemed to be to possibly have an intellectual disability, but I wasn't thinking creep back then. I felt sorry for him. He seemed lonely. I am now aware that my judgment is off as a result of childhood traumas, but back then just thought that I needed to avoid him. So I'm back walking and I continue to change the times that I walk in my route. Occasionally I would see him, but generally I managed to avoid him. My husband and I then moved out of our home for a few months because the roof needed replacing and asbestos was found which had to be removed. We lived with family during this time. I don't think the creep has a car because I rarely saw him during this period. When I did see him, it was outside the supermarket elsewhere in town or near my work. When we moved back home, several months went by that I didn't see him when I was walking. I thought that thankfully he had lost interest. Then, when I least expected it, he comes seemingly out of nowhere and he's right in front of me. I can't cross the street at that point and my only options are to keep walking and get past him or to turn around and go back the way I came. Turning around with a dog on a lead can be tricky, so I just keep going. I don't make eye contact and move as fast as I can without running. As I'm passing, he says, "Good morning, sexy. How are you, gorgeous?" Although I wasn't confident the police would take me seriously, I went to the police. I am very grateful to the young officer who spoke to me. He acknowledged that up until that morning when the creep called me sexy, it was a bit iffy whether they could have got a restraining order. But with that plus his past behaviors and my attempts to mitigate the situation, the police would apply for a court order to stop him. I only knew his first name and address, but they were able to work out his full name and it was on my copy of the application paperwork. It has taken a few months, but he didn't contest the application and the personal safety order has been made. He is not permitted to approach me or attempt to speak to me and he is not to walk on the footpath past my house. He could walk on the other side of the street. Unfortunately, he has continued to walk past my house and I sometimes see him when I am out walking, which I am noting and reporting to the police every time he does. But he has not spoken to me since the order was made. So all in all, a pretty low level creep, right? Rug. I was sorting through old paperwork at work the other day as my office shreds and bins anything 7 years or older unless we need to keep it longer. I found a note that the creep had come into my work 7 years earlier, giving a different address and had spoken with me. Later, when I called him about his inquiry, he became inappropriate, that's what the note says, and was told the business would not be dealing with him anymore. Now I'm wondering if he moved to his current address because it was just down the street from my house. This happened about 6 years ago to me. I was a 20-year-old woman at the time and 2 other friends. I was 14 at the time of this story and we were seeing the new COMPILATIon. This was my second time seeing it, but I was super excited because my mom had decided that I could finally start getting dropped off when I hung out with friends instead of her accompanying us. After she dropped us off, we went inside, got our tickets and snacks at the concessions, then went to decide where we wanted to sit. This was before there was the assigned seating and you could just sit wherever you wanted. Of course, being teens and wanting to be on our own, we sat in the back so we would not interrupt the other movie watchers with our snickering and jokes. There weren't that many people there, maybe like 3 groups of kids and various other adults around them, but I did not pay much attention to them. We just wanted to be our own. Soon after we were settled, the trailer started and that's when he walked in. I did not pay much attention to him though, but I still noted that he was the last person to enter the theater. I can still remember exactly how he looked to this day. He must have been in his late 20s, maybe early 30s. He was Caucasian, had dark eyes, reddish/brown hair, and short beard. He was wearing running shoes, jeans, a white baseball hat, and a jacket over a shirt. He did a quick scan of the theater and he stopped with his head in our direction and started making his way up the steps, all the while he remained fixated on us. We were 1 row from the very back and he sat directly in front of us, right in front of my friend who was sat in the middle. This was the first more noticeable red flag. Soon after that the movie started, I immediately tried to focus it on the movie, but not long after it started, the man started twisting his hat so at times it faced forwards, then backwards on his head. That would not have been a problem if it wasn't for the fact that every time he adjusted his hat he would completely turn his head to stare at us, then smirk for a few seconds, then turn back. It continued on like this for almost the entirety of the first half of the movie. He would then giggle to himself quietly even if the movie was in no way comedic. The vibes were just so off on this guy, bordering on sinister. By then I had completely lost interest in the movie and remained unfocused on what he was doing. Soon enough he changed creep tactics, and every time the movie characters told a joke or said something remotely funny he would full on belly laugh and turn around toward us while laughing and making direct eye contact with each of us. And after he got tired of that one he would stand straight up and rotate to face us, smile creepily, then sit back down. I was literally so tensed up that I had stopped eating my candy, and now my friends had started exchanging uneasy glances with me, and I could tell that they were just as uncomfortable as I remember clearly my friend on my left grabbing my arm as the movie was getting closer to the end and whispering my name nervously with widened eyes. I replied with, "I know, I have been watching him." I had decided to start coming up with a plan. I already knew that the employees here were unreliable, so I decided to trust the only other thing I could think of without my mom there. It was almost the end of the movie and I turned and grabbed both my friends' arms and whispered to them as quietly as I could, "Guys, the moment the credits start I want y'all to run to the bathroom and I am going to call my mom to come in here and get us." "Okay." They nodded, both looking as terrified and uneasy as I felt. About 5 minutes later the credits started, and the moment they did, we bolted as quietly as we could. Of course in my mind every horror movie scenario was playing in my head with me being the last to leave the row, so when I got to the bottom of the stairs I decided to do the dumbest thing I could have done. Go easy on me, I was young and stupid and scared. I stopped and turned around as my friends ran ahead of me to the bathrooms. The theater was empty now, except for him in our row crawling around and looking under the seats. This felt like it lasted for a couple of minutes but could not have been more than a couple of seconds. I was just petrified. I couldn't move at that moment, but believe me I started moving again when his head popped up from the end of the row, and after a jerk motion scan of the room his eyes focused on me. I swear his eyes were so wide I could see the whites from all the way down there. That's when he got up and started running, and so did I. I bolted out of there, skidding on the slick carpet, and shot my way to the women's bathroom, which was 4 theater entrances ahead of me. I could see my friend peeking out the side of the entrance. As I got closer, I noticed that my other friend was not accompanying her. After I could speak again and was semi-breathing normally, we headed deeper into the stalls and I shakily asked her where our friend went. She told me that instead of running into the bathroom she shot off to the concessions where there are sometimes employees. This might have been my first option if I didn't know my theater well enough to know that it was a 50-50 chance for any employees to be there at that moment. We then calmed down a bit more, for we were now in the nosier and crowded bathrooms surrounded by other people and adults. After like 4 minutes, we decided to take a peek out of the entrance to see if he was there. And I kid you not, this dude was pacing back and forth in front of the entrance with the most angry look on his face, staring directly at me when I poked my head out. I still don't know why I didn't tell any of the women around us what was happening. We finally called my mom, close to tears, and told her what was happening. She immediately left the store she was at to come pick us up as she could hear we were very upset. After waiting a minute more, we decided to take another look outside, and thank God he was gone. We saw our friend standing near the front of the theater next to an employee. Turns out she had just been standing by the worker and watching the man run in my direction, then pace in front of the bathroom, then finally leave. She never said anything to the worker, which I thought was stupid then, and thinking back it's even stupider. But we were done. We waited for my mom to get there around the employee who never said anything to us and was probably confused. We finally saw her car pull up and raced out to it and told her to drive out of there quickly. After telling her what happened, she told us we were probably overreacting and he maybe thought we were cute and we were the ones who misunderstood the situation. Still kind of pissed at her for that. Very ignorant of a very knowledgeable and usually understanding woman, but maybe she was trying to comfort us. I don't know. All I know is that man did not have good intentions and we had every right to be as afraid as we were. Just thinking about it gives me the same goosebumps as I had in that theater. I know that if I saw him today, I would know exactly who he is. Stay safe, always trust your instincts. Even if you think you're overreacting, they're usually right. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Many years ago, before cell phones, a 20-year-old woman, had driven over to visit my grandmother and was on my way home. She lived in a very nice part of town. I had only recently got my driver's license, and in my state, you are required to display P plates in your car windows. The P stands for probationary, but we used to say pick on me or pervert magnet plates. In other words, just displaying those plates on your car pretty much guaranteed you were going to be hassled on the road as a young person. And also, if you drove a small white sedan, you were likely to be female, all the more reason to be hassled on the road back then. So I turned out of my grandmother's street onto the highway. There was no traffic on the highway when I turned onto it, and I had driven no more than 300 meters when I heard this sudden loud honky right behind me, frightening the bleep out of me. I stuck my arm out the window and waved a circle signal, motioning to pass me, in case the driver thought I was going too slow, which I wasn't. The car then pulled out and began driving right next to me. All of a sudden, this creepy older looking man in an expensive plain white sedan honked again and was motioning at me to pull over to the side of the road and wind my window down. I mouthed no at him. He got more insistent and looked angry as he continued driving right next to me, which is also illegal because he was blocking the entire highway. So creepy man let off a couple more short honks to make me look at him again and flashed this black wallet with some sort of raised metal, silver looking crest on it. He was now looking ragingly angry and was pointing at the shield wallet in his hand, like he thought it meant he was some sort of secret police and had some sort of authority to pull me over. As far as I was concerned, I had not done anything wrong. He was not police. My car was recently serviced, so I knew there was nothing wrong with it. There was no possible reason for this creepy looking guy to pull me over, and I was starting to feel more than a little frightened. I decided to brake suddenly so I could read his car's rear license plate in case he tried to run me off the road or something. In a split-second decision, I chucked an immediate left turn off the highway and drove fast down a few back streets and laneways. This was the area I had grown up in, walking around with my grandmother, so I knew exactly where I was going. I was so creeped out I did not check my rearview mirror for a couple of turns, so I had no idea if the guy tried to follow me or if he just took off down the highway. But either way, I lost him. Went to work on the Monday and told the story, and one of my older colleagues said to me that is a consular license plate, which means that the car belongs to a foreign embassy. Intriguing, but I didn't give it much thought, except in later years retelling the tale when I wanted to explain to people why I have a chip on my shoulder when it comes to middle-aged male drivers. I was at Walmart earlier this evening with my two daughters, one elementary school aged and the other middle school. We looked around the school supplies for a minute and then rounded the corner to see the Halloween candy on display. As we turned the corner, a slightly older guy came to really close to us like he was in a hurry and almost ran into our cart. He didn't have a cart or any items. I said, "Oh, excuse me," and then stopped in front of the candy to let my youngest ask a bunch of questions about the candy pumpkins. The man stopped quickly and started rummaging around the candies right next to my daughter. He was listening to our conversation and reacted strange when my daughter said she wanted to take a picture of the candy. He was twitchy and caught my eye and looked away quickly. We moved on to the women's pajama section to look around for a few minutes, and I noticed the same man pass by really close again. He was turning to the right toward the shoes with a big bag of candy cradled in his arms. My girls went across the aisle to the boys' clothing section while I finished deciding, and when I was catching up with him a couple minutes later, that guy was winding through the boys' clothes toward my daughters. He paused and looked confused or lost, but still like he was in a rush, and watched me discuss sizes with my youngest. This is when I started thinking something was off with this dude. I mentioned him to my older daughter, and then we moved through the partition into the girls' clothes. I didn't see him again for a few minutes, and I figured it was nothing, but then he came into that section and was acting like he was trying to pick out a Justice shirt. He still had that big bag of candy that he kept adjusting his grip on. I kept seeing him take quick peeks at my girls, but then every time he saw me watching him, he pretended to be occupied in his shopping. I told my oldest that I thought he was following us, and she said she noticed the same thing, and I made my youngest get in the cart so I could keep them both close. They both like to wander a bit. The guy then walked out of the girls section, passing close behind me, but he looped around the partition back into the boys section and stopped at an opening on the other side, but still in a straight line of sight. He caught caught my eye again and twitched. Then he pulled out his phone, texted someone, and walked away. By that time, I was on high alert and possibly getting quite paranoid. I looked around and saw two other slightly older men standing around. One was in electronics, kind of looking at a half-empty display of something, but I swear he glanced at me several times even though there were 3 or 4 racks of clothes and a hallway with occasional people in between. The third guy had wandered into the girls section and was apparently considering buying a Justice shirt too. Every time he saw me notice him watching us, he wandered down to the baby aisles, but he kept coming back after a couple minutes. I realized now looking back that if I suspected something bad, I should have gotten my girls out of there. Clothes shopping for a picky preteen isn't fun, and I wanted to get it done and over with. On top of that, I kept second guessing myself that the 2 other guys were just a coincidence. I kept my girls really close, and after we moved to the women's section, I didn't see any of them again, and I stopped feeling creepily that we were being watched. Now it's the middle of the night, and I'm pretty freaked out wondering what could have happened if I didn't notice the first guy and continued to let my girls wander around. About 5 years ago, I was living at home with my parents and my twin brother was there too. Every morning at about 7 a.m, we would both head out for a run. We had mapped out this giant loop that we would run. To make it a bit of a competition, I would run it in one direction and my twin would run it the other direction. That way we could run and stay focused. Part of this loop was on the main street of the city my parents live in. On this main road, there were these shady apartments kind of hidden by a bunch of trees. The direction I was running, the view of these apartments was obscured by a giant hedge bush and I couldn't see the apartments until I was right in front of them. Out of my peripherals, I see a woman standing among the trees, just staring at me. I immediately get the chills and do not turn to face her, because I didn't want to be rude. So I run on and forget about this a few minutes later. I pass my twin about 10 minutes later, he's going the opposite direction as I. I get home and my twin isn't back yet, so I go about the rest of my morning routine, including taking a shower. I get out of the shower and my twin hasn't come back yet and I'm starting to get a bit worried. An hour after I had gotten home, he's still not back and I call him. He tells me he's on his way back and he has something he needs to tell me and my parents. He finally gets home and tells us that as he's running in front of these apartments, he saw a woman hanging from the trees in front of his apartment. As soon as it's obvious he's seen her, a man comes sprinting from the apartments wailing and screaming, "No, I can't believe she did this," and grabs her body and lays her on the ground and starts performing CPR. It's obvious he is her husband. My brother calls the local police and they dispatch an ambulance and police officers. My brother has to stay for questioning as a witness report and all that jazz. He's obviously troubled by it. Since he was going the opposite way that I was running, he didn't have a hedge obscuring his view and got a straight on view of this woman hanging there. It's still hard for me to believe that the woman I saw staring at me out of my peripherals was dead the entire time. I do find it very sketchy that the husband came running out as soon as it was obvious that someone had discovered the body. That is a bit too convenient if you ask me, but I don't want to say this man killed his wife without any evidence. I just still can't fathom that if I would have turned my face to this woman, I would have discovered her about 20 minutes earlier than my twin, and it deeply troubles me that I didn't. I had just gotten out of a bad 8-year relationship and met someone on a popular online dating app. To be honest, I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to go watch a movie or have a drink with every now and then. I had 2 boys and was very happy and living a peaceful life on my own after going through hell. So I meet this guy who is just a couple years older than me and he had turned his life around. When he was younger, he used to meet gangs and drugs and now he was into working out and staying really fit and doing family stuff. I guess you could say I felt protected by him. He was a hard worker, self-sufficient, had a son, and he loved going to the gym every day. I myself had kind of a crazy past but overcame and we seemed like a good fit. We would go to dinner, movies, normal dating stuff, but eventually he wanted to spend more and more time together and I was having trouble giving up all my free time for him. And he would get angry about this. Like, really angry. After being with a controlling, possessive guy for so long, this is obviously a red flag and after 3 months, I told him I didn't want to see him anymore. He said he needed to confess something to me. He admitted to me that he was using steroids and that was the reason for his mood swings. He cried and said he was sure that was the reason and was willing to stop if it meant he could have another chance, and I obliged, but only under the condition that we remained friends. Things were okay for a while. We saw each other maybe every other week and he started wanting to see me every week, to which I told him that I was not interested in being anything other than friends at that moment since I was not ready for a relationship. He tried to talk me into giving him another chance, but I just didn't find myself interested in him in a romantic way, and so I insisted that we just be friends. I stopped talking to him because I got mad at his insistence that we still talk every day, since he said that's what friends do. He would always ask about my whereabouts and ask for pictures of who I was hanging out with. I told him this is not what friends do, and he just insisted that he just innocently wanted to see what I was up to. Fast forward 6 months later and I hadn't spoken to him at all within that time. I was happy and living my life, and on one particular night when my youngest son was at his dad's, I went out to a local bar with friends. My oldest son, who was 13 at the time, was home alone, so I left a little early to make it home around 10 p.m. I laid down in bed and go to sleep. So a little info on my living situation. I've been living in my condo for almost a year now, and we live in a great, safe community, and I would leave my patio sliding glass door open, screen closed, to get a breeze in at night. No biggie. My bedroom was close to the patio, and my son would sleep in the loft that was the closest to the front door. I'm dead asleep when I suddenly feel someone slowly sit on my bed. I'm laying in bed wondering why my son would come sit on my bed so slowly. He wouldn't. I turn around, it's not him. It's Mario, not his real name, laying down in bed next to me. I sit up and ask him how he got in. He's not answering me. He says, "I needed to talk to you." I said, "Okay, when you need to talk to someone, you don't sneak into someone's room. You call them, you leave them a note. Literally anything but this. I'm thinking I'm gonna kill my kid for letting him in." He said, "I didn't have your number anymore. I needed to talk to you before it's too late." I didn't even entertain the "before it's too late" bit because I was livid, but something told me to keep my cool. I sit up and say, "Look, I really want to talk to you too, but not like this. Please just leave and I promise we will talk tomorrow. Call me tomorrow." He gets up and walks over to my side of the bed and starts rubbing my shoulders and is slowly making his way to my neck. He says, "Do you really want to talk?" I look him into his eyes and say, "Yes, I've been wanting to talk to you, but not like this. Please call me tomorrow." He stares at me while rubbing my neck and goes down to my shoulders and lets go. Says, "Okay." This proceeds to exit through my patio door and jumps my patio wall, which tells me that is exactly how he got in. I freaked the f out, check on my kid, he had no idea what was going on. I locked all my doors and I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day I text him and I tell him that if I ever see him near me or in my complex, I will call the police and to never contact me again. If you're wondering why I didn't call the cops to begin with, I knew he had a gun, so A, I was scared of being retaliated against for being a snitch, and B, I figured if I called the cops they would probably not do much or just let him out, and I was afraid of what he would do after the fact. Either way, he left me alone and I didn't hear from him for years. 4 years later, I'm going through Facebook and I see his face in People You May Know. I click on the picture and notice that it looks like a jail picture. You know, those pictures where the guy is clearly in a jail cell. I scroll down the page and his most recent post is him posting his address for his family members to write to. A prison address. So I Google his name, sure enough, articles after articles all with the same headline. Man arrested on suspicion of killing girlfriend. About 2 years after him and I dated, he shot and killed the girl he was dating. That could have been me, and I feel like thinking if there was anything I could have done to stop him. Even scarier thought is that he only got 12 years for her murder. So my stepsons are 7 and 10. They play with 5 other boys in our area, which are of similar age, and all go to the same school in our neighborhood. Now there is a police station in our neighborhood, and we live in a city that is large, but we feel very safe here and have almost zero crime around us, so when they go to the park to play with their friends, my husband and I agree it's okay. They'll be gone for hours, going from house to house swimming, jumping on the trampoline, scootering, skateboarding. Sometimes they're all at my house and my pool. It's a good system. However, our state has been known for human trafficking. Because we are close enough to the border, it's just something I worry about. So I bought them bright orange whistles and tied them to their backpacks. Sometimes they all ride bikes to school together. At home I had each of them blow into the whistle as hard as they could, so they knew how loud it was and to only use it for emergencies, which we've discussed emergency situations. So today on break from school, the kids wanted to do a lemonade stand. Something in my gut told me to say no, that's not a good idea, even though they had their own little garage sale around Christmas to make money to buy gifts, and the neighborhood thought it was so cute that they actually got a ton of donations and made very good money. I didn't have any worries that time, but today was different for me though. As my older stepson was making his signs, I reminded him about interacting with strangers and he needs to watch his brother, and so he asked me, "Should I bring my whistle?" I said yes, great idea. I took it off his backpack and I put it around his neck and I told him I'm going to leave the window open. If he feels scared or something happens, you blow that whistle like there's no tomorrow and I'll run outside. They were right on our street corner of our neighborhood, right where the main street is through our neighborhood, so a decent amount of cars go by. An hour or so goes by and I'm into a documentary when I hear that whistle and my stomach drops. I dash outside to see a flashy red car. I was looking and running towards the kids, so I wasn't paying close enough attention to the car, but I immediately saw all the kids there, and this guy is getting back into his car, and my older son tells them that the man in the car got out and was talking to them, asking them their ages, and invited my younger son to get into his car. I literally told my older son earlier, do not get into anyone or near anyone's car. So he said he didn't feel safe anymore and he blew that whistle as hard as he could. My mom said that the car looked like a Dodge in red. That's what my son told the police. I got a good look at the guy at least, but didn't get the plates. He was getting to his car as I was making sure the kids were accounted for and pounded the crap out of his hood, asking him why you would ever invite a child into your car before he drove away. I wasn't thinking clearly and was in a bit of a panic. The police said they searched our entire neighborhood for the car and put out a description of the guy in the car, with a now possibly dented hood for me. They put out an alert and are taking this very seriously, so at least there's that. I'm so thankful for that $10 whistle I ordered on Amazon. Sometimes you just don't know when something is going to go down. I went dancing with some friends and was really drunk by midnight. Unfortunately, this was back when I had little money, and I realized you could only save money by eating very little before going out, and it would take a far fewer drinks to get drunk. So I was so drunk I could barely remember my friend ordering me an Uber home. My phone was dead, of course. I could vaguely recall them helping me into the car and telling me to get home safe, but I don't remember greeting the driver or the first minute or so. But soon after getting in, he asked how my night was and if I smoked. Honestly, I was just thinking about bed at this point, so I sort of just slurred out that I did sometimes. He then offered me a joint, and this is the first moment I got sort of nervous and began paying attention. I tell him something like I'm really tired and I'm just ready to get home. I think he said something about it being an indica-based joint and it made for great sleep. Once again, I say something not exactly like no, but not a yes, which he takes as a yes, I'll take that joint now. Once again, I'm still drunk enough and I could barely see straight or speak clearly, so when he says, okay, well, I have to cancel the ride really quick because I can't give it to you while I'm on the clock, or something to that effect, it takes me a second to realize how dangerous that is, and by the time I start to say something, he has canceled the ride and pulls over. We were just east of a bridge, I think, and it was totally secluded. Some empty parking lots, a closed auto body shop, and no one in sight. It's starting to hit me now that I'm in the car, and not with the same Uber driver but with some stranger. I can't call anyone, and he's trying to give me weed that could have anything in it. For the next minute or so we're pretty quiet. I can't remember if there was any small talk he tried to make because I was beginning to panic. And every time he handed me the joint, I would take fake hits, just breathing it into my mouth and not into my lungs. I felt tired, clumsy, and weak. That kind of drunk where you're almost at the point of nausea, and I knew I couldn't do much if anything to defend myself at that point. I remember vividly being fixated for a moment on the fact I didn't have a pair of keys to defend myself with, as my building used fobs for just about everything and I didn't take my mail key with me. As I'm freaking out, I look up to see if this guy is sort of noticing, and I make eye contact with him in the mirror. He was just staring at me, but I couldn't read his expression. Finally, he says something along the lines of, well, let's get out of here. I tell him I'll just call another Uber to get home, thinking at this point it might even be safer to walk. And he says, no, I still have your address, I'll just take you home. For a moment I was relieved. I guess I wanted to believe him so badly that I would get home safe, so I just believed him. I try to calm myself down, thinking he hadn't actually done anything threatening. Maybe he was just your typical stoner guy and I'm overreacting. At this time, I lived on PSU campus in downtown Portland in the southwest area of the city. He's driving me north on the east side of the river. There are several bridges to our left, and as he keeps moving north, he has several opportunities to take an exit to hop over the river and get me back downtown. He keeps skipping them, and we keep passing bridge after bridge that could get me home. Up in northeast Portland, there are some large industrial areas that could get very isolated at night, and Portland in general is surrounded by lots of forest. So I knew he could have me in a secluded area and really quick. After he passes like the fourth exit for a bridge, pretty sure it was the Broadway Bridge, I've been thinking in my brain for a way to make him actually take me home, and say something to the effect of, hey, my boyfriend is waiting for me at home, which was true, though I said it in a very meek way. My driver says nothing, but he did take the next exit for a bridge and basically hung a giant U-turn that started taking me home. Even as we're on the west side of town heading south, I'm still shaking and have my hand on the door handle, thinking about just hopping out at a red light the closer we get to my apartment. My phone is completely dead, and he honestly still has several chances to hop onto nearby highways and speed out the city. We're getting pretty close to my apartment now, and I'm once again trying to convince myself I'm being paranoid about some stoner that can't even navigate the city. Although a few minutes before I was so scared and I was crying. So once we get about 2 blocks from my apartment, I lie and tell him it's the easiest to stop here and he can let me out. Again, he doesn't say anything but does slow the car. I'm flooded with relief and even feel myself smile, but when I go to open the door it's locked. I try to lift the lock mechanism manually, but it won't budge. I look at him instinctually to see what's up, and he's got his head turned almost fully toward me, shoulders still facing the road, just smiling at me. The worst smile I've ever seen, and it looks so mocking. It just didn't reach his eyes at all. I just started crying more and kept asking him to open the door. I was so freaked out and still very drunk, but thank God he did. I will never forget the sensation of vulnerability. Not just being drunk in his car with no way to contact anyone, but even as I got out of the car, I kept feeling like he would somehow grab the back of my shirt and pull me back in, as silly as that sounds. When I got home, I found out my boyfriend had actually gone out with friends last minute and wasn't even home. He wouldn't have even known till much later if I hadn't got back safe. The next day I convinced myself I was freaking out over nothing, which I realized still could be the case, but in my gut, I had truly felt in danger the night before. This happened quite a while ago when I was home alone with just my dog. After all this, I'm sure what happened was really strange and I have no idea what this man actually wanted. So I was watching TV one night at about 11 p.m. when I heard a car pull up outside and the engine shut off. I figured it was obviously a neighbor, but my nosy dog wanted to have a look and went to the window. He kinda messed up the blinds when he went to look, so I got up to fix them. When I did, I noticed a car parked on the street across from my house and my neighbor's house. I couldn't really make out any details, but it looked like the driver was still sitting in the car. I didn't really think anything of it. I got a drink and went back to watching TV. Quite a while had passed since I fixed the blinds, but I'm not sure how long. I'd guess about 15 to 20 minutes. Out of nowhere, I thought I heard a tapping at the door. Not a knock, it was much lighter and very quiet. My dog had set up to look at the door and I paused the TV when the same tapping then started on the window. I opened the blinds a little and saw a man standing there. I couldn't make out his face properly and he immediately walked back to the door and started tapping at it again. This doesn't sound very frightening and I'm not sure why, but I suddenly had a very awful feeling. I felt absolutely terrified and had no idea why. The tapping at the door never stopped, but something in my head was saying if I opened that door to him, then something really bad would happen. I went upstairs to open a window to ask what he wanted. It felt safer doing this. He said in a really quiet voice he was delivering pizza and told me how much it cost. I felt so stupid for being frightened and I told him I didn't order pizza. I guess he was speaking quietly and knocking lightly so he didn't disturb my neighbors. My dog had followed me upstairs and was letting out this odd growl and bark, which isn't really usual for him. I was trying to shush him when the man downstairs told me he had the correct address and I better get downstairs now and open the door to pay what I owed and collected my food before it got cold. I was really confused because I most definitely didn't order any food and began telling him that again when I noticed he didn't have any pizza. He wasn't carrying anything at all. I told him again that he had the wrong address and he got really angry. He kept telling me to open the door. He was going between angry and sort of trying to persuade me to go back downstairs. I asked him where the pizza was. He said he had a hold of it. It was really dark, but he definitely didn't have anything in his hands. My dog was really making quite a bit of fuss at this point and the stranger had turned into a broken record. Come downstairs. Open the door. Come downstairs and open the door. All the noise must have alerted my neighbor, who did open his front door, and the man didn't say a word but practically ran across the street to the car that I heard pull up a while ago. He went back to the car empty-handed. I have no idea what he wanted, but he certainly wasn't a delivery driver. It really freaked me out as well that my dog is quite obviously a large breed and the man saw him through the window, but he wasn't deterred at all. It seems even stranger and less random that he actually drove to my house as though he'd planned on showing up. This was 1992. My mother was going through a bad patch in her marriage and chemotherapy for breast cancer. We lived in a very quiet town where residential areas only had small markets. For everything else including pharmacy and public calls, we had to go through the main market, which was almost 3.5 miles from our house, 1.5 miles from our apartment blocks to main road, and then 2 miles to the market, either by walk or by public transport. My mother, who was going through some tough time given my father's complete disconnect with us. She used to call her brother, my uncle, for advice and catharsis who lived in another city. For those calls, she had to go to the public call office, PCO, which was run by 2 weird men. The same market had the pharmacy where my mother would buy her medicine. I was 11 and my older sister was 17. One evening, my mother along with my sister went to the PCO to talk to my uncle. I don't remember why, but I think my father asked her to leave the house and she wanted to discuss her options. She was in distress and didn't realize it was already late when she finished the call. The market was closed, so was the public transport. My mom and sister paid the bill and started their walk home on the path next to the main road. The 2 PCO owners closed the PCO and started following them, one on foot right behind them trying to offer a ride and the other on bicycle next to them on the deserted main road. My mother strictly refused, held my sister's hand tightly and started walking as fast as she could when a white van appeared on the service road and started driving slowly next to them. The PCO guys had already arranged a ride with some really bad intentions and didn't seem to go away. They were probably waiting for them to get off the main road to strike. On the next turn, 2 men came from the opposite side of the footpath. To my mother's relief, it was the pharmacist and his friend who were returning to pick his car from his shop's parking after a walk. They saw the men in the van and immediately realized what was going on. They stopped, said hello, and asked if she needed help. They agreed to walk them home. The PCO men fled upon seeing the guys. The kind pharmacist saw my mother and sister to the safety of our house. My mother never went to that PCO again. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. It seemed like the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough to not feel isolated. The area had no streetlights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were no clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me though. It made my little house feel even more quaint on dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only what my headlights and front porch light illuminated. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I had never smelled that before around the house. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I ignored it and went inside. I had just got off a shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 yet, I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later sure that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I even gave him a spare key so he could stop by even if I wasn't home. He would always text me to let me know beforehand though, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from my phone's screen and number pad blinded me. Through squinted eyes, I could make out it was a 9 or something, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There were a couple seconds of silence before I heard loud footfalls as someone started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. That house had 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one that was in a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door and into the bathroom. Thank God they did. They gave me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside of the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back to the hallway and into the other room, which just had boxes stacked in a corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if someone were hiding, it would be in the bedroom because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched on my attic just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they had started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was from about their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans with frayed cuts and worn work boots. After a few seconds of looking into the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. That scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. Whoever it was in my house ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. I stayed crouched in the attic. I had left my cell phone when I ran for the closet, and I wasn't certain I could climb down without him hearing. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly, and when I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the police. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was the intruder had flipped my bed over, I assume in an attempt to find me. That was the last noise I heard after they stepped away from the closet. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I waited in my room until I heard them call from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but I expected that. Chairs had been knocked over, the sofa had been flipped, all the books, pictures, and knickknacks I had on my shelves were strewn all over the floor. The cupboards in the kitchen had been opened and all the boxed and canned foods had been thrown to the ground. As far as I could tell though, the only thing missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from top to bottom. They also found a few cigarette butts along my fence line, along with some foil and an empty pin tube which the police said people often use to smoke meth with, so they think they had been watching my house for a while. I realized that they must have been out there smoking a cigarette when I got home. They collected up the evidence and told me I should stay with my family or friends that night and get that door fixed as soon as possible. I opted to just not sleep. I moved a shelf over to block the broken door and spent the next couple hours cleaning things up. I would often go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence line where the police found the cigarette butts and foil, but I didn't see anything. The next day I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed at the back and sides of my house. I lived there another 3 years without incident. My boyfriend, who I live with, works as a teacher in a town about 15 minutes away by train. He gets home more or less at the same time every day, give or take an hour or so. I, on the other hand, work from home. In late January this year, we got in a pretty big fight about something stupid. I can't remember what it was by now, but it was one of those fights where we didn't speak to each other, text, or call, or anything the whole next day. So this afternoon I was lying in bed getting work done. It was a Tuesday and I'm pretty sure his last class finished at 1 PM on Tuesdays, meaning he'd surely be home at 2:30. But around 1 PM I heard the front door open and shut. I thought, I guess he's home an hour early today. It was normal for him to skip his class every once in a while, so I didn't really think anything of it. In fact, I was mostly mentally preparing for the awkward post-fight, hey, how's it going conversation. So I continued to lie in bed and do my work and wait for him to come in and change his clothes. The bedroom door was closed and I had earplugs sort of half in, as I usually do when I'm working. But I could hear the heavy footsteps of him walking around the apartment, as he always does. If we hadn't been mid-fight and I wasn't so preoccupied with the awkwardness of all of it, I might have noticed it was strange how slow the footsteps were or how long he spent walking around the living room. But I was caught up in the dramatics of the fight and didn't think about it. I was just lying there, waiting, and waiting for him to finally come in. Finally, the bedroom door slowly opened just a few inches. I turned my head towards the door and prepared to give him a sort of awkward, We've been fighting for 24 hours, huh? Smile. But the door didn't open more than a few inches. I looked and saw that it was a woman's hand with red nail polish on the doorknob. Whoever was there slowly closed the door just as they opened it, without entering the room. I jumped out of bed, ripped out my earplugs, and sort of froze there for a few seconds while thinking rapidly. My first thought, that was not my boyfriend. Then I thought, could that have been his mom? His sister? The landlady? For some reason, I concluded that surely it was his mom or sister. So I opened the bedroom door and walked into the living room. There wasn't anyone there, but the room smelled heavily of women's perfume. Then I came to my senses and realized his mom and sister don't have keys and have never come before. The landlady has never entered without permission. This was a stranger. I ran back into my bedroom and shut the door, now shaking heavily. There was a balcony connected to the bedroom, so despite the cold January rain, I stood on the balcony and called my boyfriend. He picked up and I asked him if his mom or sister might have come over unannounced. He told me, no, don't move, I'm calling the police. The police were there in minutes and searched the whole apartment. Of course, nobody was there by this point. It was weird though. Nothing was missing from the apartment despite us keeping a jar full of money right in the entrance. Nothing was even touched. In fact, it seemed like the intruder came straight in the bedroom, saw my legs on the bed, panicked, and left. Plus, you can't open that big wooden front door without a key. Nevertheless, we demanded that the landlady change her locks. When she came to change them with her husband, she made a discovery. There was a square area by the keyhole that had been scratched away with something. The landlady said surely someone used tools to break into the apartment. I never got to meet the person who opened the door that day, and I hope I never do. Okay, this happened in 2016 when I was a 17-year-old first-year college student in film school. I lived alone in my first ever apartment. I never felt unsafe in this apartment for several reasons. There were multiple gates in the residence that needed to be opened through a code only the people who lived there knew, and my door had 3 different locks and it was right next to the university, so most people who lived in the neighborhood were college students. Nothing bad had ever happened in the neighborhood before. I've always been very careful with locking the door when I leave my home. I always check it twice. So this one time, I leave to go to class and lock my door, but for some reason I couldn't get the key out of the lock. It was completely stuck, so I went to get the caretaker of the building to help me, but he wasn't there and I was getting late for class, so I went to class with the key still in the lock. I took off the keychain first so it's not too noticeable. When I got home, the caretaker was back, so he came to help me, and we couldn't get it out for 15 minutes until somehow he did. He told me the lock was damaged, but that I didn't necessarily need to change it if I only locked it once instead of twice. I just said okay and that was the end of it. I really wasn't worried because of how safe I felt in this building. Flash forward to 2 months later, I was taking out the trash one night around 11 p.m. While on the phone with my sister, I remember telling her that I was taking out the trash. Then I would take a shower afterwards before heading to a party. As I previously said, I always locked the door, even just to take out the trash. Because of my lock being damaged, I only locked it once. When I got back to my apartment, I found the door unlocked, which immediately alarmed me. So I went to the apartment and locked the door immediately, with 3 different types of locks. When you walk into my apartment, which is just 215 square feet, you have the main room in front of you and the bathroom door immediately to your left. I left the bathroom door slightly open, enough so I could see a man in my shower, turning his back to me. Naturally, when I saw this, I tried to open the door and leave as fast as possible. Except my main lock was damaged from 2 months earlier and I couldn't open it no matter how hard I tried. In this moment, all I could think of was the fact that I had to leave as fast as possible. I jumped out the window without really thinking. I figured it was the only solution, except I live on the 2nd floor, so I completely smashed my ankles in the landing. I started running whichever way I could, and when I got a little bit further from the building, I looked back and a man was there, at my window, watching me run away. I thought of 2 possible outcomes. Either the man was going to jump and chase me, except I wouldn't get far with my twisted ankles, or he would get scared of the height and be locked in my apartment. Thankfully, he picked option 2. I went to hide in a bush a little further and called the police, who arrived in just 10 minutes because I live close to the station. They pushed my door open, the man was there just sitting on my couch, holding a kitchen knife, waiting for me to come back, like he didn't think I would call the police. They arrested the guy and later told me he had already been arrested for attempted kidnapping and attempted murder. They also told me how everything had happened. Like I said, it was a very friendly neighborhood with mostly college students, so he got inside the building by other people holding the door for him. He then heard me telling my sister I was going to take a shower, which was why he was waiting in the bathroom for me. He crocheted my lock while I was taking out the trash. He apparently noticed me on my school campus and followed me to my home several times before succeeding to actually come in. He stayed inside waiting for me because I had recently changed my phone and the previous one was still on the table, so he thought I didn't have a phone with me to call the police. I don't live there anymore, but after that, to get into the building, we all needed identification proving we lived there. Building IDs were created and we had to scan them every time, and it was the only way to go inside the building. Nothing really bad happened in the neighborhood after that. It's back to being very peaceful and friendly. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. A friend and I played after school hockey. It wasn't a popular sport, so our games took place at another school, which was incredibly far away and pretty much in the middle of nowhere. The area didn't have any train stations, so we relied on 3 different buses to get there, and again to get home. The games usually took place pretty late and ended around 7 to 8 p.m. when it was dark. All the other girls in our team got picked up by their parents, but we always busted together home. We didn't feel it was dangerous because there were 2 of us, and being classic 12-year-olds, we thought we were mature enough to be independent. Because we had to change buses 3 times, and we lived so far away, by the time we got to our second bus stop it was usually pitch black. The second bus stop was desolate, far off from the school, in front of some kind of abandoned building, and basically a bit creepy. The stop was small, it wasn't sheltered, it was just a steel pole with a bus painted on the sign. On this particular night, it wasn't raining as well, so we felt extra miserable standing out in the cold. The buses in my area are also notoriously unreliable, so it wasn't unusual for us to wait an hour at this bus stop. That night it definitely felt like we had been waiting there for over an hour when a car pulled up in front of us. A woman was in it. She rolled down her window and asked us where we were going. I told her the suburb we lived in, which was an hour drive away, and she said she could give us a lift if we wanted. If it had been a man, I would have immediately been suspicious and liked it. But because she was a youngish woman, looked about 40, it didn't raise any red flags in my mind. I remember thinking that she must be understandably worried about 2 young girls standing out in the rain at night. I smiled and thanked her and said it was okay and we would wait for the bus. She hesitated and then drove away. But a few minutes later, she came back and pulled up in front of us again. She told us her daughter wasn't at a play and that she was going there anyway to pick her up, so are we sure we didn't want a lift? My friend was almost about to get in, but I hesitated. Maybe thanks to my parents drilling me about stranger danger, and I said thank you, but it was alright, we'll wait. She was a bit pushier this time and asked us if we were sure quite a few times and mentioned her daughter again, but eventually she drove away. At this point, I think my intuition was telling me that it felt a bit weird that she hadn't mentioned her daughter earlier. Another few minutes later, she came back again. This time she said that she had just driven past our bus further down the road and then it obviously skipped our stop, so she offered to give us a lift to try to catch up to it. This sounded unlikely to me. By this point, I was super suspicious. I didn't really have any time to think, so it was just a bad gut feeling, rather than any logical reasoning. With all the politeness and smiles gone, I straight up just said no. I could tell my friend, who was about to get into her car before, was also starting to feel weird about it because she backed away from the road. The woman hesitated for a while. It lapsed into an awkward silence and I remember she just kept glancing at her back seat. I remember holding my hockey stick tight and playing in my brain how I was going to defend myself. It honestly felt like forever before she finally drove away. A few minutes later the bus came and I had never been so relieved in my life. By this point, we were absolutely soaked. To this day, I still don't know whether she was just worried, a good Samaritan, or a potential kidnapper. I flip between the two and honestly I can't decide. My friend also thinks it's a mystery, but we don't know if we were just being paranoid. This was around 2015 and I was living in Seattle. I worked in an office that allowed me to bring my dog to work. A 100-pound German Shepherd. He's a big sweetheart but looks quite scary to strangers. After work one day, I got on the bus home, which was around a 45-minute ride. I noticed someone stared at me and didn't think much of it. While it's unsettling to be watched, I've had my fair share of odd conversations on the bus, and it wasn't out of the ordinary to encounter such weird behavior. I honestly don't remember too much about his appearance, but I do remember thinking he looked fairly normal and didn't seem high or drunk. My bus stop was on a busy street in a bit of a sketchier part of town, but it's not frequently trafficked. When we reached the stop, my dog and I set off on the short trek home, only a few blocks away. As I exited the bus, I noticed the man who had been watching me had exited too. Something was off about him. He seemed intent on keeping stride with me, trailing closely behind. I've heard advice somewhere in the past that you shouldn't go straight home if you're being followed. I'm sure that's situation specific and sometimes it's safer to be in your home, but nothing had happened besides having my personal space invaded and didn't feel immediately unsafe. So I opted not to lead this stranger straight to my door. I knew that my partner at the time wasn't at home, so I decided the best plan was to weave through my neighborhood for several blocks to try to lose him. I think a part of me was also wanting to be sure I was being followed at all, or if this person just happened to be walking in the same direction. After several blocks, it became clear he was following me. I was weaving around erratically and he was walking the same path. Neither of us spoke to one another and I was becoming more and more frustrated that anyone would follow a woman home. The streets were quiet and I couldn't see anybody around who I could signal to for help. I don't think I would have been so surprised this was happening if I was alone and without my dog. I can't imagine anyone in their right mind following someone with a large German Shepherd. I started walking faster when I rounded a corner and quickly ducked into a hallway hugging a duplex a block from my house. I was hoping the pathway would wrap around the house completely so I could get out of the line of sight of this person, but was met with a fence to my face and didn't have time to backtrack. I was ultimately cornered in this nook between a house, a fence, and a hedge. I crouched down with my dog and waited for the guy to pass us. I watched as the man strolled by the walkway, seemingly not noticing us at all. He didn't turn his head or even gaze in our direction. I decided that we'd stay there for a few minutes just to make sure he was gone. About 3 minutes went by. Just as I was thinking it was safe to head home, the man stepped into my line of sight. He didn't make eye contact with me, just as he hadn't the first time he walked by. He was moving calmly and deliberately, and slowly came to a stop as soon as he was right in front of me, just off the curb. He was about 2 yards away, facing me, and not directly looking, with just a sidewalk and a grassy strip between us. I watched him as he started to unload his pockets. He had a number of metal objects he was taking out, placing them in a line. To this day, I'm not sure what they were, but I'm glad I didn't find out. At this point, I called 911 and told them what was happening, that someone was following me and showing erratic behavior. The cops made it there quickly, and as soon as they pulled up, the dispatcher advised me to get out of there. I hightailed it out of my hiding spot and took a non-direct path home since my house was technically in the line of sight of where I was crouched. I don't know what ended up happening with him, but fortunately never saw him again, and I don't know if he had malicious intent. This happened when both me and my friend Jay were 15. I was spending the night at his house, as I often did. It was a normal enough night. We watched movies, played a couple video games, and stayed up way too late. It was about 2 a.m. I think when we heard a loud banging coming from the front door. Luckily at the time we were in his kitchen at the back of the house, so no one could see us. We were spooked because there couldn't have been anyone at the door at this hour, but we figured it was just some drunk person and they'd go away soon enough. After 30 seconds, there was more banging on the door and yelling that neither of us could understand. It sounded like an adult man, and he sounded angry, so we both were scared. He texted his mom, who we thought was upstairs, but she said that she had just left a bit before without saying anything. She did that often enough. She liked to go to her friends' houses in the middle of the night, so we didn't pay any attention or notice when she left. We didn't know what to do, as we were scared to call the police based off past experiences with cops in our small town being not the best. At this point, we turned off the kitchen light and we were ducked down on the ground. We heard the banging and yelling getting louder, and I decided to see who it was, if it was anyone we knew. I army crawled through the dining room, which was also dark, and peeked through the door to the living room, which is where the front door was. There is also a huge window by the door that you can see right into the dining room though, so I was very careful not to be seen. I couldn't see any details of the man, but he looked to be about 6 feet tall and had gray hair. I crawled back to Jay and we quietly decided what to do. We heard the knocking stop, so we decided to wait a bit before seeing if it was safe. We also decided to go around the table in the dining room in case he tried to come around back, which is where the kitchen was. After around 10 minutes of silence, we rock paper scissors for who had to check if he was there, and of course I lost, so I again army crawled to the dining room door. I saw the man staring through the window, hands cupped up against the glass. I made eye contact with him, and the moment he saw me, and I loudly said, causing my friend to panic and crawl behind me. I saw him pull out his phone, and he told me later that he was texting his mom to come home and save us. The man started yelling again, and this time we could make out a bit more of what he said. It was mostly cussing, although I definitely heard the phrase, "I'm gonna kill you," in there a couple times. I quickly looked past the man to see if any of the neighbors seemed to notice him, but no luck. I crawled back out of his sight and again discussed what to do with my friend. We decided to go into the basement for safety, which you could get to by moving the fridge. Confusing house, I know, but it was really old and not meant for modern-sized appliances. We pull out the fridge and get into the basement, feeling mostly safe but still terrified. I start having a panic attack, although I'm trying to hold it together best I can for Jay, who is also on the verge of a panic attack. We hear a gunshot and shattering glass from above us, and I cover my mouth so I don't scream. Jay and I look at each other, terrified. We hear loud footsteps and yelling above us, the man asking where we went. We hear him going upstairs and run around up there for a bit. He eventually comes back down and starts turning over our furniture, I'm assuming to find us. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, Jay's mom pulls into the driveway, which scares the guy as he runs out the back door in the kitchen. Jay and I get out of the basement and run to greet his mom, never happier to see her. She was shocked by the state of the house and hugged us, happy that we were safe and scared by how close we were to being hurt. We were all scared after that. After that night they had better security installed, and we went over safety protocol if anything ever happened again. Luckily it hasn't happened again yet, and I hope it never will. I work at a convenience store. I've had some creepy customers come in before, but this one was a little more disturbing. If it weren't for what had been said and done, I don't think this would have been that bad. I normally work third shift, which is around 4 p.m. to around 12 a.m., and I'm by myself for the last 4 hours of my shift. This man had come in earlier that day and was acting odd, jittery, chewing at his lip constantly, fumbling with his debit card, to the point I did everything for him except putting the pin in. Fast forward to around 10:30 p.m. I'm sweeping the floors as I'm supposed to do every night when the man entered. He approached my register and asked him what he needed. "Hey, can I have one of those lighters?" I pick one up and go to scan it, but he tells me that he doesn't have any money. I tell him he can't have it, and he glares at me before leaving. A man was in line behind him, and the entire time I was scanning his things, the lighter guy was staring at me through the window right next to my register. He eventually walks off, and the man jokes about the creepy guy asking for a lighter when the man in line didn't even have his with him. He tells me to be safe, then walks out to the gas station pumps. I start sweeping again, but when I turn around to move a small crate out of the way, the creepy guy is staring at me again, just watching me work. I quickly make my way to the back room to make mop water so I could get away from him for a second. He stayed there for a solid 5 minutes before stalking off again. I grabbed a random receipt as a cover and basically bolted to the man at the gas pumps. I got close and asked if he was in a hurry to go anywhere. I told him that the creepy lighter guy was still hanging around and that it was really freaking me out. He promises me that he didn't plan on actually leaving after getting gas. At this point, I thought it wouldn't take up too much of his time, since we both thought the man was already wandering away from the store. Unfortunately, he went back toward the store a few seconds later. Soon, an older woman comes in and I warn her about the creepy guy. She asked what I was talking about and I subtly nod in his direction. Mind you, still hanging around my window. She looks a little disturbed, leaning in and whispering, "What does he want?" I explained that he wanted a lighter, but he didn't have any money so I didn't give him one. I told her to be careful and she quickly told me to worry more about myself since I was at the store alone. She left, and I saw the creepy guy approach the window again. Thankfully, he didn't look in, just hung around it like he was waiting for someone. After a while, a daughter of a family friend comes in with her girlfriend, and we quietly make small talk. Like the last woman, I warned them that the lighter guy was still roaming around and he could be dangerous. Before they get to tell me anything, a woman was talking with the guy from the gas pumps, spotted them while scanning family friend's items, and hurried in and told me to call the cops. Obviously, not familiar with the area I worked in and hearing 3 different people telling me what numbers to call, I was shaking and in near tears. My family friend said she would call while I calmed down. Another girl had run out at this point, and I don't blame her. Family friend's girlfriend told me that lighter guy threatened to throw rocks through the window and hurt/rob me. After about 3 minutes of pacing and trying not to cry, I saw my mom's truck pull in. I bolted to her, telling her what was going on. She calmed down and walked me back to the entrance. As this happened, creepy guy had climbed the hill and crossed the street to Bojangles and sat near the front door. The cops arrived. The man from the pumps gave his statement, I gave mine. And finally family friend gave hers, which included the threats. From what was said, he was about to break into my car. The man that stayed with me stopped him, but that didn't stop the creep from roaming still. After we talked to the cops, they sped to Bojangles and confronted the lighter guy. After arguing, a quick pat down and more arguing, the man was put in the back of the cop car. Lighter guy, I knew you were probably on something, but please, let's not meet ever again. To set this story, I bike 5 miles one day, 5 days a week to my job, and I've been for 8 months. I honestly love it. It forces me to get exercise and it's cheap transportation. I take the main road with a lot of traffic, so I've never felt unsafe. I also only ride on the sidewalk since it's safer. One day, coming home, I was passing by an area with a lot of construction going on. To give you a better visual, I ride on the sidewalk along a busy road. As I'm biking, I see a man in a black pickup truck parked as if he's about to pull out of the area, but he's waiting for a spot to open in traffic. He then sees me and reverses to let me by. I remember thinking, oh great, he's letting me by, and I wouldn't have to ride around behind his car to get to the other side. But as I'm getting closer, he does a stop motion with his hand, and he's wearing a safety vest, so I assume he works there, and there might be a problem up ahead, like a pothole, etc., so I stop. He spoke with authority like as if he's an officer stopping me or something and asked if I bike for transport or leisure. I was a little confused since that's a weird question, but I tell him for transport. I bike to my job. He then says, do you bike for leisure? I'm asking because I bought a bike and I'm looking for a riding buddy. I'm not freaking out or anything. I feel a little calm since there are a bunch of cars passing by us, so we're not secluded, but I don't know this man. He's a complete stranger and I was under the impression he worked there and was stopping me for something important. I tell him not really because I'm too tired on my days off and use them to get errands and stuff done. He says, oh I get it. Well there's a bike marathon happening soon if you want to go with me. I'm Shane by the way. What's your name? I tell him my name and say, oh I don't know, I might be busy then. I'm a little awkward in social situations with people I don't know, and this whole interaction was just off, so I don't really know what to say. He changes the subject and starts looking at my bike. He points at it and asks if it's a hybrid. I say yes, and he says, can I see it? And starts getting out of his car. This is where it starts getting weird. He tells me he's seen me riding before and I thought I was cute. He's also looking at my bike and commenting on it and saying stuff like, oh that's nice, it's aluminum, and I'm just feeling weird on the inside. I'm also sitting on my bike ready to get the f out of there. He then asks if I have a boyfriend and I tell him yes I do. He lets out a big groan and says, oh man really? Because if we go biking together it would be kind of a date thing. I tell him yeah sorry and he goes, are you sure? Are you ready to kick him to the curb or what? I just want to get out of here at this point, but he parked his car literally in front of the sidewalk, so it wouldn't be that easy to speed by him. He seemed upset and kept asking if I'm sure I have one and how long we've been together. I said, a couple years. Well, I'm crunched for time and have to go, bye, and sped off. After that, I had a mini vacation and was off for 5 days after that, but now I'm back to riding to work again and I haven't seen him since. This probably happened maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. So creepy older man who tricked me and blocked me on my bike, let's not ever meet again. This was back in 2014. I had moved off campus and into a really nice part of town. I was a junior in college and this was my first time living on my own. Campus was only 2 miles away, so I would often walk back home from campus. I would take the bus or catch a ride with a friend to campus. I walked home because my schedule ending never quite matched up with the bus schedule and my friend finished 2 hours before my daily schedule did. I was used to walking the 2 miles to my apartment. I never thought anything of it because I walked through the busy area of my town, along the second main road. So there were always people around. My apartment was actually a stone throw from the most popular frozen custard shop in the area. Every night the parking lot would be packed. So I'm walking home like usual. I get to the frozen custard shop and notice there's a lot of people tonight. It was just something I always noticed and paid attention to. All of a sudden this huge red truck pulls up beside me. I'm caught off guard because I have headphones in. It takes about 30 minutes to an hour to walk home, so I'm normally listening to music or talking on the phone. I stop and take my headphones out and look at the truck. This man dressed like a country singer was sitting in the driver's seat. He looks at me and asks where the mall is. I point him in the direction to the mall. He said, I've been down that way. I'm a photographer and I'm supposed to be doing a photo shoot at a bar behind the mall. I've lived in this town going on 3 years now. I know where all the bars are located. Makes it easy when all of them are on the same street. I explained to him, there's no bars by the mall. They're all on Philly Street. He continued to insist on a bar being behind the mall. All of a sudden he just changes. He looked at me and asked me to step back, so I did. He looked me over and asked how tall I was. I told him 5'7". He then asked me, I'm doing that photo shoot, would you like to be a model for it? I told him I don't like getting my photos taken. He insisted, telling me I was beautiful and would look great. Almost like he's given up on the tactic, he moves to another. He then asked me where I live. I told him not far. He wanted more info. I pointed in the vague vicinity of my apartment, making a point not to actually point at it. This dude then asked me if I wanted a ride. I told him no, it's not far, I'll be fine. He kept insisting I let him give me a ride home. I kept telling him no, stepping farther away from his truck. He then out of nowhere asked me how he could get to the mall. I told him, go down this road, at the light turn left. The mall will be on your left. He thanked me and started to drive off. I walked slowly to my apartment. I watched his truck get to the light. Instead of turning left like I said, he went straight. Going straight leads into a small residential area that you need to know this town well to get through. I lived in that town from 2012 to 2017 and still can't figure my way through that area. I made sure that truck was completely out of sight before I hightailed it to my apartment and locked the door. My dog didn't quite understand what was going on. All he really knew was he had to go to the bathroom pretty bad. I tried to distract him for 5 or 10 minutes to make sure the coast was clear. My heart sunk when I did finally take him out. The same red truck was parked near the parking lot behind my apartment building. The truck didn't belong there. I'm one that memorizes all the vehicles that are normal for the area. No one had a red truck like that. I went back in and texted people describing the man and the truck to them in case something happened to me. I did not go back out for hours. When I did, the truck was gone. I never saw the man or the truck ever again. To the man who probably tried to abduct me in front of the most popular venue in town on my way home, I hope I never see you again. Okay, before I get into the story, there's a few things I need to explain about my country, South Africa, for you to fully understand the story. In South Africa, it's normal to have high brick walls with electric gates, electric fences, alarms, etc. The crime here is hectic. It's also pretty normal to have big gardens. My family and I are big animal lovers, so at the time we had 6 dogs. 2 Shar-Peis, 2 German short hair pointers, and 2 Dachshunds. With that being said, our dogs roam freely in and out of the garden, as it's obviously enclosed. We usually leave the veranda door open during the day for them to do their thing. Another thing about South Africa, it's normal to have a live-in domestic worker, maid, and gardener. Like, the average family usually employs them. It's not only for wealthy people, which seems to be a thing in other countries. For the story, our DW is Ellie, and our gardener is Vince. So, this happened in 2007 when I was just 9 years old. My older brother, who was 10, and I had just gotten our first cell phones that day. My dad surprising us after work. You may think it's a bit young, but it was used for emergencies or to communicate with our parents. Anyways, it's an important piece of info for the story. We don't usually leave our veranda door open at night, due to security reasons, but I remember it being a hot summer night that night. So of course, this night of all nights, the veranda door was wide open and the dogs were doing their thing in the garden. My brother and I were in my parents' room setting up our new cell phones, all excited. Ellie's daughter Anne, who's like an older sister to us, 18 years old, was helping my brother and I. My dad was somewhere in the house and my mom was in the bath. I specifically remember Anne having a comment about how the dogs would not shut up and how annoying it was. That's when I noticed it too. Sure, they'd bark, but it was usually the dachshunds that yapped, when the bigger dogs just chilled. Plus, it would only happen for a few minutes, then they'd get over it. Something was different that night, as even the bigger dogs were barking non-stop. My dad appeared in his room and mentioned to us that he too noticed the dogs' incessant barking. He was going to check if everything was okay. No alarm bells went off in my head, and I don't believe my dad thought anything was amiss either, because my brother asked to investigate with them and my dad agreed. I was obviously too engrossed in my new Sony Ericsson. My dad ventured out to our garden with my brother in tow when my dad had noticed the dogs were all grouped, growling and going nuts at a dark corner behind our in-the-ground swimming pool. The best way I can describe it is that our garden beyond our pool hits like a slight decline, so we have a few steps leading down the hill to the bottom end of our garden. We usually have a lamp that lights it up, but my dad had noticed how the lamp seemed to be off, which confused him because he could have sworn it worked the other night. Either way, my dad said he got this gut-wrenching feeling because of this and because of how out of the character the dogs were acting. He called after them. They'd usually come running, but tonight they all just seemed to look at him, then turn back around and continue to go crazy at this dark corner down the steps. My dad told my brother to go back inside the house and get a torch, sort of using it as an excuse for my brother to not come out with him because of this off feeling. When my brother went back inside, my dad slowly approached the steps. He noticed how the dog seemed to be snapping at whatever it was, hiding just out in the view in the darkness. As he got to the steps, he noticed the lamp was smashed. Confused, he inched the steps, and as he put two and two together, it was too late. My dad, being an ex-vet and an avid hunter, felt something cold against his temple and immediately knew it was a gun. Out of the darkness stepped four of the men in balaclavas, all armed. Shocked, he stood frozen on the steps. The man holding the gun to his head was instantly aggressive and asked him where my brother was. That he saw my dad come out with my brother, but my brother went back into the house. My dad said something came over him. Before he knew what he was saying, he responded with, "He's gone inside to press the panic button." As he said it, he saw how all these guys started to panic. They started speaking in an African language called Zulu. Assuming my dad couldn't understand, it's not common for white people to speak it, but my dad had actually grown up on a farm where he learned it fluently because of the farm workers. The aggressive guy holding the gun said, in Zulu, "The cops will be here any minute. Let's just kill this, grab what we can, and go." The others seemed apprehensive, and a smaller guy seemed really on edge. They continued to say how he can't go back to jail again, and they need to get the out of there before the cops show, which would be any minute. He was panicking. My dad then fed on this guy's fear. My dad then interrupted them, speaking English, pretending to not understand what they were saying, and said that we usually have armed response vehicles that drove in our area, and since my brother pushed the panic button so long ago, they'll probably be here any second. And that did it. My dad watched as their plan unraveled before them. The smaller scared guy started freaking out all the other guys, saying that they need to leave ASAP or else they'd get caught. He seemed to make the others more nervous and lose confidence until they started full-on bickering amongst themselves, their plan slowly turning to, as a third guy had put it. The aggressive one pointing the gun to my dad's head slowly lowered it as they started fighting, losing focus on my dad and shifting his focus onto his crew. My dad then used this as an opportunity to slowly back up the steps and turn to dart to the house. As luck would have it, as my dad ran into the veranda door, my oblivious brother was heading out with a torch. My dad scooped him up under his arm mid-ran and sprinted into the house, not even closing the door behind him. Silly, I know, but I think he just wanted to get my brother inside as quick as possible without even thinking. Anne and I were obviously also oblivious to everything. When my dad rushed to the bedroom door, slammed it shut, and told us to go upstairs into the attic, quote unquote, "There's 5 guys outside with guns. They're here to hurt us. Get upstairs now." My heart sank. I remember my body automatically responding and me sprinting to the stairs with Anne right behind. My mom ran out of the bathroom in a towel, not too far behind. We sat there in darkness and silence. I swore you could hear a pin drop. I think we were all just wanting to hear something below us in the rooms. My mom cursed saying she didn't have a phone, neither did my dad. But ha! In my hand was my brand new Sony Ericsson. No better emergency to use it than now, right? My mom dials the police and I kid you not, they asked where we live, we explained and they told us it wasn't in their jurisdiction. Sorry, click, the line goes dead. We're now not only ourselves, but we're flabbergasted too. My mom starts cursing like a sailor again and that's when my dad realizes. He didn't close the veranda door and what about Ellie and Vince, who are in their rooms, blissfully unaware of the danger they're in. He gets his firearm in the safe in the attic and tells us whatever we hear, do not come downstairs. To stay hidden no matter what. Now I'm sobbing, begging my dad to not leave us, but he tells us he has to go get Eli and Vince before something bad happens to them. Now there's even more tears, as reality hits that there's 2 other people still in danger. Anne's understandably in hysterics because she's also fearing for her mom downstairs. My dad disappears and the air is thick with tension. We can still hear the dogs going crazy, indicating that those men were still on our property. My mom then calls another number, the armed security that drives around the area, and they say they'll be over in about 10 to 15 minutes. They say to wait and stay hidden until they ring our bell at the gate. We all wait in silence, fearing that we'll hear a gunshot or anything indicating these men are in our house. But there was just silence. The only sound was the dog's barks outside. After what seemed like hours, most likely a couple minutes, we heard stomping coming up from the stairs, and my heart rate quickened. I remember shutting my eyes and praying that it was just my dad with Ellie and Vince. Luckily, it was. We all hid for a while, no one dared to speak. The dog seemed to have calmed down considerably, but we were still barking every now and then. The gate intercom rang, and my dad told us to wait while he checked if it was just the security company, and sure enough, it was. He opened up and the nightmare was over. I remember standing up and my knees buckling from the adrenaline my body endured. The armed security somehow notified the right police, and everyone investigated the garden. They found that there was actually 7 pairs of footprints, and that these guys bent the spikes on our wall and just climbed over. We got an electric fence shortly after, so there must have been 2 other guys hiding in the shadows that my dad hadn't seen, which is actually creepy in its own right. Thank goodness nothing happened to my family, and I'm forever thankful for my dad's quick thinking regarding the panic button. Also, I'm so glad my dad understands Zulu and can manipulate the situation to benefit us. This takes place in the early 80s. I grew up in the suburbs in a very friendly townhouse complex. We all knew our neighbors. My first friends were the kids that lived in other townhouses. To describe my home, all townhomes are attached. They're also very tall and slender. I had 6 flights of stairs to go from the basement to the bedrooms on the top floor. We had a tiny driveway, and then there was the small roadway. On the other side was a raised flower bed that ran the length of the side of the townhouse wall across the street. The most important thing was a very bright street light in the middle of the planter. It shined ominously right into our front windows at night, and it had enough light to illuminate shapes above the kitchen counter on the 3rd floor kitchen, just the top part of bodies. You didn't need to turn on the kitchen lights at night if you needed to get something. One night I had a sleepover with my friend who lived diagonal to me. Us scouts had stayed up late and went to the kitchen for snacks. I peered out into the street to see an unfamiliar guy walking by on the roadway. There was no sidewalks. I noted to my pal that there was a weirdo walking by because he didn't seem right. He was tall and lanky with long 80s hair. With our familiarity with people in the neighborhood, we didn't recognize him. Our complex roadway did lead to a street, but it wasn't used as a shortcut because it was a long way to get around the neighborhood, so you didn't see others often, especially at night. As soon as I commented weirdo, he walked by our house. Only a couple of minutes later, he walked by again, going in the direction he came on the roadway. This time, we saw him out of the corners of our eyes coming along. Being scared kids, we immediately ducked as we were visible to the street. Up until then, we didn't think anything more of it, but our instincts told us to hide, so we did. My friends said we were overreacting after a few minutes being crouched down, so we carefully peered over the counter. Weirdo hadn't walked by. He was now standing in front of the flower planter looking up at our house. To this day, I remember that bright streetlight illuminating him from behind very ominously. He looked like a horror film killer come to life. We hit the floor again, thoroughly freaked out. I don't know how long we were there for. I could only hear the sound of our breathing for some time, until I thought I heard the squeak of the garage door handle. It was one of those old rusty ones that opened outward. I thought I was dreaming until I heard for the second time that rusty handle squeak. He was trying to get in now. My friend and I were frozen in fear. Luckily, my dad always locked the garage. The squeaking stopped. Even though my friend and I could have run upstairs or shut it to my parents, we were rooted on the spot, thinking if we moved, he'd get us somehow. We thought that was it as it was suddenly quiet. But a few minutes later, I heard the swoosh of the screen door and telltale sound of the front door handle being pressed down. The first screen door was never locked, but thank God the wooden door always was. The noise repeated a few times. The metal scratching of the screen door hinge and the click of the front door latch. I wanted to piss my pants, and my friend looked like crying. Again, we were too silly enough to move or do anything to help ourselves. We just shook in terror and hoped he'd go away. He stopped trying to get in after about 5 minutes, and all we heard after that was silence. About 8 minutes later on the kitchen floor, we moved to stand up. I thought we were still pretty crouched down and invisible. That wasn't the case. This time we heard a clear voice. The other kitchen window near the pantry had its screen window open. "Hey, I'm thirsty. Can I get a glass of water?" My friend and I stared at each other in disbelief. He was still there. We didn't move, but someone had to eventually. My friend, being the braver one, decided to peek out the screen window while trying not to be seen. He must have heard her. "I know you're there. Come on and let me in. I won't hurt you." This was the moment we decided to flee up those 2 flights of stairs to my bedroom. I always had an active imagination like most kids. I really hated that my bedroom was the very first one at the top of my stairs. My parents were at the back. Therefore, in mind, I would be the first one to be murdered if someone broke in, and that fear was certainly tenfold that very night. My friend and I hunkered down on my bed, deep under the covers, shaking. We did not sleep at all, waiting for the click of a door or worse. We thought we heard him try again, but at that point we weren't sure if we were hearing things. Until the day I moved out, I never really felt totally comfortable in my bedroom ever again. I'm a 21-year-old female, and this story took place when I was around 11. I remember this day clearly because it was the first time I was ever allowed to walk to school and back by myself. Up until the age of 14, I lived in what we thought was a safe place in Chautauqua County, New York. Everyone knew everyone here. If you thought you would get away with something, then be prepared to have your ear chewed off by the time you get home. There was this one day though, it was a cold winter day and school unfortunately was still open, so all the neighborhood kids had to walk through knee-high inches of snow just to get to school. It took me longer to leave the house as I was used to walking with my older sister to school since she knew the routes better than me. I always used to make fun of her for being paranoid and taking a different route every day from school, but after that day, I learned that was what saved my life. As I was waiting by the door to leave, my mom came up to me and told me that I should ride with her to drop me off because my sister was too sick to go today. Being a brat, I made a big deal about walking by myself because I was almost 12 years old and all my friends' parents let them walk alone. She looked at me for a long while, then told me to make sure I pay attention to cars. I got hit by a car and almost died when I was 9, so the worry that showed on her face was well warranted. I hurriedly nodded and headed out the door to go to school. My sister didn't like to dilly-dally, so she was always in a rush to get to school early, but seeing as it was just me, I thought it would be a good idea to take my time. I would play in the brown slush that was on the left side of the road, and even made funny looking snowballs to see how far I could throw them. Halfway to school I noticed a white van following behind me. Being the playful child I was, if I had not been bending down to make another snowball, I wouldn't have noticed it slowly creeping up the street. I told myself I was being stupid, but continued more hurriedly to school. Once I got to school, I took a quick glance over my shoulder and saw the van a few feet behind me. It wasn't until I was on school grounds that it drove away fast by me. I thought that would be the end of it, but throughout the day when I would stare out the window, the van would be there. I assumed that it never really left, just parked. Many adults would try to convince me years later that maybe it wasn't the same one, but I knew it was. The van had a bright yellow smile emoji sticker on it. I couldn't see who was in the van, but through the tinted glass, I knew they could see me. It was now the end of the day and I wasn't ready to go home. It was too late to call my mom, because she was at work and my sister was home sick. I had to suck it up and start walking home. I tried to blend in with the group of kids, but most of them were car riders, and the others didn't live near me. Remembering what my sister told me, I took another route home. I didn't memorize this route clearly, but I decided anything was better than being spotted by that van. I made it to my main street, but realized my mistake too late. The route I took led back to the main street where I walked to school. Hidden behind a row of cars was the white van with the smiley emoji sticker. I tried to stay calm and walk past in, but once I heard the van door slightly click open, I ran. I could hear the rush of 2 pairs of heavy footfalls behind me. They were getting closer, so I did what any normal kid would do. I cut corners. I cut into someone's backyard until I was directly inside of my house and forced myself into the thick snow to make it to the door. My heart was racing, not because I was running, but because I could still hear them behind me. I made it to the door and banged with all my might until someone came to the door. My sister looked confused, but one look at my face and she pulled me inside and locked the doors. The van was still outside. Truthfully, it stayed out there until my brother got home. Me and my sister don't talk about it, but we both knew how close it was to me going missing. Whoever you are that attempted to kidnap me and do God knows what else, let's not ever meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I was 20 years old, so 6 years ago, I worked as a delivery girl for a pretty popular pizzeria in my area. Initially, I worked the late morning to mid-afternoon shift, but when the guy who delivered for the night shift ended up getting fired due to him losing his license because of a DUI, I was placed on the night shift since my boss hired a family friend who could only work my shift for whatever reason. I really didn't want this shift because you never know if people who order late at night actually want a pizza or if they have other intentions in mind. Unfortunately, my boss isn't the nicest of people and essentially told me if I wasn't willing to work the night shift, I was fired. I wasn't exactly in a position where I could be out of work, albeit temporarily, so I reluctantly worked the shift. The first month of this shift, I went by without any issues, until I had to deliver a pizza to a house that just barely made our delivery radius. I punched it in on my GPS, and the house was located in a pretty suburban part of the city. I arrive and it's about 11 p.m. The block was extremely quiet, decently lit, and mostly littered with modern townhouses, but the house I delivered to was a duplex. I ring the doorbell and wait for about 30 seconds. No answer. I ring it again and wait another 30 seconds. Still no answer. I'm standing there getting pretty nervous that something's about to go down, but thankfully a man opens the door. He looked like he was in his late 40s. He was pretty tall, maybe a little over 6 foot, and he was very skinny. I tell him his pizza's here and he just stands there staring at me. I asked him if he was okay and he responded by saying, Yeah, I'm fine, sorry. I got off work not too long ago, and I'm just zoning out a bit. Fair enough, I suppose. He hands me the money. I hand him the pizza, and as I'm making change, he says, "You're really beautiful, you know that?" Not really thinking too much into it, I thanked him for the compliment and gave him his change. I said goodnight, and he did too. I walked back to my car and finished my deliveries for the night. A few days later, I get a delivery order to the same place. I head over there around the same time as last time and ring the doorbell. He answers the door very excitedly and says, "Hey, it's you again. How are you?" I told him I was tired and I can't wait to go home, to which he chuckled and said, "I know that feeling pretty well," as he was pulling out his wallet. As he's counting his money, he asked me what my name is. Being kinda tired at this point and not really thinking straight, I stupidly told him my name. As I'm making change, he asked if he could have my number, as he'd love to hang out with someone as gorgeous as I am. I've literally only met this guy like twice to deliver a pizza. I had no idea who this guy was, and I'm positive he barely knew who I was as well. Another thing to mention is I looked way younger than I was at that time. I was told by numerous people that I still looked like I was 15, and I was hoping he thought differently as he wasn't hitting on what he thought was a teenager. I'm just standing there awkwardly for a few seconds before I muster out, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." He gets upset and says, "Oh, okay, I see." We stand there in silence before I tell him to have a good night, and walk back to my car. He says nothing and still stands at the doorway, staring at me, until he finally went back inside once I started my car. I got a pretty creepy vibe from this guy, and even brought it up to my coworkers, and they agreed it was pretty creepy. Except for my boss, who overheard everything and claimed I was making up stories and trying to gain sympathy for having to take the shift. A week later, as I'm working the night shift, we get an order from the same guy again, and this is when it finally hits the fan. I arrive at the house at around 10:30 p.m. and keep in mind that from my perspective on the road, it didn't look like a single light in the house was on. I get out of my car and I walk to the front door with the pizza box in my arms. As I'm approaching the door, it quickly swings open to reveal the man, except this time, he was wearing a suit and I jumped back. He laughs and said, "Sorry if I scared you. I saw you out on the window, and I figured if I just opened the door now, so you wouldn't have to ring the bell." I was getting scared because, as I mentioned before, there were no lights on in the house, so he was sitting in the dark this whole time. And if so, why? I nervously laugh and say, "It's okay." He asked me if I liked his suit, which I said yes. He then asked me, "Would you like to go on a date with me tonight?" I once again tell him I have a boyfriend, to which he chuckles, gets close to me and says, "There's no way a girl your age is in a serious relationship. You should really go on a date with me." He grabs the pizza box from me and throws it to the side and grabs me by my arms hard. I'm officially sweating bullets at this point and now trying to cry from the fear that was overwhelming me. I start pleading with him, "Dude, please. I just want to go home. I don't want to go on a date tonight." He just stares at me with the most sinister look I've ever seen on someone's face and says, "I don't care. Get inside now. We're gonna have a good time." He starts trying to pull me to the house, and I'm trying to resist as hard as I can. After a bit of struggling, he lets go of one of my arms and starts grabbing something out of his pocket, which I presumed was a knife. I did something to this day that I'm still thankful worked as he was doing that. I used my free arm to punch him as hard as I could in the stomach. This stuns me for a few seconds, and as he loosened his grip on me, allowed me to break free. I quickly run to my car, and as I get in, he runs at me and tries pulling me out of the car, holding the knife in the other arm, and just starts yelling. I grab a half-empty soda bottle I had in the cup holder and throw it, and luckily it hits his head and he lets me go. I slam on the door, and then all of a sudden he jumps right on the hood of my car and starts scratching and banging on my windshield with his knife. I put the car in reverse and quickly back out of the spot and quickly reverse down the road with him desperately trying to hold on. He's banging on my hood screaming, "Stop the car." I turn onto the next road as swiftly as possible, and luckily, he falls off the hood of my car. I slammed the gas as hard as I could to get away from him as far as I could. In my panicked state, I drove a couple blocks down the street and kept making turn after turn onto other side blocks as I feared I was being followed. Eventually, I reached a red light and I slammed on the brakes and just sat at the intersection frozen from what had just happened. I began crying and violently shaking as I was just sitting there. It dawned on me that I came so close to losing my life, and I couldn't help but feel like I shouldn't have been alive. Once the light turned green, I pulled over to the side and just sat there crying. Eventually, I get the energy to drive back to the pizzeria, and almost immediately after I walk in, my coworker knew something was wrong after seeing me. I practically broke down in front of him, and everyone else came to the front wondering what was going on. I fought my tears and explained everything that just happened. My coworker comforted me, and my boss surprised me and began apologizing profusely for what had happened and for putting me on the night shift. He took me into the office and handed me the phone to call the cops. They arrived at the store, and I gave them my statement, as well as taking pictures of any marks on myself, as well as scratches on my car for the encounter as evidence. My coworker followed behind me as I drove home, and I collapsed on my bed, and strangely enough, I managed to fall asleep. I quit my job the next day, and luckily a friend of mine managed to hook me up with a new job at her clothing store. As far as the psycho goes, 2 days later I received an update from the police. The entire duplex is owned by the guy's brother, who lived on the right side with his wife, and the psycho lived on the left side of the duplex. I learned that he had been in and out of jail constantly at first for robberies and assaults. He had been released from jail about 5 months ago apparently. When they arrived at the house, he was long gone and his family had no idea where he ran off to, but the police insisted they would find him, and indeed they did, albeit not alive. I spent the next 2 months in fear that he would find me and finish what he had in mind, but the police contacted me and updated me on the case. Apparently, he fled to another city nearby and attempted to kidnap a teenager walking alone late at night on the street. Luckily, somebody happened to be looking out the window at the right time, called the cops, and the police caught him by trying to force her into his car. He manages to flee and the police chase after him. He blew a red light near a busy boulevard and a van slammed right into the driver's side of his car. By some sort of miracle, the driver of the van only sustained minor injuries, while the psycho succumbed to his wounds long before the ambulance even arrived. I thank the officers for everything they did and for informing me, so I walked out of the station. I walked down the street and I light up a cigarette as I'm taking in everything that I'd just been told. I don't wish death on people, but after hearing about his death, I felt relieved. I felt relieved that he couldn't hurt anyone anymore. I was relieved that I wouldn't have to ever encounter him again, and that I wouldn't have to go through with charging him and reliving what happened that night. Who knows where I'd be if he managed to pull me into his house. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time when we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We'd only come out for school. We loved pretending that we were frontiersmen. We'd build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a "Stand By Me." This was based on the movie on the same name that just came out. The idea was that we'd walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from and to camp little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous and we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges no one went to, we fished, we hid from trains. At night, we camped in woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so we would see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We would do stuff with family in the day, and at night, we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, me and Joe got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a heck of a mix. Soon, we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came, we started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, we had a map, and so I gave it a "screw it," and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We'd walk the area around a little bit just to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over a hill and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 or so feet into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from up top of the short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to be any clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet. No movement could be seen. No lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw it and it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand. We didn't go all the way in, we didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot that we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up just to the natural creepiness seeing a church in the middle of the woods would elicit. Besides, at this point it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and just talked, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little like this. Do you hear that? What is that? It sounds like people singing. And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't walk right into a tree, but it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top, we saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, can you believe this? The light looked to be a candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the crap out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a different language, because we couldn't understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something, and then a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, let's get the heck out of here, when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, they're coming out. We were far enough away that we couldn't really make them out very well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move toward us and the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill, and they were moving erratically like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town that was about 15 minutes down it, and we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing around, but I heard those voices and they sure as hell didn't sound like any kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the most creepiest thing that happened to me out in the woods. So, this happened about 5 years ago while I was 9 months pregnant. I was Christmas shopping at the mall with my then 7 and 15-year-old daughters one Saturday night in a very safe city with very low crime rate. There was an Applebee's connected to the mall, and we ended our shopping pretty late, and the mall stores were starting to close, so I took my kids to the connected Applebee's for a late dinner. We finished up eating at about 10 p.m. to leave out the Applebee's entrance into the practically deserted parking lot with shopping bags in tow. As we got to the car, I was in the middle of maneuvering the shopping bags in my arms to find my keys, when a 50-ish-year-old looking guy starts walking up from somewhere in the parking lot with shaggy gray and white hair and a faded flannel shirt and old jeans. I noticed him briskly approaching when he was about 40 feet away, and he said, "Give me all your money now." My blood ran cold, and I stared at him owlishly and shakingly said, "What?" He then said he was just kidding and came up and stood right next to my daughters, who were standing on the other side of the car, waiting for me to unlock the door to let them in. He then starts making small talk with me and my girls. He's asking things like if they were being good girls for Santa, how old they were, if we got all of our Christmas shopping done, what kind of things did we get, etc. He didn't seem drunk, high, slow, or anything at all. He was very coherent and seemed sound of mind. Mind you, I was a heavily pregnant woman, alone with my 2 daughters in a mostly deserted parking lot at 10 o'clock at night. I was being approached by a stranger who came and stood right next to my kids on the other side of the car, just shooting the breeze, talking to me and my kids with his hands in his pockets and occasionally looking over his shoulder. I didn't want to aggravate him, so I was politely conversing with him and trying to look calm and nonchalant while trying to disguise my frantic hands digging inside of my giant purse for my car keys. This exchange went on for about a couple minutes while he periodically kept looking over his shoulder. I was silently panicking and trying to politely keep the situation from escalating by calmly and nonchalantly talking to him while also trying in vain to find my car keys to get us out of there. They were in there hiding good. I felt that at any moment he was going to pull a knife or gun or rob me, and my kids were right next to him, away from their mother on the other side of the car, and I couldn't find my car keys to get my kids into the safety of the car. He kept trying to engage them in conversation, and I could see that my oldest daughter was a little weirded out. She kept glancing at me to gauge my assessment and reaction to the situation. Being that he was only talking and acting friendly, and I was doing my best to stay calm, they were oblivious to the alarming situation we were all in. And being 9 months pregnant, and that I was no match for this full-grown man, especially if he was hiding a weapon on him. While still desperately digging for my keys, I tried to politely give him hints that the conversation was over by saying things like, "It was nice chatting with you, but I gotta get these kids to bed," and "It was nice meeting you," and telling my girls to say that it was nice meeting him too. My polite attempts to get this guy to leave wasn't working because he kept sidestepping my attempts and asking them what their favorite school subjects are and how nice young ladies they were, etc., while I was struggling with the shopping bags and digging in my giant cluttered purse for my car keys. My outgoing 7-year-old was completely oblivious to how not okay the situation was, because he was being friendly and because of the whole "I'm with mommy, so I'm safe" child mentality. So she started to talk about what she picked out for dad for Christmas, and started enthusiastically talking about kid stuff and asking him if he knew what Minecraft was, etc., and keeping this creep from leaving us alone but keeping him engaged in conversation. They didn't realize that I was becoming desperate to get them out of there. Then I suddenly felt this sinking feeling of dread when I realized that I may have lost my car keys in the mall, and that we were stuck outside with this strange man who kept looking over his shoulders and was showing no signs of walking away, and I was thinking that he was waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. All he had to do was grab one of my girls and threaten their life, knowing it would make me do whatever he wanted as long as he wouldn't hurt them. I started to feel my adrenaline start to spike, and my heart and stomach started doing flip-flops, and I felt like at any moment something was about to go down, as the gravity of realizing that there were no other people or witnesses around, and that they were totally alone with him at that moment, the odds were stacked against us and that he has his chance. He all of a sudden was all like, "Okay, it was nice talking to you, see you later," and walked off in the same direction as which he came. It wasn't until then I found my car keys and locked the car and told my kids to get in fast, and I got in too, and locked the doors and started the car and drove out of there. My 15-year-old lightheartedly and jokingly said, "Okay, that was weird," and laughed. I was overwhelmed with relief, and then I was confused over what just happened. I thought to myself, why the heck would a guy of seemingly sound mind think it was totally acceptable to go out of his way just to approach a woman and her kids in a deserted parking lot late of night just to chit-chat? But being that nothing bad happened, I brushed it off and joked about it too. When we got home, my husband greeted us and asked us how shopping went, and I said it went well, and my 15-year-old told him what happened in the parking lot and how weird it was and was kinda joking about it. I started joking too, saying how I was mentally having a panic attack while trying to look calm, and I started making fun of myself by telling my husband how I was attempting to inconspicuously rummage through my purse to find my car keys. My husband went completely white, and I acknowledged his horrified look of alarm, and I assured him that, albeit creepy, the guy was talking and eventually left on his own. Now, my father-in-law is a retired sheriff deputy, and my husband went through police academy training after graduating high school. He decided to go to business school instead of becoming a cop, and being that the knowledge he gained from that, plus growing up with a cop for my dad, I found out why my husband looked absolutely horrified when I told him about the details. What my husband told me completely rattled me to the bone. My husband told me that he was 100% sure the reason why that guy was hanging around us and chit-chatting was because he was waiting for me to unlock my car. And the reason why he was standing next to our kids was because once I unlocked the car and the kids started to get inside, he was most likely going to force himself into the car with the kids and hold a knife or gun to them to gain leverage on me to force me to cooperate, knowing that I wouldn't abandon my kids, which would force me to get into the car with them and then do whatever he wanted me to do, which most likely would be to drive to a remote location to do whatever knows what. And being that he wasn't wearing a mask, suggests that his intentions were to also leave no witnesses to identify him. I then remembered that he was positioned by the backseat passenger door where my 7-year-old was, standing by waiting to get in. My husband then told me that the most likely reason why the guy ended up leaving was because it took so long for me to find my keys, and the longer it took, the more anxious and spooked it made him. And that whole time, me trying to search for my car keys in my purse saved me from potentially being abducted. I was 23 when I started working full-time at everyone's favorite supermarket. I had struggled through over 3 years of college before deciding to get a full-time job, and had worked a trial full-time job for 6 months before becoming a greeter a year before it was changed to something more serious. I look younger than I am, and people have asked if I was still in high school or if I had a boyfriend, and I was ignorant enough to be used to those questions under a work environment. I also have anxiety, so I worried about customer service more than my own comfort zone most of the time in that position. I soon started to keep work journals detailing what I saw on a daily basis or anything I found suspicious, which came in handy for me in my opinion. There was this older gentleman that needed to use an electric cart to get around in EFS that I helped from time to time since I normally watched the secondary doors. He introduced himself as Al, claimed to be in his 70s, and required the electric cart because of all the smoking he did since his younger years. Al normally would strike up long conversations about his life after he was done shopping, that he would stay at least another 5 or so minutes before leaving, including asking if I had a boyfriend and, at one time, making up scenarios of meeting a potential boyfriend. As stated before, I was used to hearing the boyfriend question so much that I stick with saying, I don't have a boyfriend and I'm not looking to find one anytime soon. Al took this as me lying to get out of the situation when I was telling the truth. I also overlooked a lot of what he said most of the time because it was normally loud when these conversations happened. He had a rasp in his voice, which was proof of the smoking information he told me, and I thought they were things that were the norm for his time. As a retail worker, I felt it would have been rude if I ignored him, and it gave Al reason to think that I was his friend. I didn't start seeing red flags about his behavior until late November 2018 when he told me that I looked pretty and that he wouldn't imagine me naked. It made me uncomfortable, but I awkwardly thanked him for the compliment and went about his shopping before I documented it down. Red flag number 2 came a month later, the day after Christmas and sometime after my birthday. Earlier that day, I was talking to fellow greeter Tom, a male in his mid-50s, about when greeter Queenie would let us go on our breaks after a Mountain Dew spill when Al came in to do his shopping. And after he was done, and I was helping him transfer groceries to a push cart, he said he saw me talking to Tom in a monotone sounding voice and left without going into conversation. It was enough to scare me. Red flag number 3 came not even a week into the new year. Al came back to do some shopping and tried to strike up a conversation with me after he was done, but noticed how I was trying to focus on my job more than him. This prompted him to ask if he made me uncomfortable, and I told Al I didn't want to be rude as I thought telling him would make him upset all the time. Al told me that he sees me as a friend and that whenever he comes in, he looks to see if I'm working because I'm the friendliest greeter compared to everyone else before he left. I could tell he wanted to put me at ease, but it did the opposite as I found I was right to be paranoid about him. I started to actively avoid Al if I ever saw him again and was alone at either door, acting like I was busy and having an assistant manager switch me and Queenie to different doors whenever the two of us worked alone in the morning. It worked for a month until greeter Nora came and gave Queenie her breaks when she wanted them. Come February, I'm gathering baskets when I spot Al at the register that sells tobacco and he says hi to me, but I ignored him and hurried away. I later asked one of my managers to use the restroom and hid in there until I couldn't hear him. Self-checkout host Dory had noticed how uncomfortable I was, as Al recounted that he thought he might have insulted me because he asked if I had a boyfriend. He then told her everything he was saying to me and Dory understood why I was so uncomfortable. She later told me that Al was very vocal about me ignoring him until he left. I told 2 other co-workers as I was trying to catch up in my journaling as I had fallen behind it, and they told me to escalate the situation to the head of loss prevention, Rebecca. I eventually did once I had 3 entries written down and marked as my evidence, and told Rebecca what I had been doing to avoid Al. I was afraid to tell anyone in management without any evidence as I worried I'd be brushed off as an anxious worker, but Rebecca took me seriously and said I was doing the right thing by avoiding him. Since my journaling included times and dates, I was able to give Rebecca the time frame Al was most commonly coming into shop at the time, sometime between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., closer to the end of the month, and mainly Sundays. With that in mind, I was told to keep an eye out whenever Al ever came back in and to point him out to her or her team as his actions could lead to harassment of the customers as well. In March, I was surprised to see Al come in at a later time and act more professional around me, keeping things to hello and goodbye instead of trying to make a conversation. Even with the change of attitude, I still kept my guard up. Near the end of the month, around 6:50 at night, Al stated how nice the weather was and asked me if I could help him out to his car with his groceries so I could take the electric cart back inside. It's EFS's policy that the electric carts stay inside to avoid any damage to them unless if the customer physically can't get to the store without heavy assistance. so I politely said he had to use a push cart as the electric cart can't go outside and I'd get him one. Al was a bit insistent in taking the electric cart out and was halfway through the entryway, but I pushed the push cart close to the electric cart and politely insisted that the electric cart stay inside to avoid any damage from pebbles and dust that could get into the cart. Al relented at that reason, had his groceries put into the push cart and left. I was relieved that the situation wasn't escalated, so I had to help him, but I did take note of his car should Al get an idea to try and follow me home. That was also the only time he ever asked me to help him outside. I eventually told Nora that I didn't feel comfortable around Al, as she said that I wasn't the only young woman he had said these things to, as he said things like this to other female workers at other EFSs since Nora had transferred over from the west location in the city. A little over halfway into April, I switched over to cashiering and put together more information about Al's visits so I could try to avoid serving him by myself. Coming in around the time food stamps was replenished, and within the 7 to 10 days at the end of the month, mainly on Sundays and Fridays, and during the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. time frames. Luckily enough, I didn't see Al after the switch. Even more coincidentally, at the start of May, I found an online article by the local newspaper with a picture who looked to be Al in my Twitter timeline. I didn't want to get my assumptions up and had Nora look at the picture 2 days later. To my shock, Nora confirmed it was Al. Reading the article revealed that Al had quote-unquote spilled gravy on his laptop and took it into Popular Electronics to get the files recovered when the IT people found what appeared to be pictures of children during the recovery and called the police. Al admitted to saving the photos and was able to describe what he saved and was arrested. The article also revealed that Al wasn't his real name, that he was really in his mid-50s. It was from a nearby city in Iowa, which explained why he mainly came in on weekends. I told everyone that knew the story that they were equally shocked, but also relieved. I did research on his state laws and on the charges against Al a few days after his scheduled court appearance and found that he was guaranteed at least 2 to 10 years in prison. In October, I decided to do more research as it had been months and found more articles confirming that Al copped a plea deal for 2 years and over $600 in fines for each count against him. It was sentenced in September. I had switched to another position on the sales floor by the time I found out about the sentencing. It's been over 2 years since then, and I have my old co-workers and Rebecca to thank for giving me the fact and confidence that I do have the option to tell a customer no if I feel something isn't right. But I can't help but think about how badly things could have gotten if I helped him out to his car and if he had other intentions in mind. It should also be noted that any electric cart policies are put in place not only to maintain the functionality of the cart, but to also protect the employees from injury or other harm at any store electric carts are provided, and I was lucky to enforce this policy when I did. I started working part-time at a local gas station convenience store over the summer of 2016 to earn some extra money while attending college. When I was hired, I was informed that female employees were never scheduled to work overnight shifts, for obvious safety reasons, which I was relieved to hear. I wasn't so much worried about my safety, but I was concerned about getting enough sleep before classes. It wasn't long before I found myself dreading the days I had to work though, as the job turned out to be much more difficult than I anticipated. We were always short-staffed, which forced us to constantly multitask between running cash registers, preparing food, keeping eyes on pumps, cleaning, stocking, etc. To make matters worse, the 2 women who managed the place were awful in every way, and I frequently found myself biting my tongue and talking myself out of quitting. I was especially on edge when they cut our 15-minute breaks down to 10 minutes, as I never seemed to have enough time to use the restroom and smoke a cigarette fast enough. But it wasn't until several annoying encounters with a regular, I'll call him James, that I finally started to break. James was younger than me, maybe late teens or early 20s, and he thought he owned the place. Perhaps being the grandson of one of the managers gave him a sense of entitlement to screw with people there. The first time I met James, he approached the counter to purchase some chewing tobacco. As I was ringing him up, I asked to see his ID and he told me who he was related to, but I politely asked again to see his ID because I was new. Another employee overheard our conversation and assured me he was old enough, so I went ahead and rang him up. Staring at me intently the whole time, he looked down at my name tag and said, "Mindy, that's a pretty name." I thanked him for the compliment and gave him his dip, but he continued talking to me and asking several personal questions. He wanted to know where I live, what my last name was, or whether or not I had a boyfriend, etc. Meanwhile, a long line had formed behind him, and not trying to be rude, I said something like, "Sorry, there's a line behind you," and I casually motioned for the next customer to move up, but James didn't leave. He simply stepped to the side and continued talking to me, and watching me as I rang each customer up. It was immediately uncomfortable and unsettling for me, but I did my best to pretend like I wasn't bothered, even when his persistence escalated and another coworker told him to leave me alone. James soon began to make more appearances after that, the second time being with his girlfriend and another male friend by his side. Yes, he had a girlfriend, and I was very confused when he started flirting with me again, this time right in front of her, but oddly enough, she didn't say a word. So I brushed it off and played along, assuming he's just the goof that my coworker said he was. But when he sat in a booth with his sidekicks at the back of the store, I could still feel his eyes burning a hole right through me. Over time, I grew more suspicious of James, as I would witness him do and say countless things to hurt others. I knew that he was annoying, and I learned to brush it off as a all in good fun type of humor like everyone else did. But when I caught him making fun of another coworker to her face, all I could feel was anger towards him. I removed her from the situation by taking her place at the register, as I could tell she was very hurt and embarrassed by his comments, and by doing so, it was apparent to James that I didn't approve. He would continue to cruelly harass this poor girl, and even some of the customers who came in, but trying to make him stop was like scolding a child. I didn't lash out at him though, I just began to ignore him. James then started playing these head games with me while I was working. He would take soda and candy, walk outside without paying for it, and then come back in the store and say that I forgot to ring him up, loud enough for everyone to hear. One night, he even filled up his gas tank and took off without paying for it, before returning to say he forgot to pay. He knew he'd always get away with it, because Granny was the manager. By this point, it wouldn't have surprised me if he was really stealing gas and food from the store. There was something very dark and strange lurking behind his goofball facade, and I avoided him like the plague, though it was nearly impossible to do at times. Then one day, while I was working alone with another coworker, we were very busy with tasks as usual, when, lo and behold, James walked in by himself. I muttered under my breath, "Pain in the butt," and I walked straight back into the freezer to finish what I was working on earlier, and then he followed me, inside the freezer. I didn't know he was there until he walked right up behind me and asked why I didn't greet him anymore. Startled, I jumped and quickly turned around, grabbing my chest and asking him what was he doing back there. He laughed as I told him I was busy and reminded him that only employees could be in this area. He ignored everything I said and instead proceeded to ask me personal questions, just like he did the first day I met him. "You never told me where you live," he said, and "I'm curious about you. I just want to know. Tell me where you live." He was moving closer and closer towards me, literally backing me to the corner of the freezer. "Are you afraid of me, Mindy?" he asked. I tried to push past him, telling him to move, but he kept stepping in front of me to block my way out. "Not until you answer me," he said. I started calling out for my coworker, who showed up and gave him crap for being in the freezer. I was finally able to push past James, and I made my way to the front counter, where I looked at the clock and saw that it was time for me to go home. I gathered my things and punched out as quickly as I could, but James followed me out to the parking lot. I swiftly got into my car, but James had managed to grab the top of my car before I was able to shut it. "Come on, just let me see your ID," he persisted. I repeatedly told him no, before I found myself practically begging for him to let go of my door so I could go home. Then he grinned at me and said, "Don't make me follow you, Mindy." Chills ran down my spine. Knowing how bold of a person he was, and considering the fact that he literally just cornered me in the freezer only minutes ago, I highly expected him to follow through. Threatened by visions of what my drive home might soon look like, I became angry. I looked at him dead on before shouting, "Let go of my door and stay away from me." I then grabbed the door handle and ripped the door shut as hard as I could. He tried yanking on the door handle from the outside to open it, but luckily I locked the doors in time. He then continued to knock on my window, asking to see my ID, but I started my car and backed away from him. I turned the wheels and hightailed it out of there, while he just stood and watched me speed off. I was never so glad to finally get away from him, but I was paranoid the whole way home, thinking that he could possibly catch up to me on the road, even though I never saw his vehicle behind me. I would end up quitting the job after this, and I didn't care that my hiring manager was pissed about it. I had enough of everything, and dealing with James was the last straw. I didn't bother explaining anything to my manager, because it was apparent to me that James was probably never held accountable for anything he did ever wrong in his life, and he likely never would be. I never saw him again after that, and I hope I never do either. James was honestly borderline psychotic. This was told to me by an old friend and coworker, whose neighbor has made his life what could be equated to a real nightmare. I don't believe what he said at first. Turns out, this neighbor is known to others in the area for being off the deep end, and I've had several people tell me that personally since this happened. My boss even mentioned it, and she's practically a second mother to me and has nothing to gain from lying about it. I can't give the exact location, but I can tell you this takes place in mid-Michigan. This all started around 7 years ago, and has gotten progressively worse, especially in the past few months. My neighbor has always been a bit odd, but it seems he went off the deep end when he found his wife with another man. He sort of snapped. It began with us finding our dogs dead, having been shot by someone. It wasn't that tough of a guess as to who did it, because houses out here are few and far between. This happened a few times, but being that we lived where we did and the way things were around here, no one called the cops. This is due in part by the guy being unstable, there being no hard evidence to link him to it, and not to mention if the police didn't find anything, he wouldn't know who called them. So, skip forward to a few months ago, when another dog had gone missing. She gets out fairly frequently, I'll mention later. I ended up walking out to the woods around our house, alone being that my friend didn't want to go. I had been out for a bit when I heard off in the distance. After looking a little bit, I saw him. After what he has done in the past, I decided I need to get at least some sort of evidence. So I pulled out my phone to start recording. I tried to get a little closer, then hid behind a tree, so that only the phone was out to record. He was out under a group of pine trees, digging a hole, a big one. I shouted once just to see what he would do. Yeah, not the greatest idea. A normal person would look around, right? Look at their surroundings to figure out where the noise came from. Not this guy. He jumps out of the hole and grabs a gun and starts waving it around. I took this as my cue, and while he was looking the other way, got the heck out of there. After that, I couldn't stop thinking what he could be digging for back there. No matter what I came up with, I can't seem to come with a logical reason as to why he was doing that. Though, to be fair, since when is anything he is doing logical? A few nights later, my dog had gotten out again. We have them on an invisible fence, but one of the collars was acting up. Anyway, this happened at about 3 a.m. Of course, the dog wasn't in our yard, but at least I had a friend that had time to search with me, so out we went. We were walking through the woods and realized that the neighbor's garage door was open and the lights were on. Curious, we quietly made our way over, with me taking my phone out after what I saw last time. As we approached the garage, I handed the phone off to my friend. I went around back to look for my dog, while my friend stayed up front, but then noticed him standing at his workbench at the back of the garage. It's one of those things that you kind of look on in disbelief, or have to do a double take to actually realize what you're seeing. It's 3 in the morning, and this guy is standing in his garage sharpening what looked like spears? After a bit he stopped, and I headed into the house and opened the door leading out next to the garage. My friend moved to the side of the garage and watched. The light on the side of the house was on, and he was sitting nearby. The guy comes out and picks up an extremely heavy black bag and puts it into his wheelbarrow. Now to put this into perspective, he's a big dude, and according to his brother is able to bench around 500 pounds. So whatever is in this bag isn't normal trash. He stands there for a moment, grabs his shovel and puts it with his bag, and starts off into the darkness towards the woods, and the direction of the location I saw him digging in before. After this, I decide to head over a couple of nights later, this time making it to his garage, in time to find him dragging another bag out. This time though, things got even weirder. He drags it out, then drops down and starts punching it, then proceeds to grab a golf club and starts whacking at it harder. He does this a few times, then throws the club behind him, bouncing it off his boating and almost hitting me, and puts it in his wheelbarrow, picks up his shovel, giving it one last good hit, and then starts towards off the woods again. This brings us to a couple weeks ago. My dog had gone missing for a few days, and fearing the worst, I decided to make a bold move. Or stupid one, whatever you think. After seeing that he left to go hunting, I made my way to his house and went in. What I thought I would find, I'm not sure of, but I thought it ought to be worth a look, seeing as I could find my dog anywhere else around and he's obviously been up to something. I made my way in and started looking around, making my way from the basement up, but it was when I was on the second floor that my worst fears came true. I heard a sound that made my heart nearly jump out of my chest. The door downstairs opened. He was back. In a panic, I ducked into the closet of the first room I came across, which, of course, his bedroom. I closed the door and crouched down, waiting for him to leave again, but he instead made his way upstairs into the room and sat down, his outfit and mask still on, leaning his gun against his desk. I sat there, not sure of what to do, how long I would be there, if he would find me, or what he would do if he did. I waited for what felt like forever, but ended up actually being a couple minutes, till there was a sound from downstairs. I couldn't believe my luck. He jumped up and grabbed his rifle and ran downstairs, and I took this opportunity to run down, following the stairs all the way to the basement and out while he was occupied. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my whole life. I left the back door and sprinted off into the woods and made my way back to my house. So, the good news is I'm obviously alive, and the noise that I heard when he grabbed his gun and ran downstairs for, it was the cops, waiting within a warrant for his arrest. I'm still trying to figure out what this psycho did, but haven't got an answer from his brother or the cops. I left a tip hunting in the woods, but as far as I know, no one has ever set foot out there. Currently, he is still sitting in the jail, and I hope it stays that for a while. First update. Me and a friend had gone out into the woods when we knew he wasn't home to see if we could find anything what he was digging. What we ended up finding were a ring of those spears stuck in the ground with large holes in front of them, some of which had been filled in. Of course, they were the traditional size for a grave, including being about 6 foot deep. I don't know what this dude is doing, but I'm going to keep an eye out. Second update. While crazy neighbor's in jail, I ended up doing some work over summer for his brother, who was slightly less crazy but still a little off. He wanted me to dig a hole for him in the corner of the basement, supposedly for drainage. Thought oddly enough, he asked me to make it big enough for someone to be able to get down there. The one thing I noticed while down there was the smell. That of something rotting meat in particular. That smell you get from a bloated deer on the side of the road on a sunny day. Why would I do it for him? Well, simple answer is I've dealt with sketchy people before, and he didn't seem near as bad as his brother, and I really needed the money. Either way, I got the job done and got the heck out of there. Final update. He's out of jail and back home. This will be the final update for now, or at least until weird stuff starts happening again. All this information was collected back in 2015-2016, and it's been a long while since this all went down. Maybe there was something sinister, maybe he's just another tweaker, which is quite common out here. It's been a couple years since I've talked to the person the story came from, but could possibly reach out for further insight. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This happened in 2004 when I was just 11. My mom was a paralegal and at the time worked at a family law firm. Something urgent came up and she had to go get case materials from her job that night, so she took me with her to go grab them. It was around 7 p.m. I should mention I guess that I lived in a fairly affluent and nice neighborhood where it was very safe and nothing bad really happened. I say this to give credit to my mom's insane sense of intuition that likely saved our life that night. We pull into the parking lot and my mom doesn't get out of the car. I'm an only child, so I was reading in the back seat and honestly didn't notice nor care, but eventually I asked her why we were getting out the car. She replied that she was waiting because as we pulled in, someone walked through the parking lot and got into their car right behind us, then proceeded to wait in his car while it was on with the lights pointed at our car. It wasn't overtly sketchy or creepy, as there were several non-ominous explanations, but my mom had a gut feeling and I'm glad she trusted her intuition and proceeded very deliberately and carefully because it quite possibly saved her life. After 5 to 10 minutes, but eventually, she turned to me and was like, okay, I have no idea what this guy is doing, so let's just go grab the stuff and leave. I didn't know this at the time because at this point I was mildly oblivious, but he got out of the car and followed us. My mom told me to hurry up because it was freezing and we jogged to the door. Our building required a car to buzz you inside, so once we got in we figured we'd be fine. The parking lot we were in is giant and random people hang out there all the time, and he came from seemingly nowhere, so the chances of him also having a car to buzz in were not very high. This was also something I wasn't really aware of or paying attention to at the time, but a few moments after we buzzed in, thinking we were in the clear, he came in right behind us. I asked my mom about this. I didn't learn what happened until years later. I can understand why she didn't tell me, and she said a few things ran through her mind. He could have been a total psycho who stole someone's card, which was the least likely as it was just too random. So he was either an employee or a client. They held late night meditation sessions inside the building, so it was typical to give clients a temporary pass for convenience. I'm going to assume this practice changed after this event. My mom, knowing the ID card system, actually wondered if she was overthinking it at that point, but she had that gut feeling and stuck to it, and truly taught me from the get-go to screw politeness. I hadn't seen him follow us in, and my mom honestly played it so cool that I didn't even put 2 and 2 together and just thought it was another random employee. But I remember just having a weird gut feeling that I just couldn't put my finger on, and mercifully I just shut up and followed my mom's lead. Before he came in, my mom was frantically pressing the elevator button just in case he somehow got in, but it hadn't come yet, so he came in and waited for the elevator for us. My mom was faking being polite and said hi. Then when it came, he got in and held the door open for us, waiting. My mom really killed it thinking on her feet and pretended to get a call and kind of shooed me to the side and told him, oh, I have to take this, so we'll just wait for the next one. Thank you, and ushered us away. I followed without protest even though I saw that no one had called her. After getting the weird feeling and seeing her fake a call, I knew something was up. That, and he was extremely creepy standing there holding open the elevator. The second it took off, she immediately pressed the button so the next one would come down and grabbed me and said quietly, that was the man who was waiting behind us in the car in the parking lot. He got out of his car and followed us inside. I was not letting us get in an elevator with him. When the elevator comes, We're gonna run to my office and wait a few minutes, then take the stairwell out. At this point, I'm freaking out but stayed calm and quiet and followed her lead. She saw that his elevator went to the 3rd floor. She was on the 2nd floor so we wouldn't run into him. Even if he somehow discovered we went to the 2nd floor in a different elevator, her office was right next to it and he wouldn't have ever caught up to us. We ran into her office and locked the door and waited about 5 to 10 minutes while she held her ear to the door to make sure she didn't hear anything. We then unlocked the door and quickly looked out, then ran to the stairwell and ran the heck out of her office, got in the car and drove home. That was the end of the story for me at that time. I asked my mom when I was a teenager if she remembered that weird time at her office when we hid in her office and ran away from a guy in the elevator and her face turned white, and she told me what transpired while we were waiting in her office and ran out the soundproof stairwell. The man in the elevator was there for a custody meditation session with his estranged ex-wife. He was against the divorce and was desperately trying to stop his wife from divorcing him. The custody session took place before my mom and I got there. He had refused to sign papers that would have awarded him less than 50% of their children living with him. He apparently got so angry that he got up and walked out halfway through the session. His wife decided to remain in the office for about 25 minutes after he left because she was freaked out. During this time, he went back to his car and sat inside and sobbed. This is when my mom and I had pulled into the office building. He eventually grabbed a pair of kitchen scissors he had in the glove box and got out and went back into the building, which is when he followed my mom and I inside. I'm not sure if us getting out of the car kind of snapped him out of it and gave him the push, if you will, to go back inside. He came back inside at the same time as us and got in the elevator, which he invited us inside with him. Based on the evidence from the trial involving a gray sweatshirt, prosecutors put together that he went to the 3rd floor and looked around, waiting for his wife. He got back in the elevator and waited until his wife went to leave and get in the elevator. He proceeded to ambush her and stabbed her 106 times with a pair of scissors in his pocket. He murdered his wife in the most gruesome fashion. The details of the case are horrifying. The links are below, but fair warning on the graphic details. What chills me to my core is wondering what would have happened if we stayed in the elevator. It was clear he had an agenda and a direct target. It's highly possible he would have left us alone and went along with his plan. But the last detail is that while he was waiting in his car, he was snorting meth and was high as a kite. The mediator was the key witness in trial and her testimony is horrifying. Her husband also worked in the building, and she was walking to his office when she heard screaming. When she got closer to the elevator, she heard the wife yelling her name. She yelled out, "It's him." She found the husband dragging his wife inside the elevator with blood everywhere, all over the walls. Then, in front of the mediator, he continued to plunge the scissors into his wife. When the police got there, they found him holding his wife, who was dead, choking her with his arm around her neck. This all took place while we were still in the building. We didn't hear it because we were in the cement stairwell and ran directly outside. All of the above is to say that he clearly went absolutely psychotic and lost his absolute mind. Someone who stabs their wife over 100 times with a pair of poultry scissors is clearly insane, but him rapidly continuing to murder her in front of the mediator and choking a dead body when the police arrived is a horrifying level of insane. That, and he was high on meth. There's nothing to say that we wouldn't have set him off in the most random way, or that he had already entered his psychotic break, or that he wouldn't have wanted us to get out of the way. My mom's actions likely saved our lives that night. She had a gut feeling and trusted her intuition. My mom knew the fake call might have seemed like a lie, but she did not care and was absolutely not getting in the elevator with him. She's not only my hero, but my best teacher. I learned that night to be hyper-vigilant, pay attention to every little detail in my surroundings, and to never dismiss my gut. I will never forget the slightly too wide, toothy smile that didn't even seem to reach his eyes, while he stood 5 feet away from my mom and I holding open the elevator. I think about it all the time of what could have happened if we got in the elevator. My husband and I were at the supermarket and our baby was being especially fussy, so he took her for a quick drive, the motion of which usually calms her down. It only took about 10 minutes to settle her and I was still in the store, but unsure how much longer I'd be, and there's poor cell reception inside, so he pulled back into the parking lot to wait for me. It was an unseasonably nice day, so he took her in her car seat to sit on one of the benches outside the store. He took a business call and had just sat them down, absent-mindedly rocking the carrier, when a woman, well-dressed, mid-30s, average height, fit build, approached them. It's not uncommon for people to ask to play with our baby. She's got big rosy cheeks, soft wisp of gold hair, and the most adorable gurgly, toothless grin, especially when she's deep into a good nap. But her nap schedule is paramount, so my husband was preparing to tell the woman she actually couldn't play with our baby right then. She walked over right in their direction, brimming with nonchalant confidence, and before he could even finish his sentence explaining she was napping and not to be touched, she picked up the carrier and started walking off. He was in shock for a minute, not fully believing someone would be ballsy enough to do something so sinister in plain daylight, so he said, "Excuse me, put her down." As his panic mounted, she remained calm this entire time, but when he called after her, she started walking away more briskly than when she approached. He ran full speed ahead, tried to grapple the carrier out of her hands, finally resulting to restraining her arms. This woman yells, "Help! He's trying to take my baby! Kidnapping! 911! Help!" kicking him in the shin and pulling a pink bottle of pepper spray out of her handbag. Of course, no one in the parking lot was clocking the earlier interaction and assumed he was really a kidnapper, a lone man in a Deadpool t-shirt versus a tiny well-dressed woman. Immediately, a man knocked my husband to the ground and was holding him down. He could hear bystanders encouraging the woman to file a police report, but she was doing a very convincing job of acting shaken up and insisted she just wanted to get home. To make matters worse for my husband, she was driving a minivan. He was in a raw state of panic, realizing the entire parking lot had banded together to inadvertently facilitate the kidnapping of our daughter. He was begging and pleading with them, but no one was listening. They just kept screaming at him that the jig was up and he needed to lie still and wait for police and stop terrorizing a young mother. My husband finally had the novel idea to show them family pictures on his phone, but too panicked to think clearly, this manifested as him shouting, "I have pictures of the baby in my phone," which, of course, everyone interpreted him as having stalker photos of the baby. It was at this point that a man, I can't entirely blame the man considering what he thought was going on, kicked my husband as hard as he could in the ribs. It was at this point I was coming out of the store and I thought he was being robbed by these people. I was yelling for security, so panicked my chest constricted and I could barely get any sound out. It was only then I realized he did not have our baby with him. When I saw she was being held by a woman, I was relieved. I thought maybe the woman had intervened to move my daughter out of harm's way, while my husband was being robbed and was walking away to get help. I couldn't find a security guard outside the store, so I ran up to the people holding my husband down, waving my wallet pleading, "Take everything you want, just let up and leave us alone." And one of the men holding him down said something like, "Lady, we need to wait for the police to deal with him." And I was so confused. Why would the muggers have called the police? I just kept stammering, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" I made out someone saying, "He tried to abduct that woman's kid." I did not understand and was sure I'd misheard him. My husband would never hurt a child, and we have 4 kids. If he were going to commit a crime, bringing home another kid would be the bottom of his list. I kept trying to understand what the man was saying, and suddenly, it all clicked. I looked around for the woman who had the baby carrier, and she was halfway across the parking lot. I went into total ballistic tiger cub mode, literally leaping out of my heels, and sprinted across the parking lot. I grabbed the woman by her hair and squeezed her throat with my other hand, which didn't do much. She was getting away even as I grappled with her. Amazingly, none of the other bystanders had yet to connect that my husband was telling the truth, and this woman was absconding with my baby. I yanked on her hair as hard as I could, and that was enough to make her drop the carrier. I was so scared and surprised that I actually just threw myself on top of the carrier, covering the entire thing like a blanket, and stayed that way without saying or doing anything else. The woman left. Not one person tried to stop her, even though she was clearly leaving without the child she claimed was hers, which would be pretty damn incriminating if I'd watched this scene unfold. Within the next couple minutes, police had arrived. After all that, there were still several bystanders who explained it as my husband trying to kidnap the baby. The police, to my horror, assumed that she must have not had bad intentions. The first questions they asked me after getting her description weren't investigative. They were questions thinly veiled trying to convince me not to pursue charges, still placing blame on my husband. A small sampling. Do your husband and the baby look dissimilar? Is there a chance she thought he was abducting the baby and she was trying to intervene? Did she seem groggy or confused? Could she have mistaken either of them for her own family members? They spent more time verifying that the baby was actually mine than they concerned themselves with the fact that the baby was not actually hers. My husband had called his brother at that point, who works in an office with a lot of lawyers, and connected with one ASAP, who gave us the priceless advice to get every officer's name and badge number, to request copies of the store's security tapes right away, and to escalate our complaint higher up the chain if these officers weren't taking us seriously. Finally, we had reason enough to believe we were being taken seriously, and we went home, and both just shook and cried until we had to get our other kids from school. My husband is seething with rage and grappling with a feeling of helplessness from how little he was able to do, and has 2 cracked ribs from when the man kicked him. To the officer's credit, they did ask if he'd like to press charges, but considering the man was genuinely convinced at the time that he was on the right side of intervening in a kidnapping and stayed to talk to a police and apologized profusely when the truth became clear, he declined to press charges. Amazingly and frustratingly, there were still people who stuck around to talk to police, who were giving my husband dirty looks, and one man who even implored the police to involve CPS to verify it was really our baby. Parking lot kidnapper, let's not meet. 3 years ago, I was living with my then boyfriend in a 1-bedroom apartment in a little mountain town. It was a half basement unit, so the bottom of all our windows were level with the ground outside. It was also an older apartment and not all the windows could fully lock. One day, my boyfriend comes home from work while I'm laying on the sofa and immediately runs up to the window near me and looks out of it frantically. He then goes to look out every other window in the house, then walks around the outside looking in the windows. When he comes back from this confusing exploit, I ask him what is going on and why he's being a spaz. I think I just walked up on a dude looking in the window at you. He took off as I walked up, he tells me. This was naturally very unsettling, but after discussing it and considering the time of day, it was about 2 p.m. and the number of people out and about around the complex at the time, we came to the conclusion that it was just a curious neighbor or someone passing by happening to glance in. With that, we forgot about it. If only that was the end. For the next couple of months, odd stuff happened here and there. Someone would knock on the door occasionally, then when I went to answer no one was there. I'd find things in my apartment that I wasn't familiar with, or things like clothing items would vanish. I didn't really think twice about any of it until one night. My boyfriend and I were arguing, around 1 or 2 in the morning, and we were being a little loud. We were standing in the kitchen face to face. His back was to an open window with the blinds up halfway and I was facing it. Amidst our arguing, I glanced behind him at the window thinking I saw the reflection of a face in it. The window was open. It wasn't my face. There was a man with his face pressed almost against the window screen, watching us. Given the fact that we were arguing and it was late, I thought it might have been a concerned neighbor walking up to the window to speak to us. Our main walkway for the complex was right on the other side of the window, so I spoke to him. "Hello? Can I help you?" I asked a little aggressively, thinking a neighbor was intruding on our privacy. He responded to this by staring, unwavering and cold, right at me. His face did not change expression. He did not blink or move, just looked right at me a way I have never been looked at before or since. In this instance, I also realized that because of the window being level with the ground, the only way this man's face could be where it was if he was laying on the ground outside the apartment or crouched and contorted to look into the window. My heart sank. I buried my face in my boyfriend's chest and closed my eyes in fear. My boyfriend, up to this point, thought I was messing with him. When I buried my face in his chest, only then did he say, "Is there really someone at the window?" I whispered yes to him. He felt my fear and took a moment before he turned around. By the time he did, the man was gone. It was at this point I started to think about all the little odd occurrences that I'd been experiencing. I assumed the worst. I filed a police report with this description, and my brother loaded my apartment up with weapons to protect me, or at least inform this peeping Tom that I was armed. After that night myself, my boyfriend, and my brother were on high alert. There were a couple times when my brother came over that he saw a sketchy dude hanging around, and even one time he saw him at my window. He tried to follow him discreetly, but the guy took off running as soon as my brother stepped in his direction. The last night I had an experience with this man. I was sitting home alone on my sofa. My boyfriend was at work at a restaurant about 2 blocks away. He had picked me up from work an hour earlier. We had sat on the sofa together a little while we got home. Then he kissed me and left for work, locking the door behind him. After he left, I continued to sit on the couch and watch TV. After about an hour of me sitting there in silence, I hear a door creak open. It's a small apartment, so to see the bedroom and bathroom doors from the couch, all I had to do was lean a little to the left. I assumed it was one of my cats coming out of the bedroom, so you can imagine my shock when I lean over and see the door that's opening is the door to the water heater closet / small storage space. I look to my right and see both my cats sleeping soundly at the other end of the couch. I look back to the door and it's still creaking open very slowly. It opens enough for me to see it. A set of fingers wrapped around the door, easing the door ever so gently to open as quietly as possible. That was going to be a no for me. I ran barefooted out the door, into the snow, and down the street to my boyfriend's work. I called the cops. When everyone was back to check out the apartment where he was, of course, he was gone. After that, my boyfriend and I packed our stuff, went to stay with my parents, and 6 months later moved miles away from that town. That was the end of it. I live 1,000 miles away now from where all this happened, so a part of me thinks there's no way this person could have found me. But last week, I heard a knock on the front door of my apartment. I was expecting a package, so I figured it was a delivery driver and didn't answer. I'd go get the package later. Then they knocked again, and again. The third one made me feel uneasy, so I waited a good 20 minutes to check the door. When I did, there was no package, no note, no nothing. Someone was just knocking. Although it made me uneasy, I didn't initially think back to my stressful experience in my last town. Then just 2 days ago, I went out to get groceries. I have a little patio and I go out there in the mornings to just chill or check on plants a lot, and I've been known to leave it unlocked in the day on accident. Never thought of it as a huge deal, until I came home from the store 2 days ago and the deadbolt to my apartment was locked. The deadbolt can only be locked from the inside of the apartment, period. I assumed someone robbed me because I dumbly left my patio unlocked. I called my sister, I called my current new boyfriend, and I waited for people to be with me, and I went into my apartment through the sliding glass patio door. Nothing was out of place. Nothing of value was taken. At this point, my heart sank. Nothing was touched. Nothing stolen. Someone was inside my apartment just because they wanted to be inside of my apartment. I told my boyfriend about my stalker, and he's not taking this lightly like my past boyfriend. I filed a police report, we checked for recording devices and cameras, and he put Nest cameras up all over the place, and we're on high alert. I really truly hope this is a coincidence, but if this man really followed me across multiple state lines, that's really creepy. There's no one on this earth I'm less interested in meeting. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. It was the summer of 2016, and I just got married by my longtime girlfriend. Over the course of our 12-year relationship, we had traveled to the mountains several times in both summer and winter for camping, but also to stay in nice mountain hotels and snowboard the slopes. Naturally, we both agreed this is how we wanted to spend the first few weeks of our marriage. We booked a 20-day stay at a mountainside campground on the other side of the country. We also decided to bring our dogs with us as they too love being outdoors, and we generally bring them camping anyway. After 2 days of road tripping, we had arrived, quickly set up, and settled in for a good long stay on the mountain. It was beautiful. A couple of days into our trip, and we had already met a bunch of fellow campers. We were very experienced campers, so we generally attract a lot of attention from novice campers as they see we were all well set up. We're usually more than happy to help people get situated if they need matches, cream or sugar, or help setting up their equipment. It was day 4 or 5 when she first made her presence known to us. I will refer to this person as she or her as we never learned her name. We were sitting down under the shade of the large pine tree at the edge of our site, drinking beers and playing cards when she seemingly appeared out of nowhere. She was just suddenly right there. "Can I pet your dog?" she asked. Even my dogs didn't see her approach as the very sound of her voice triggered them into a startled frenzy. As the dogs were worked up already, I politely told her no. Then she just stood there, at the edge of our site. Didn't say a word. Just stood there sort of existing but not really doing anything. She wasn't exactly staring at us or looking at anything in particular. I asked her if she needed anything and she just said no. After a few minutes, she walked off. I work with people with brain injuries, so I've had my fair share of experiences with unusual behaviors, including people with poor social skills, so I wasn't about to write this person off as creepy just yet, but she had my attention. I casually watched her walk off and enter a campsite across the path and a few sites down from ours. There was already a small tent set up in the site, but she proceeded to pull an even smaller single-person tent from her backpack and began setting it up. The day prior, we saw 2 young girls set up the other tent and were clearly the occupants of the site. There was no further interaction with her that day, although we did notice that the owners of the other tent on the site were not around at all that day, and we didn't see them return that night. The next morning, we decided to go on with our plans to day hike a good trail to a waterfall. The trailhead for this hike was accessible from the campgrounds, so we didn't have to drive to get there. We just walked the additional 2 kilometers to the trail. We walked a good pace, so when we got to the trail, we decided to stop for a few minutes and take some photos of the surrounding mountains before heading into the thicker bush. After sitting there for maybe 5 minutes while my wife is taking pictures, she emerges from the trail that leads towards the campground. At first, I thought, okay, coincidence. She's staying there and this is a pretty common trail. But then she says that I see her and she stops dead in her tracks and just stands there. Same demeanor as our first encounter. Just standing, not doing anything in particular, but also sending creep vibes our way. This was the first time I said to my wife, I think we have a stalker. Confused, my wife then looks to where I'm looking and is immediately a little creeped out. Once again I think, whatever, maybe she's just hiking the trail, no big deal. So we continue on the trail at a good pace and she maintains a consistent distance behind us. Our dogs at this point are a little distracted by her and our youngest dog keeps turning around to watch her. I got a little fed up with the dog constantly stopping to look back, so I decided we will all stop for some water and let this woman pass. Well, what does she do? She stops walking when we stop and then once again just stands there. Okay, so now we are genuinely concerned and I start to wonder what this girl's intentions are. Standing motionless at the distance and refusing to pass us just ramped up the oh crap factor to about 9. So my wife and I agreed to just give in and cut the hike short by taking the shorter loop, which is only another half kilometer ahead, and head back to our camp. We managed to get some distance between us by jogging every time we would make a turn and she was out of sight. We didn't see her again until later that night. That night, my wife decided to take an evening shower at the camp showers. When she returned to our camp, she tells me our stalker was in the bathrooms also taking a shower. This time, however, she was with 2 other girls and appeared to be getting ready for a night at the club. There is a nearby ski town that has a few nightclubs and bars, so it was reasonable to see the girls getting ready for a night out. The 2 girls she was with were the 2 we saw previously set up at their site. My wife explains that she quickly picked up on the fact that the 2 other girls and our stalker friend were not well known to each other. It was clear that the 2 girls were close friends with plans to go out partying, and our stalker was making an attempt to be friends and sort of invited herself to join them in their night out. Now we know the ski town very well, and the girls kept reinforcing that they were meeting at a specific restaurant before going to the bar. It was currently 10:30 p.m. and we know the restaurant they were telling her to go to was closed at 10 p.m. They were lying to her about their plans. The stalker kept asking them too, "Are you sure this place? Are you sure?" They convinced her, and she then left to her tent to finish getting ready while the 2 friends stayed in the bathroom to finish their makeup. My wife went on to explain how after she left, the 2 friends were mocking and making fun of our stalker. They were young 20-somethings acting like little girls in elementary school. My wife has no time for that, so creepy stalker or not, she had to say something to the girls for their behavior. My wife calls them out on their behavior. Well, putting all the bullying aside, the girls explained to my wife that the stalker girl had set up her tent on their site when they were staying with a friend in the ski town. When they returned, they found her living at their site without invitation. She had just taken it upon herself to take a little corner of their site without knowing them at all. The girls said they were upset with her and trying to make her feel uncomfortable so she would leave, but she wouldn't leave. Of course, my wife asked them why they didn't just report her to the park warden. The excuse they gave was they were leaving the next day and didn't want to make a huge deal out of it. So whatever happened between them and the fake late dinner plans and clubbing is unknown to us. About 3 a.m. that same night, we were all awoken to a blood-curdling scream right outside our camper. At first I was like, whoa, that must be a wild animal. My wife is trembling, dogs barking, and I am startled but curious. I peel back the window cover to see her, standing motionless on the path outside our trailer. I had the window cover down maybe 8 to 10 centimeters when she appears to make direct eye contact with me. My heart rate is jacked. After gazing in my general direction for what seemed like an eternity, she calmly turns around and walks to her tent. I go make sure our trailer is locked. After a good hour and a stiff whiskey, we manage to get back to sleep. So the next day is a Friday, and we have friends from a nearby major city coming up to the mountains to spend the weekend with us. We haven't seen them in a while, so we are excited for a couple days together. Well, they are not at our site for 15 minutes, and as they are setting up their tent, she mysteriously appears out of nowhere yet again. Like bam, there she is. But now this time she's actually in our site. I hadn't had a chance to tell our friends about her before she arrived, so they were a little more friendly than I was. She asked me once again if she can pet my dog, who during all of this is barking at her. I think I said something like, "She isn't being very friendly towards you right now, so I would prefer if you didn't." She didn't pet my dog, but she also just stood there staring at me like she was considering how she would dismember my limbs. She then notices our friend's tent brand as he is still setting it up and comments how it's the same model as hers, although a larger sleeping capacity. My buddies picked up on the creep vibes and my general displeasure with her presence, so he just gives her the, "Oh yeah, cool," and keeps setting it up. Well, she starts grabbing at the tent pegs and picks up the hammer and says she will help him set it up because she has experience with it. My buddy declines and asks for his tools back. Cue the psychopath stare down, but this time she has a hammer in hand. She literally just drops everything right there and runs off. I go on to explain the last few days to our friends, and they agree we need to keep an eye on her. So by this time, the 2 girlfriends whose site she had hijacked were packed up and gone. It's now Friday night and we've been drinking all day, so we're feeling pretty good. It's maybe about 11 p.m. when she walks over to our site again. She says, "Hey, you guys seem to have a lot of extra room with the tent and camper. Do you think I could stay with you guys tonight? We could have a lot of fun in there together." My buddy's now just staring at her. Now this whole time, I'm just sitting in my camp chair with my whiskey taking this all in. She wasn't really taking notice to me at all so far. Then, out of nowhere, she smiles, turns her head and looks directly down at me and says, "I like your friend." She then turns around and walks away into the darkness of the night towards the forest. We are now all terrified she is going to return. I decided right then and there, if we see her again in a creepy fashion, I am calling the park warden. This is just getting weird. Well, the night is winding down, so we all decide to walk together to the bathrooms to clean up for bed. My wife pulls on my hoodie and says, "Babe, look." I look over to see that the site she was set up on is completely destroyed. Stuff everywhere. Just stuff, garbage, clothing, food, everywhere. I thought, okay, this is weird. Could this have been a bear? Well, no, we would have heard it. I then noticed that the tent is gone. She is gone and left the site a complete mess. As luck would have it, the park patrol was completing their fire rounds and were at the messed up site when we were returning from the bathrooms. We told them there was a girl staying there who was acting erratic and we suspected she was squatting on the site based on our conversation with the 2 girls from earlier in the week. We didn't see her again for the rest of our trip until the last full day. There is a great little lookout point not far from our site which has amazing views of the river and valley below, and it was a perfect evening to see the sunset behind the mountains. It was a lovely final send-off to an otherwise beautiful honeymoon. Just when we thought we were done with her, she emerged once again from seemingly nowhere. We were sitting on a couple of chairs that are bolted in place at the viewpoint, taking pictures of the valley below. As my wife is looking through the camera viewfinder, she picks up on the woman in the distance. She is standing in the woods a little ways down a mountain towards the valley, just watching us. As her final act, she walked up the mountainside and sat right behind us on a boulder that was beside the chairs. She says nothing, just sits there. My wife has the brilliant idea of asking me to take one last picture of the scenery, and she gives me a little wink. I pick up on her idea right away and I position myself so this woman is going to be in the picture. My wife wanted this lady's photo in the event something bad happens with her before we can leave the area. We took our final looks out at the beautiful scenery and headed to our camp for the night. We didn't see or hear from her again. Upon reflection, we agreed there was obviously something wrong with this woman. She had 0 social skills, and we did witness her attempt to make friends with those 2 girls that shafted her in a terrible way. That being said, she did things way beyond the realm of acceptable social awkwardness. There were moments I thought she would pull out a knife and kill us all where we stood. More than that, the stalking, the midnight screaming, and running off into the woods at night was terrifying to us. To our honeymoon stalker, let's not ever meet again. A lot of people may have heard about this girl. She was all over the news after she stalked a guy, bombarded him with 65,000 texts, and broke into his house all over one date. We met shortly after she went on that date with him, and we were friends for a while before she broke into his house. At first, she seemed like a nice, albeit quirky, person. I met her when I spent a couple of months visiting the west coast of the US in summer 2017. I thought she was cute and we spent a lot of time together. We were living next door to each other for a few weeks and we were never really more than just friends. I stopped having any sort of non-platonic feelings after she started to talk a lot about a guy she had met on some dating website. Apparently he was her soulmate and she had somehow been guided to him by following her birth calendar. I would only later come to know that they had only been on one date and he never spoke to her again. I thought that was weird, but I enjoyed our conversations for the most part and she was funny and nice, so we remained friends. Eventually she moved on to short flings with a guy and then another girl from Tinder, all the while still talking to me about this guy that she was going to marry, saying that she liked about how jealous he got when she would tell him about hooking up with other people. A couple of weeks later she started to get really erratic. I confronted her a few times about how she was acting, and she told me that she had recently stopped taking her meds but would start taking them again. She came home one day and decided to tell me that she had a court date coming up for a DUI. Her plan was instead to leave the country and go to South America. I told her what a dumb idea that was, and even though she actually went all the way to the airport in a different city, she wound up coming back. Apparently her soulmate was no longer answering her text, and she took that as a sign that she should drag herself back to where he was and fix their relationship. She was upset that he may be seeing other people even though he seemed okay to her that she was seeing other people. Later on she told me she had texted him and said if he blocked her she would know that meant he wanted her to come find him. Obviously he blocked her, and obviously that didn't go very well for her. So she moved a couple days later and the summer was ending and I moved back to the East Coast. I didn't hear from her for a little while, but then we started talking again through text and WhatsApp. She seemed like she was doing better. She told me she had found a roommate and was working on her art again, and just generally seemed like she was in a better place. I was happy to have my friend back and healthy, but that didn't last longer than a couple of months. Eventually her behavior started to seem erratic again. She was sending dozens of texts at a time, and they were all over the place. Several of them had to do with her soulmate and how she was still following him even though he had to call the police and block her. I told her to stop, try to get her to take her meds, and tried to reason with her 100 times. I was on the opposite side of the country and had no way of getting in touch with her family, who I never knew about much, or friends to try and get them to help her. She was a kind person and a good friend when she was taking care of her mental health, and I cared about her, but I couldn't force her to take care of herself. One day I set aside some time to call her and I told her that she was overwhelming me and that she really needed to reach out to her family or someone who could help her. She told me I couldn't do that because she needed to stay with me or she would have to go back to her ex-husband. I don't think any of this is true, but she thought her ex-husband was going to have her killed or followed, that he had the entire police force in his pocket, and had paid off her family to give him intel on her whereabouts and what was going on in her life. I had just moved for a job and I lived in a small studio in a big city. I had no room for anyone to stay long term, and I wasn't about to do that anyways since she was starting to scare me at this point. She asked me if I was still living at my address, which really freaks me out because I had never given her my address or put it anywhere online and she wouldn't tell me how she got it. I asked her to leave me alone and told her we couldn't be friends anymore unless she took some steps to get better. She obviously didn't take this well. Though I hated my tiny, cramped apartment, the reason I was drawn to it was because it had a great security. It was actually on the upper floors of a hotel, although the hotel rooms were much nicer than the residence, and no one was allowed through the residence elevators unless the resident had given their name to security ahead of time and the guests had to show ID. After what happened next, I loved my cramped little apartment because the staff kept me safe. It had been over a week since I had talked to her because I blocked her number and blocked her on WhatsApp. She tried texting me from 4 different phone numbers, using text-free, etc., but I just blocked them all and never responded. I was walking home from work one day and I was sure I saw her across the street from my building, but it was storming out and I didn't get a good view. I rushed upstairs and calmed myself down in my apartment. Maybe I was just being paranoid. It's a big city. Lots of people have brown hair and glasses. I'm just worried about her. But then the phone rang. The desk was calling to see if I had forgotten to let them know I had a visitor. My heart sank. I asked them who was waiting. They said they tried asking for her name or ID, but she just walked out, and I knew it was her from the way they described her. I texted a mutual friend from over the summer. I wasn't really close with him, so we hadn't stayed in touch, but he told me she had lost it and that he blocked her too. Apparently she had gone back on the dating site she met her soulmate on and found someone who looked just like him in my city. She was convinced it was him and had to come find him. This was a very touristy city, but there was just no way this guy had coincidentally come out here. I was sure she had gone bonkers and I knew she was well aware of where that guy actually lived. I took a page out of her book and used a text-free number to text her that she should leave me alone and I would call the cops if she ever came near me or my building again. In retrospect, I shouldn't have contacted her at all, but I was emotional and not using my better judgment. She said she just wanted to know if I could help her find something. She texted back really fast and didn't even try to hide it. Then I deleted the text-free app so she couldn't reach me again. I lived in a very crowded area and I knew she couldn't get into my building, but I was still scared whenever I had to take public transit alone at night or was walking through less crowded areas to get home. I had a friend who used to work for the police, but not in this city or at the time this all happened, and she would drive or walk me home from work whenever she could for a while. She told me I should go ahead and report it even though they couldn't really do anything since she hadn't hurt me and nothing really happened, but I was embarrassed and again I didn't use my better judgment. I felt like it was my fault for engaging with her for so long. I knew she was unstable and I would still try to be her friend and help her. Maybe I gave her the wrong idea that I could do more for her. I ended up moving to a new city for another job after that and didn't hear from her again. I later found out the reason why was that a couple months later she had once again gone back to Arizona and had been arrested for breaking into her soulmate's house and using his bathtub. They found a large knife in her car. I didn't want to go into much detail about her stalking of that guy and what she said about him in our text because I wanted to try and focus more on my personal experience with her instead of his. Okay, so this happened when I was around 9 years old. I'm 25 now, and it's something I will never forget. It gives me goosebumps to this day. I live in a terraced house, 4 houses combined, and my neighbors and I each have our own little patio. There's a small road 10 meters from my yard where people do their Sunday walks and so on. Only a small fence separates my small yard and patio from that road. I live in a pretty crowded area with several of these terraced houses spread around in my neighborhood, so seeing people walking on that road is pretty normal for me. Seeing random people standing on my patio is not. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I live maybe about 50 meters away from my school, so my mom figured I was mature enough to be home alone for about an hour before she got home. This one day I got home from school. I did the usual thing, which was to make sure I locked the front door and double check that the back door leading to the patio was also locked. I was 9. Being alone was a little scary, even though it was in the middle of the day and only for 1 hour. I then rushed to my room upstairs to play as much PlayStation as possible before my mom came home and made me do my homework. While playing, I heard this noise coming from outside my window. My room was located 1 floor over the patio, with a view to the road I told you about before. It was kinda like the sound of a cat, but my cat had been missing for over 3 months. Hope sparked and I thought, oh, did he finally come back? I ran downstairs to check if it was my cat, but the sight that met me gives me goosebumps just writing this. There was this guy standing on my patio, A tall guy with black hair covering half of his eyes, making him look like a male version of the Ring Woman or something. I could hear him making high-pitched sounds, almost like a cat meowing. A brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I was frozen observing this. Eventually, snapped out of it and screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react, he kept on eating from the ashtray. I ran upstairs to my room, locked the door, and called my mom, who then called the cops. I'd never been more terrified in my life. Laying in bed under my sheets, shivering with fear, as I hear these creepy high-pitched noises from the guy eating cigarette stomps from the ashtray on my patio. I kinda blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy, saying stuff like, "What are you doing? Get over here or we will come down and arrest you," and so on. He didn't respond, but the high-pitched sounds was more frequent and louder. I decided to look through the window, feeling safe now that the cops were there. I could see 2 police officers standing by my fence, one man and a woman. I did not see the creepy man, however, because he was standing directly 1 story under me in my field of view. The police jumped the fence, and I remember hearing the creepy guy screaming louder than anything I've ever heard before. He charged the female police officer with full force and knocked her out cold. The male officer then immediately tased the guy, leaving him shaking on the ground, screaming still. The policeman struggled to keep him on the ground while putting handcuffs on him, but eventually made it. After a while, he managed to wake up the female police officer, who seemed to be badly hurt. He called for backup and an ambulance, and then he sees me standing in the window above him. The expression on my face must have been something else, because he just looked at me and said, "I sure hope you didn't see all that." I started to cry. By this time, neighbors started to arrive wondering what was going on. One of my neighbors, an elderly woman, made me come down and she took care of me until my mom came back home. The police took the creepy guy with them in the car and left. Before they left, they promised to come back and talk to us about what happened. This is where the story takes an unexpected turn. The male police officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy had a mental condition and had escaped a psychiatric hospital located around 5 kilometers from where I live. He explained that the guy had actually been living in my house 5 years ago, but he had been forced to move when his mom, his only caretaker, died. The poor guy probably thought he would find his mom at my house. He missed the routines and he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from the house that time 5 years ago, because he was extremely strong. From what I heard, he had extreme tensions in the body because of his condition, making his muscles grow stronger and stronger throughout the years. This is the reason he reacted the way he did when the police came to stay. Still frightened, I told the police officer that he needed to make sure this would never happen again. He promised it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life got back to normal. The years went by and the guy didn't come back, until 1 year ago. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I bought the house from them and I'm still living there today. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stopping on the road by my fence. He just stands there, looking at me. I look at him and give him a nod, and then I hear the high-pitched noises. It's him. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize. My heart started racing and I instantly remembered the reason why he was back. I realized that he must have managed to escape again. Because I kept my cool a bit longer than when I was 9, I started to realize how sorry I felt for the guy. 16 years later and he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly jumped the fence. I started to think he would knock me out like he did to that police officer. He didn't. He smiled. He looked at me and smiled. I offered him to come sit down. He didn't respond. I offered him to come inside. He started laughing. We went inside. His face lit up, pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of the life he had with his mom. It almost made me tear up. All of a sudden he sat down in my couch, turned on my TV, and switched directly to the cartoons. I observed him for a while. He was just completely focused on the cartoons. I just wanted him to enjoy the moment, so I didn't say anything to him. I realized I had to call the hospital to let them know. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got back up, crying, and then went back to the hospital. I called the hospital 2 days later. We made a deal. His name is Tom, and now I consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They say it's the highlight of his week. It makes my heart warm. Now, for several years my thoughts were, let's not meet, guy on my patio eating from the ashtray. Now my thoughts are, let's meet every Sunday to watch cartoons, my friend Tom. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This story from my past happened about 32 years ago in East Texas. My mom and dad divorced when I was 16 years old, and my brothers and I lived with my mom. My dad visited us once in a while, but not really on a consistent basis. He was a gambler, one of the reasons my parents split up, and tended to not come around when he was broke. but on the rare occasion that he won big, he would visit and spend money on us and then disappear again. My dad said that he had a job as a shuttle driver from a local hotel. He told my brothers and me that the shuttle driving was just a cover, that he actually worked for organized crime, which he claimed owned the hotel. He said his real job was to drive out to various places in the area to pick up fugitives running from warrants or otherwise wanted by law enforcement, bringing them to the hotel to hide, and then later they would move on by means my dad said he didn't know. My dad always exaggerated or lied about things, so my brothers and I just blew it off and didn't think much of the claim, until something strange happened. My dad disappeared. It was 1988 and I was 22 years old and I was a college student still living at home. I worked as a full-time disc jockey on the overnight shift, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. at a local radio station. My middle brother was 19 years old, lived in an apartment with a friend, and worked at a nearby Dairy Queen. My youngest brother was 9 and lived at home. One day my brother called my mom and me and asked us if we knew where my dad was. He says some men came to the Dairy Queen while he was at work and asked him if he'd seen my dad recently. My brother truthfully told them that he hadn't seen him or heard from my dad in months, and that he often does that, cuts off contact for months at a time. My brother said these men didn't say who they were, but seemed satisfied and left. My brother wondered if these men or anyone had called to talk to us and ask us where my dad was. We also had not heard from my dad in months. The following day, my brother says the men returned to his work, and this time flashed badges and claimed to be FBI agents. He says they were very aggressive and demanded that my brother tell them where my dad was. My brother kept insisting, truthfully, that he didn't know where my dad was, that the last time he heard him, he worked at a local hotel as a shuttle driver, but the experience upset him and he called my mom and me again. Upset, my mom called the hotel where my dad worked. The man she spoke to said my dad had disappeared weeks ago and he had no idea where he went. The following day, my brother was at work when his roommate called and said that someone had apparently been in their apartment. The roommate claimed that when he got home from work, he found the sliding glass door open and the place ransacked, but nothing appeared to be missing. My brother, very upset, went to his apartment and found out that in fact, his address book was missing from the breakfast nook, and a teddy bear he recently bought for his son and a photo of his son were missing from his bedroom. Now, my brother, my mom, and I were beside ourselves with anger, fear, and paranoia. We went to the local FBI office to complain that the FBI had done this, and to tell them once and for all, my brother does not know where my dad is. Well, as you might have guessed, the FBI claimed no knowledge of the event and claimed that they were not looking for my dad. They said none of their agents had contacted my brother. Furthermore, when my mother told them my dad had claimed that he worked for organized crime, the FBI would neither confirm nor deny that the hotel had tied to organized crime or that there was an investigation going on. My mom called the hotel again and told the manager that the men were looking for my dad and that they were terrorizing my brother, and flat out asked the guy if there was any truth to my dad's claim to be working for organized crime. The man laughed and told her, "There's no such thing as the mafia." While we were trying to make sense of all these weird details, we kept wondering why my brother was being harassed but not my mother or me. That's when I was reminded of a weird event I had happen to me about 2 or 3 weeks prior. Because I worked overnight, I was often wide awake in the middle of the night on my days off, with nothing to do. One night I went to the local cable TV company where my friend worked as a computer system operator to hang out with him for a few hours and BS a little. At about 3:30 a.m, he had a big computer job to do, so it was time for me to go home. So I left. As soon as I pulled out from his company's driveway, a car was immediately behind me, tailgating me. I mean, he was on me so quickly it scared the crap out of me. The car seemed to just appear out of nowhere. He also had his high beams on and was blinding me, and I couldn't make out anything about the car behind me. I couldn't see inside to see how many people were in the car, what they looked like, or anything. I couldn't even see what kind of car it was. I changed lanes to let the tailgater pass, but he changed lanes with me. I moved again, and he again moved. He was tailgating me and blinding me, and now seemed to be following me. I stopped at the intersection and got in the left turning lane, with my signal on, and he got behind me. Since there was no other traffic at all anywhere around, when the light changed, I zoomed across the intersection, streaked across all the lanes of traffic into the far right lane, and went through the intersection, trying to lose him. He followed me though. Now it was absolutely clear he was for sure following me. I cut into a nearby neighborhood and tried to lose him, but he kept following me anyway. I finally managed to zoom back out to the intersection and crossed over and went to the 7-Eleven at the corner. I jumped out and ran inside and yelled to the clerk that someone was following me. As I did, I saw the car that was following me cut through the parking lot of the 7-Eleven, and for the first time I got a look at the car. It was a late model tan colored 4-door and there were 2 guys in it. The clerk just blew me off and said I was exaggerating, that it was probably just kids messing with me, and to let it go. I left, but I was still spooked by it and didn't want to go straight home. I was afraid they might follow me, and I didn't want them to know where I lived, so I went to my workplace. I knew that the disc jockey on the air that night would be my friend Paula, so I decided to go visit her on the air for a little while and hang out and calm down. I told her what happened and hung out for about 2 hours. She also felt it was probably just some punks being jerks, and that calmed me down. But when I got home, now over 2 hours since this car harassed me, the car was at my house. As I was coming down the street to my apartments and about to turn right, I saw the car pull out of my apartments, and as it passed me, they flashed their high beams on and off at me. It was them. I panicked and called Paula at the radio station and told her what happened. She was freaked. She was like, "Why would they wait for you at home? Who is this? Call the police." I was freaked out as to how they could possibly know where I lived. Why would they wait 2 hours for me, and then when they finally saw me, flash their lights at me and just leave? But now, remembering that event and putting it together with my brother's quote-unquote FBI visit and apartment break-in, it seemed obvious that it was all tied together. I hadn't thought about it before, but now I remembered. My car was actually my dad's car. He gave it to me about 2 months earlier when he got a new one. So if someone had been looking for my dad, they might have thought I was him, and when they saw me coming home, realized I'm not him and just left. But who was messing with us and why? Where was my dad? Why are these strange people harassing us? My mom, my brother, and I went to the local police and filed a missing persons report and a complaint. We spoke to a very nice detective. About 5 days later, we got a call from the detective. He had solved the whole strange case. It turns out, my dad disappeared because he owed his employers more than $50,000 in gambling debts. The detective confirmed that my dad did work for some unsavory characters, but said they weren't organized crime per se. He had no idea if my dad was shuttling fugitives or not. He said my dad was hiding out in Nevada, and that he had spoken to him and he was alive and well, but hiding. We asked, then who were those men and why were they bothering my brother? The detective explained that it's not uncommon for unsavory bounty hunters and debt collectors to impersonate law enforcement and call and harass people. My brother asked, how did they get in his apartment? The detective said a sliding door is easy peasy to open, and they probably stole the address book hoping it had my dad's contact information in it. They stole the teddy bear and pictures to use to scare my brother, which worked. I asked the detective why the men only harassed my brother and not my mom and me. The detective said, because my dad had used my brother as a reference on his job application at the hotel, he gave my brother's address and phone number. The FBI agents probably figured he was close to my dad and either maintained contact with him or if threatened, would contact him. So, my dad eventually turned back up in town and acted like nothing had ever happened. He never spoke of the incident and we never brought it back up. I guess he got the money he owed them, but I don't know. Hopefully, this never happens again. I had this friend who was really into the occult. Unfortunately, I was the one who got him turned on to it. We had a mutual appreciation of all things weird, so I thought the subject would interest him. He started going deep into the subject to the point where he wouldn't talk about anything else. He would actually interrupt a conversation and force the subject back to occult matters. Rude, but sometimes people go through phases where their interest is all they want to talk about. It was a mostly forgivable offense. I think I should mention that this particular friend didn't have a very large friend circle. His depression and introverted nature kept him inside a lot. His world was kind of small, and I did enjoy hanging out with him, so I did my best to be a good friend. I didn't want to just brush him off because he was acting a little weirder than normal. Honestly, for the longest time, he was a totally normal guy. We chat and play games together on the PlayStation. Sometimes we'd go see movies, with my boyfriend accompanying us. We all hung out at the park, we went swimming. Overall, we had a good time hanging out. Things started to go downhill when he started to smoke DMT. Personally, I think psychedelics are amazing tools that can offer insight into your life, but they should be treated with respect. My friend got to the point where he was making it himself, apparently a pretty easy thing to do after a meager amount of research, and he was smoking it daily, multiple times a day. For those of you who aren't familiar with the substance, when you smoke it, you get transported to a different world, an entirely new plane of existence. Your body and yourself don't exist anymore. You're just exploring this alternate reality dreamscape. My personal experience with it led me to seeing a dragon once in the kaleidoscope of a cornucopia. People see all kinds of different things there. Imagine what this does to a person when they're smoking it 30 times a day. He started telling me things like he was the reincarnated Osiris. He said he was seeing Egyptian hieroglyphics all over the place in walking life. Apparently he had hour-long conversations with entities in his bedroom even when he wasn't smoking DMT. Of course, I was very alarmed to hear all of this, and I told him he needed to take a serious break. No drugs at all for a few months so he could find a solid footing in reality again. At this point I was still hanging out with him because he obviously needed some help. And like I said before, he didn't have a lot of friends that could give him that. He was also the black sheep of the family, so I knew he wasn't getting any kind of support from them. He was really close to his sister, and I did reach out to her on Facebook to express my concerns. I pushed her to talk to him into getting some psychiatric help because he was slipping past the point of no return. I'm not really sure if she took my messages seriously since we didn't really know each other. Plus, she is at least 6 years younger than us and possibly didn't grasp how serious the situation was becoming. In any case, I'll jump forward now to the part where things start to get really creepy. My boyfriend had made arrangements to hang out with our friend at the park. I didn't really want to go because I felt like I needed a break from him and his nonsensical ranting. I just couldn't deal with it on that particular day. My boyfriend said he wasn't all that bad and we went anyway. We get to the park and he is his usual self, ranting about Egypt and made up gods that only he knew the truth about, etc. He also had this large hunting knife that he kept fiddling with the whole time we were on a walk. He told us that he had been using it in ceremonial magic, and that it helped to banish negative thoughts. It made me extremely uneasy. He would do this thing where he would take the knife and make stabbing motions near his heart or head, like he was mock stabbing himself, all while holding a conversation with me or my boyfriend. I think we were both really on edge and didn't know what to say or do about it. I tried to distract him from doing it by bringing up other subjects that might interest him, but he kept on with this ritual. Keep in mind, we were all walking a trail, so it wasn't like we could just say goodbye then and there. We had to walk back to our car and drop him off at his car. My boyfriend had the bright idea that we should get some lunch after our walk, even though I was doing my best to give him a look that said, "No, why do you think I want to spend any more time with him?" But it must have not been very effective, or my boyfriend was ignoring it. Not sure. Either way, we ended up getting in the car to go get lunch. In the car I was driving, my boyfriend was in the passenger seat, and our weirdo friend was in the back. As we're heading through a busy part of town, where all the shopping and restaurants are, I hear the distinctive sound of a belt buckle coming undone. Then I hear the worst sound imaginable. I peek out of the corner of my eye and my suspicions were confirmed. He was full on, yeah. I felt sick to my stomach and all the nervous energy I had throughout the day popped up into my head. I was trying not to shake and trying to ignore it and drive through heavy traffic. I kind of had a freeze response, I guess. The whole time I kept thinking about that huge knife he had in his pocket, and obviously he was completely off his rocker now. I was afraid to say anything or confront him because I didn't know how he was going to react. This part is weird, but my boyfriend didn't seem to notice. And the whole time he kept rambling on about whatever knows what. I couldn't listen because my thoughts were 100% focused on driving and trying to act like I didn't know what was going on in my backseat. We get to the restaurant and my boyfriend runs inside to grab food. I'm left alone in the car with our friend, and I try to act like I'm browsing on my phone when really all I hear is what is going on back there. My boyfriend gets back and I complain that I'm tired. It's been a long day, let's drop him off, etc. So I drive us back to our friend's car and he doesn't get out of our vehicle, he just sits there. I have to get a little bit rude and ask him to please get out and go home. He gets out of our car and walks over to his passenger side. I start getting really scared and I suspected the worst. He pulled a gun out of some kind of bag he had on the seat and he just walks over to our car with it. I don't know why I did this, but I was so pissed I just got out the car and walked up right to him. I was maybe 3 feet away and could see it was a loaded 9mm. I kept asking him over and over, "What are you doing?" because apparently that's all my brain could think to do. I told him to get into his car and go home. He never said anything during this whole time, just kinda cried and had this wild look in his eye. For whatever reason, he got back into his car and drove off. I told my boyfriend obviously we were never hanging out with him again and that I didn't even want him to talk to him anymore. No contact, nada. A few months pass, and he occasionally messages me through the PlayStation or texts my phone. He says a lot of random stuff, and I just ignore it. It turns out he moved down to Tennessee near Nashville. I don't know why. He had a roommate, and I think their girlfriend lived there. I'm not really sure about the situation. I think maybe he's turning his life around and getting a fresh start down there. I think it's best to cut all contact and let him regroup. I'm not interested in any kind of friendship with him, and I know he needed help beyond what I could offer. Again, I reached out to his sister and let her know that he had a gun. She managed to get it from him somehow, but it did little good in the end. I get a call around 11 p.m. one night that wakes me up. It's a man claiming he's a detective down in Gallatin, Tennessee, and my heart skips a beat. I start sweating and immediately asked what happened. Apparently my former friend stabbed someone to death on Halloween Day. I don't know all the details, and the articles about it are kinda sparse. The whole thing is really surreal, and I'm just left feeling like I'm lucky that I didn't get shot last summer. This whole thing turned out way longer than I meant it to be, but that's the story. I'm glad I don't have to meet him again. I work at a popular coffee chain, generally doing afternoon and closing shifts. This night in particular, we had a very young crew for closing, which happens at 10:30 p.m. For reference, we have our shift lead, who we will call Sarah, myself and my coworker, who we will call Mia, and another coworker, who we will call D. It had been a relatively slow night, with only a few loyal regulars dropping by. Both drive-thru and the cafe was empty, as heavy rainfall started and no one wanted to be out. I was in the front of the store cleaning while the rest of my coworkers were in the back of the store, when an older man walks in. He wore odd clothing, a bit strange for the humid weather, full black attire with combat boots, a heavy red jacket, and a beanie on his head obscuring his hair. I brushed it off as protection from the storm and figured he worked outside, and went to ask if he had placed an online order as he stood at the mobile counter. Putting on my customer service voice and went through my standard spiel, and was alarmed when instead of responding, he places a bag on the counter and starts pulling out DVDs. Once he finishes pulling out a stack of 10 or so, he stares past me to the back room where my co-workers were obviously chatting, and then makes a lap around the store, eyeing me the entire time and not speaking a word. He backs out of the front door and walks out to his truck, which I now see is a large black pickup. Freaked out, I stupidly grab the stack of DVDs and run back to my coworkers. They're immediately alarmed by my demeanor and ask me what's wrong. I hold out the DVDs and let them inspect them while I explain what happened. Much to my discomfort, Sarah points out that all the movies are either about murders or kidnappings. Slightly pissed off and extremely uncomfortable, we make the decision to call my manager. He picks up and Sarah explains the situation, who are freaked out probably more than I am at that time. He tells us that there's nothing we can do about it, but to call back if anything else happens. So we hang up and move back to the front of the store as a group. Things go on as usual, but with an air of fear about us. Mia sticks to my side and Dee to Sarah's. The man's truck had pulled off at that point, but much to my dismay, had only pulled it to the now closed grocery store next door that had a clear view into the drive-thru window. A few cars pulled through the drive-thru, and I even had a few customers ask if I was alright due to my what I assumed to be terrified face. I've always had a pretty good intuition about things, and this felt more wrong than anything I've ever felt. A bit more time passes by, and it's now time for Dee to leave. With the man still in the parking lot next door, we decided it would probably be best for her boyfriend, we'll call him Daniel, to come pick her up. This wasn't an irregular occurrence, and we didn't want him following her home. Mia then points out that a van had been sitting in the back of the parking lot for almost an hour at that point, which we had not noticed previously. Another gut feeling hits, and I make the decision to lock the door. Daniel tells her he's on the way, and I inform my manager that we closed the cafe for peace of mind, which he was fine with as business was slow. Now Sarah and Dee are in the back, and Mia and I are up front. I go about cleaning the machines and trying to make idle chatter to keep her calm, which is no small feat as she jumps every time she hears someone steaming milk. As we're talking and I have my back turned to her, she screams mid-sentence, "Get out!" Alarmed, I whip around to where she is, standing near the counter close to the drive-thru window, and saw her pointing to a shadowy figure climbing through the window. Grabbing her arm, I yank Mia behind me, and grab the hot bucket of sanitizer that I had been using to scrub the counters around the machines. I throw the liquid onto him, simultaneously pushing the man out of the window, which he only had his shoulders through, with a big red bucket now on his head. If you work in food service, you know the ones. The bulky ones. At that time, Daniel pulls up outside. Mia's now yelling for someone to call the police, and I see Dee in my peripheral running outside to our new savior. I slam the drive-thru windows shut and lock them, with the man still laying on the ground struggling to get his bearings. I couldn't tell you how much time passed, although it couldn't have been more than 15 to 30 seconds, before I see Daniel rush the man, who was now on his knees, and pin him to the ground. Sarah and Mia were now pulling me back to the store, with both fighting back sobs and Sarah on the phone with the police. Thankfully, we have some awesome regulars who are also deputies that arrived within 5 minutes of our call and arrested the man. The aftermath was messy, but they eventually pinned him as a member of a local trafficking ring that had been caught years prior and let out on bail. Oh yeah, and the van in the back that had kept Dee from leaving in the first place, it hightailed it out of the parking lot in the middle of all the action, but was eventually traced back to people who were also a part of the ring. Even though I won't be releasing names or such as legal proceedings are still happening, but I figured I would tell my story here. I still work there, and I'm very grateful for Daniel, who very well could have saved all of our lives in that moment. He managed to keep the man pinned the entire time until the police arrived and disarmed him. The true hero of the story, although I do pride myself on my quick thinking for getting him out of the store. Moral of the story, trust your gut feelings, and always have a steaming hot bucket of sanitizer on hand. I dog sit for a family friend. They much prefer to have someone stay at their house with the dogs. I grew up in a town in the middle of nowhere and I love the countryside. So for me, this is like a staycation because I live in the city now and I never have any time for myself. Anyway, their house is out in the middle of nowhere. When I say nowhere, I mean this place takes 2 hours to get to from my work and is about 45 minutes to the nearest town/interstate. There's one neighbor within 5 miles and he lives directly across the street. I'm used to this where I'm from. It's supposed to give you the space you need, but also help you to feel safer knowing you have at least one person nearby. However, this guy has done nothing but make me feel unsafe. So I get to Terry and Johnny's house and they're telling me the drill. When to feed dogs, 2 super cute spoiled Australian cattle dogs, water plants, etc. Then, as they're loading up their stuff to take it to the car, Terry says, "Oh, don't forget to tell her about Steve. John says, oh yeah, don't worry about the neighbor across the street. He's harmless. The guy drinks a lot and is a little off, but totally harmless. The guy has lost his license so many times, so all he can do is drive a moped to get to town. However, just in case, this is where we keep the gun. He then takes me to his gun and explains that it's loaded, and if I were to use it, if I don't need to cock it, just pull the trigger extra hard. At this point, I'm like, whatever. You keep a gun in your house when it takes police at least 45 minutes to get to your home. Still, I've got no worries, I'm used to drunk weirdos. I love this life in the middle of nowhere, and I've got 2 protective dogs that will attack on a 1-word command, so I'm feeling pretty safe. Terry and Johnny leave around 3 p.m. I took the dogs for a walk and play some frisbee and begin to unload my stuff while they're still worn out from all the running. As I come back out for my second load of stuff, I'm staying there for a week in needed work clothes and my Xbox to keep myself entertained in the late evenings. I hear their neighbor, Steve, slam his door and seemingly have a phone conversation. I first just hear his voice faintly, then he yells, "Where did you go?" The dogs are hearing him now and start to growl softly. I say, calm down boys, it's alright. It's just Steve, remember? He probably wants some privacy. Let's go inside. As I grab my stuff, I hear him yell again, I do care about my kids. And then I hear him throw something on the unpaved road behind me. Turns out to be his cell phone. As I'm grabbing my stuff, the dogs start going crazy and run a few feet behind me, barking and growling viciously. I drop my stuff and turn around to see the neighbor at the end of the driveway, probably 50 to 75 feet away, just staring at me. I yell at the dogs to calm down and to get back at my side. They do. I then give a friendly wave to Steve. In my head I'm thinking, this is kinda weird, but he's probably been drinking. Plus, they said the guy is harmless and I've dog sat before, and never had a problem with neighbors. He then takes a single step forward and says in a manipulative sounding voice, "You alright?" Steve is wearing dirty jeans, work boots, a dirty red hoodie, and a red hat. He's also got brown dirty hair to his shoulders and a beard that's probably 5 inches long. Yeah, I'm pretty good. My name is Pip. Just dog sitting for Johnny and Terry this week, and ready to get in and call it an evening with the boys. I look down at the dogs to see the reaction. They look like they're about to attack, and I'd never seen them like this before. How about yourself? We sat in silence for about 30 seconds before he stated, I'm asking if you're alright. I'm Steve. Nice to meet you, Steve. Thanks for being a good neighbor and checking, but like I said, I'm good. Are you alright? Again, silence. Now this silence lasts for probably a whole minute and I figure, he's wasted. I should just get inside with my stuff. So I turn around and finish grabbing my stuff, and as I do, I hear him take one more step on the gravel driveway. Dogs bark again. I turn around and Steve says, I know them. Them dogs won't do nothing to me. They are some good dogs, that's for sure. I begin feeling super uneasy, so I close my trunk and turn around to see if he's going to say something else. I was about to tell him that I was going inside, and then instead awkwardly say, He cut me off. Yeah, what? He yelled. I'm shocked and say, yeah, I'm going inside now. Thanks again for checking, Steve. I'm fine. I've got the dogs this week. Have a good night. I turn and go, and the dogs follow me with no problem. Steve continues to stand where I left him for literally 10 minutes, just staring at the house. Note, this house does not have a front door. There's a side door and a back door. The back door is the main door because the front of the house has those big green fluffy privacy trees. So I can't even see his house through the front window. You can't see either doors from the street. You have to come onto the property to see them. It's about 6 o'clock where I'm at, and the sun starts going down around then, but doesn't actually get dark until about 9:15 p.m. during the summer. Anyway, the dogs and I are on the couch and I've got my headphones on while playing the Xbox. All of a sudden the dogs flip their mess, running towards the back door barking and growling. I'm like, they don't do that unless someone pulls up into their car and they don't know who it is. I'm not having anyone over. So I grab my knife, which is always close by, and start walking towards the back door. The dogs are still going crazy, and I have no idea what they're looking at. I don't see anything, but then I look closer. I see mope tail lights in the driveway seemingly hiding behind my car. I then try and focus in and see that Steve is turned around staring at the back of the house from his moped, ducking behind my car. I get the dogs to be quiet and I hide to see what he's doing. The dogs are still growling, but at least they're not giving away my location right now. I watch him for 5 minutes. No movement, just a creepy stare in my general direction. I don't think that he could see me, but I'm not sure. He then shuts off his moped and crouches next to my car, where I can see him now peeking into my car windows. When I lived in the country, I never locked any doors. Not my house, not my car, nothing. Since I work and live downtown, I naturally keep all of my doors locked all the time. I don't see him try and get into it, but he walks around it a few times. He's not crouching anymore. Obviously, he feels like no one is watching him or cares that he's looking into my car, but he is only taking a single step. Stopping looking into my car, then at the house. Repeat. A single step at a time. At this point, I text Terry and tell her that Steve is doing some weird stuff, and I tell her I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. I get a text back reading, "Call the cops if you feel unsafe. They know him. They could come talk to him. Remind me to tell you about the time he was standing out by the tree at 6 a.m. when I was leaving for work and when we get back. We think he had a psychotic break." How comforting, right? So, I talk myself down some. This guy's just wasted. However, if he starts getting close to the car, I'm calling the cops. Dumb idea looking back because the cops take so long to get out there. I'm watching him as he's made his second round looking into my car. He then gets on his moped and drives off. As he passes the window that faces the driveway, he sped up, trying to make it so I wouldn't see him if I were just watching TV. Now it's like 8 p.m. and the dogs start going crazy again. I look out and now his moped is parked in plain view and he is standing on the walkway just 30 feet from the house, staring and talking to himself. I had previously turned off all the lights so that he couldn't see easily in and see what I was doing. I see him take a single step towards the door, now about 30 feet away. I grab the gun. I've calmed the dogs down and they are in full on protective mode. One dog to my left and one to my right. It's about 8:15 p.m. now and I call the cops. I explain the situation and that the owners think he had a psychotic break. As I'm halfway through explaining why I'm starting to fear for my safety, the operator says, "Ma'am, what is your address again?" I tell her, "I'm sorry ma'am, but you're not located in our county. I will have to transfer you to county." "Are you serious?" The owner said that the cops in South know him very well and how to handle him. "Isn't that you guys?" "Yes ma'am, that is us, but you are located in a different county. That is not our jurisdiction. But the guy who's bothering me lives in your county. That is why I'm calling you." The operator then transfers me to another county. When she answers the phone with the average, "911, what's your emergency?" I'm silent. I'm looking out the kitchen window and Steve has come up about 4 to 5 feet since the last time I looked out there. "911, what's your emergency?" I then explain what's happening and explain that I was just transferred because I'm apparently not in their jurisdiction. She then tells me to remain calm and to turn on all the lights. I said, "This guy is waiting for me to do something like that. The doors are locked and I do have a firearm. If he enters, I will shoot." She then tells me that it is the safest with the lights on. I turn on the lights. He notices. Turns and gets on his moped and drives back to his house. I tell her what happened. She asked if I would still like to have an officer come out. Yes, I want an officer to come out. Apparently the cops in South know him, but she transferred me to you. This is the third time he's come onto this property, and he's getting closer and closer to the door. I do not feel safe. Someone that is not me needs to talk to this guy. Calm down, ma'am. We will still send somebody, however, based on where you are and located, it will take a while for one to get out there. That's fine. I just want someone out here. Thank you. I asked her if she would stay on the line until he got out here or no. She says that one is on his way, but she needs to be available if anyone else calls in. She told me if he comes back and I'm still feeling uneasy, to call them without hesitation. Now it's about 9 p.m. and the sun is getting ready to set completely. Again, the dogs go crazy. Now I'm getting really pissed off and walking around the house with a loaded gun so that if Steve sees me, he sees that gun too. I look out the window and see his moped, but I don't see him. Where is he? From the window in the kitchen, I can't see the back door. So I go upstairs, one dog follows, the other is too old to climb the stairs, and peek down through the bathroom window. Steve is on the back porch lighting matches and throwing them down onto the wooden porch. He doesn't seem harmless anymore. He's talking to himself and twisting his head back and forth like he's getting warmed up to fight or having a conversation with another one of his personalities or something. I start filming him from the upstairs window, just in case I die, you know, so that I could hide my phone and when they found it, they'd know it had to be this guy. The sun is down and it's starting to get dark. He steps up to the door and starts knocking. He then starts pounding on the door. I'm pretty good at staying calm in these type of situations, but my heart started beating so fast that my Fitbit had to change my heart rate tab every 2 seconds. If he gets in here, I'm going to have to kill this guy, or he's going to kill me. I could see pure hate in his eyes. Then he stops pounding at the door, quickly turns away and runs to his moped, starts it and takes off faster than I thought a moped could go. Not even a minute later, the cop pulls into the driveway. I had mentioned to the dispatch operator that I have 2 dogs who will bark at the officer, but will not attack unless given a specific word. They are trained and I do have a firearm. I will leave the firearm inside when I go to meet the officer. I met the officer, the dogs didn't growl, simply gave a single bark apiece to let me know that someone was here. I went outside to meet him and told him that the guy just took off on a moped. He says, "Oh yeah, I think I just passed him when I turned onto the road." I explained that he is absolutely drunk or crazy and if he sees him on his way back that he should definitely pull him over because I'm quite positive he's under the influence of something. Normal people just don't act that way. The cop basically shrugs everything off and says, "Well, are you going to stay here tonight?" I told him no, I will leave the dogs overnight and come back in the morning. I asked him to stay while I packed everything up. He nodded. I go inside, give the dogs love and treats, and crate them for the night. I take off and return the next day with my dad. My dad begins walking the perimeter to try and show him that a man is also staying here. I'm a 24-year-old female, if you're wondering. Then Steve, wearing the same dirty outfit and hat, while holding a 24 case of Budweiser, is standing at the end of the driveway again. I'm watching him from the front window. I see my dad at the other end of the yard. As he comes into view, Steve turns around and walks back into his house. I later learned that Steve has been to jail multiple times. His kids are not allowed to see him due to his violent nature, and he bought a four-wheeler. No one knows how he gets his money to get these things. Terry and Johnny have never seen him leave for work. They've only seen him leave on his moped or four-wheeler empty-handed for an hour or two, and return with a case or two of beer. I don't know who he thought I was, but every time he looked at the house in my direction, there was just pure hate in his eyes. Who knows what would have happened if I hadn't called the cops as early as I did. This may be a ramble of thoughts, but after recently stumbling upon this sub, I finally felt a place I could offer something that my family and I experienced a few years ago and that to this day gives me a shiver. I have been camping, solo backpacking, and hunting my whole life in Oregon, and felt comfortable in the woods and have a deep respect for nature. A few years ago, my wife, daughter, and 2 German Shepherds went camping north of Mount Jefferson, Oregon. I have included the coordinates of our campsite, which we found to be the perfect setup for us and our 2 dogs who need the privacy since they are intimidating to other dog owners and can be loud when spooked. It was not an established campsite, just a nice horseshoe off of a USFS road that had flat ground full trees and a fire pit. The first night my daughter wanted to sleep by herself in a 2-man tent right next to ours. It was maybe 2 feet away from me and my wife's tent. We made the male German Shepherd sleep, Guts is his name, with her in the tent. That whole first night neither my wife and I could sleep. We both heard footsteps and they were heavy, not like typical forest critters scampering around the night. I was well armed because I was paranoid from reading recently before departing about a dad in California who was shot and killed in a tent next to his 2 infant daughters. Needless to say, both my wife and I had 2 pistols and my rifle with me. The dogs are great at detection, and that is why I felt my daughter could sleep alone because Guts is completely fearless and nothing would lay a hand on her without a battle to the death. All in all, nothing but bad vibes, and loud footsteps occurred that night, which I ultimately decided was deer or maybe some elk. Day 2, morning. We go for a walk down the road and maybe 300 feet away see the circle area in the photo. I see an abandoned road where a rusted gate was missing, was covered in vegetation. Something of blue color caught my eye and Guts immediately takes off running down this abandoned road. My heart begins to race because I think it's another family camping like us and he's going to get himself shot or scare some innocent people to death, so I chase after him as fast as I can and the rest follow. He stops after 20 feet into the road and me yelling his name, but I have covered just enough distance to see that there is nobody there and something is off about the sight. I yell, "Hello, is anyone there? Sorry about the dog." I got no response. My curiosity gets the best of me and I have to see what the sight conditions were. As I get closer, I know something is wrong. It had all the necessities for a campsite including a cooler, propane burner, tent, blankets, folding table, but every single item had been completely destroyed, smashed and torn from what appeared to be claw marks. We all walked around in circles, puzzled why anyone would leave all their camping gear behind, including an expensive REI tent. I figured well someone left in a hurry and animals got to the rest as the only logical explanation. Still, a propane tank and cooler were flattened by something, and it certainly wasn't snowpack with tree coverage in that spot. As the afternoon rolls in, me and my daughter are playing ball at the campsite, and my wife goes walking maybe about 70 feet north to do her business. I do not have direct line of sight on her, but all of a sudden I see Guts make a mad dash straight towards her. Normally he would always be with me unless he is called over and she didn't call for him. His speed and focus caught my attention and I knew something weird was happening. So I ran over there and my wife starts jogging at me and I immediately draw my pistol. Guts has completely continued running to the forest another 100 feet before I call him and he stopped. My other dog Leia, who never misses the opportunity to be the pack leader, is not taking point. I have had her for now 7 years and this is the first time in her life she refused to leave my daughter's side. She was full hair raised and attached to us at the hip. Again, anytime we hike or play, Leia is up front bossing everything in her path and pauses to look to see where we are and continues. I asked my wife what happened and she said, "I was trying to pee and all of a sudden I felt all my hairs raise. I know someone was watching me. And then I saw Guts running towards me and I just got up to move towards you. We spent 10 minutes looking for signs of anything and saw no trails. Broken branches, nothing to point to what and where something went. We decided we are spending one more night since it's too late to pack up and drive, but we will all be in the big tent together. Before we go to bed, I put a rope with a makeshift coin alarm around the perimeter of our campsite. I used a mint can and some coins and keys from our truck and zip tied it, so anything hitting the rope gave a little jingle. Very unsophisticated, but it put my wife at ease. As I go to tie my last corner off at a tree near our tent, our third mystery item unveils itself. It looks like someone has done the exact same thing I have done with the rope that was so old and brown I didn't see it at first. It was broken and only a few pieces remained, but sure enough it was tied at roughly the same height, about 8 to 10 inches off the ground, and even had a few rushed washers on it. I immediately felt someone had stayed here before and put the same makeshift warning system on the same tree, maybe 10 to 15 years ago based on the condition of the rope. Perhaps my paranoia has now reached a new height, but I had to make sure the girls felt we are safe, and at the time, the only thing I could think of was when the evening came around, I made them sit in the truck and I fired a clip of my .45 into the dirt as a signal to whatever was out there that we are armed. I reassured the girls that anybody listening to that now knows we have 2 wolves and are armed, and we are too risky of a target so we can sleep safely. That night we heard no footsteps and the dogs never perked up or barked. We left early the next morning. Fast forward to today and I watched the Amazon Missing 411 hunting documentary, and I noticed the cluster smack dab close to where we camped that weekend, and a flood of dread rushes me as I think of that mysterious abandoned campsite with a ripped tent and smashed cooler and cooktop. We have been camping since and have enjoyed the beauty of the NW, but there was something there at that place that possibly took or harmed someone else less than 300 feet away from where we camped, and we all think our Lucky Star's guts was doing his thing so well that afternoon. I live in a small rural community in the eastern US. It's a nice little town. Because of my work in the medical field, I've met some interesting people. I'm also familiar with law enforcement and emergency personnel. I'll go ahead and start the story. Because it's still very recent and the investigation is ongoing, I have to be vague with some details. I'm single and I live alone. Due to a stalker, I've moved twice, but that's another story for another time. However, it is relevant for this story for multiple reasons. The first reason being that I have a dog for the sake of protection, as well as have motion sensors and outdoor security cameras. The second reason being the location of my home, which is literally down the street from the first apartment. I can see it from my living room window, and a couple blocks from the police station. However, next to the fire department is the road department, which is basically a parking lot where they park their road equipment and empty garbage trucks at night and on weekends. Oddly, it doesn't have a security camera. Small town life, I suppose. My house sits on a hill with a good view of that side of the street. Due to the incline, the large trees in the front yard, and the half cornfield on the property next to me, most people on the street below wouldn't notice me in the backyard unless they were actively looking. However, I can see the street clearly. This incident happened Saturday evening. The county was holding its annual Independence Day spiel with a community barbecue, music, fireworks, etc. I did not attend because it's just not my thing. Before the big show, I took the dog out to relieve herself in the backyard. There was still at least an hour of daylight left, but the entire neighborhood was pretty quiet because most everyone was at the fairgrounds or various other holiday events. So when an unfamiliar, large, white pickup truck drove slowly down the street, I noticed. It must have turned around at the end of the street because I saw it again, moving in the opposite direction, only about 20 seconds later. This time, it turned into the parking lot of the road department. Now, people have been known to toss things into empty garbage trucks, usually at night to avoid getting caught, because they don't want to or are unable to make the trip to the landfill themselves. Usually, it's things like furniture or broken equipment, but I didn't see any of those things in the back of this truck. The driver was a somewhat stocky guy of average height. He took 3 large, black trash bags from the bed of his truck and tossed them in one by one into the hopper of the garbage truck. Then, he left. Now, I'm not one of those meddling, rear window types who always thinks activity is suspicious and that their neighbors are up to no good, but something about this didn't sit right with me. Normally, when I see people tossing their garbage into the trucks and leaving, I don't bother reporting it because it's relatively harmless. But this time, I had a gut feeling, so I called the police. If anything, they could get the guy for illegally dumping trash from a barbecue or whatever. While I'm on the phone with dispatch, I put my dog inside to cut down on distractions while the officers investigate. A few minutes later, an officer arrived and I crossed the street to meet him. Gave him a description of the events, and pointed out which of the trucks the man had tossed the bags. He found the bags. He took photos, he put on gloves and told me to stay back. The bags were tied in a knot at the top and it took him a minute to untie one because of the gloves and how tight the knot was. But eventually he got it open, looked inside for a few seconds, then twisted it closed and took a few steps back. Oh, he hissed under his breath. What? I asked. It's a body. I felt sick. I could tell he felt sick too. I saw him grow pale. His hand was trembling when he held the radio. Even his voice was shaking as he gave the code to dispatch. The dispatcher sounded confused when she asked him to repeat it. Within 10 minutes, the county sheriff was on the scene. Even he looked sick at the contents of the bag. The coroner arrived 10 minutes after that, and the first officer walked me back to the house, along with another one who arrived at the same time as the coroner. Though I showed the first cop via the app on my phone when I described the events initially, I now showed them the video on a larger screen. The camera caught footage of the truck as it drove by both times, as well as pulling into the parking lot, though unfortunately not a clear view of the license plate or of the man tossing the bags out of frame. We watched the footage over and over, pausing frames, the officers taking notes. Ultimately, they requested this footage as well as a copy of the files from the past week to see if the truck had been in the area before. I've also been saving footage until the road department installs their own camera this week. Because this is still fresh, I don't know many more details. I know the body was in pieces, but I don't know the age of the victim, the gender, cause of death, any of that. Information has not been released to the public. I don't know if the coroner has ever been able to identify the body yet. A police cruiser has been parked at the fire department next door for constant surveillance in case the guy comes back. The guy who dumped the body was likely a local. How else would he know he could dump there? He probably thought it'd get buried in other people's illegal trash accumulated over the holiday weekend, and the sanitation crew wouldn't have bothered to investigate. When I think about how this guy lives in my community, it makes me feel physically ill. To think that he had clearly scouted the area for a dump site, that it may have not been the first time this had happened. That this could happen again. If I hadn't called it in, if I hadn't been in the backyard at that exact moment, or if I had ignored that gut feeling, the victim would have never been found, may never find potential justice, their loved ones may never have closure. In fact, there's a possibility that it just might happen again to another poor soul. I hope it's not me. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I recently discovered this sub and immediately thought of this experience that happened to me 2 summers ago while I was cat sitting and house sitting for an older couple I met in a French class I was taking. This couple lived near a busy corner with a bookshop, coffee shop, a grocery store, and a movie theater in a nice neighborhood of a big city. For all these reasons and more, I was pretty excited to house sit there. My own apartment, where I lived with my boyfriend and my own cat, was about a 10-minute drive to 40-minute walk further up the street in a quiet, residential area with nothing much around it. Now, my own cat is vocal and super social. Because of this, we try never to leave him alone at night because he will literally cry for us all night. We're always slightly paranoid that he's going to get us evicted due to noise complaints from neighbors. We lived on the top floor and you could literally hear him crying from the bottom floor and outside if the door to the building is open. So my boyfriend and I decided that he should stay at the apartment with our cat while I was house sitting. My boyfriend drops me off at the house and I settle in with my luggage, look around the surprisingly large 3-story house, and then decide to walk over to the grocery store to pick up some food for the next few days. As I'm walking home with my bag of groceries, I notice this man, extremely tall and gaunt, with a head full of long, shaggy hair, walking parallel across the street watching me. I'm only about 2 houses away from the place where I'm staying, so I sit down on the edge of the wall as though I'm taking a break and call my mom, trying to keep an eye on him surreptitiously from the corner of my eye. This man stops behind a pole across the street and continues to watch me. I tell my mom this guy seems to think that a pole hides him from my view, but that I can see him from there, standing still as a statue, just watching me. I don't want him to know where I'm staying, so we continue chatting, and eventually, I turn my full gaze on the man to let him know that I see him watching me. For a moment he doesn't react at all, then he just sort of meanders on down the small street, and I watch him turn the corner and disappear from my view. I tell my mom and gather my groceries and walk cautiously down the street, keeping an eye out for him as I near the place I'm house sitting and don't see him. I dart in through the back door next to the garage as quickly as I can and breathe a sigh of relief once I'm inside. I tell my mom everything's good, and I put away the groceries and forget about the entire incident. The couple has a beautiful library, so I continually spend the rest of the afternoon and well into the evening just perusing their walls of books and selecting a few to bring upstairs to the guest bedroom on the 3rd floor. I'm playing some music and just enjoying the quiet downtime all to myself. I finally get sleepy, text my boyfriend goodnight, and fall asleep. I wake up shortly thereafter after a terrifyingly realistic dream that this gaunt man has walked into the room, trailing his fingertips along my body. The room is dark, all the window blinds shut, and my body goes completely still. Half positive that it wasn't a dream and that he had somehow broken in, it was waiting in the shadow. I quietly reach underneath my pillowcase for my phone. I always keep my phone tucked under my pillow, and it's not there. My panic rises, and my mind overreacts. He's here and he's playing a game with me. He took my phone. He's somewhere in the house. I desperately begin to pat around my bed as quietly as possible, searching beneath the other pillow for my phone. Not there. I think, surely he'll hear me if I get out of my bed to look. But I suddenly remember that I left my laptop next to me on the bed and I open it, quickly sending text after text to my boyfriend through iMessage until he wakes up. I tell him I can't find my phone, had a bad dream, and I'm super anxious. With him awake and responding, I get the courage to flip on the lamp and get out of bed. I search around the floor, thinking my phone must have fallen while I was sleeping. Nope, not on the floor. Finally, as I search the bed frantically, I find it atop the covers on the other side of the bed. Weird, but I suppose I must have knocked it across the bed or something. I don't sleep well the rest of the night, hearing noises from across the 3 floors of the creaky stairs and house, thinking anyone could break in through the patio door across from my room. All they'd have to do is get to the balcony, and wake up the next morning exhausted. The next day, I'm sitting in the living room at their piano practicing. I'm an opera singer, and I was mostly excited about this house sitting because I'd get the chance to sing without worrying about apartment neighbors complaining, with the blinds open. There are some kids riding their bikes, neighbors with dogs, the usual. I'm enjoying my afternoon when I notice there's an odd, run-down, dilapidated, dark house nearly diagonal to this one, which doesn't fit in at all with the otherwise nice neighborhood. Gaunt man walks out of it and sits on the porch. My stomach drops. I call my boyfriend and tell him that the creepy guy apparently lives across the street. I shut the blinds facing that way so that he can't see me and retreat to the other side of the house with the kitchen. I spend the rest of the day chilling, convincing myself that I'm overreacting, that everything is fine and I don't need to worry. Nonetheless, come nightfall, the house seems just way too large, with too many entrances, and the bottom floor is so far away that I worry the noise wouldn't carry up to the top floor if someone did break in. Naturally, I cannot sleep at all. I end up retrieving a knife from the kitchen and stashing it under my pillow. Noises keep me up. Creaks, odd sounds. Around 11 p.m., I call my boyfriend and beg him to come stay with me, assuring him that our cat could survive one night without us. He drives over and pulls into the garage. I come unlock the hall door from the garage to let him inside. I still don't sleep well, but at least I get some sleep with him here, feeling a little safer. He gets a little weirded out about the knife under the pillow and tells me to put it back where I got it. I stash it in the bedside drawer, just in case. The next day, I pull it together and tell him he doesn't need to stay. I'm clearly overreacting. Then comes nightfall, and the plethora of odd noises. I decide I can't stay in the guest room at the top floor anymore because I feel like I can't hear anything. I go down to the second floor and try to sleep on the couch in their media room. George of the Jungle's on TV, and I try to fall asleep while watching that. Instead, I get more and more paranoid that I won't be able to hear anything over the movie and end up switching the movie off. I try to fall asleep again. Now I'm sure that I can hear noises from both above and below me. Not the cat who, every night, hid in a tote bag in their bedroom on the second floor and never made a sound except to hiss at me when we crossed each other's paths. I get no sleep, patrolling the entire house all night, finally falling asleep as the night sky tinged gray with dawn. The next day was my birthday, and his little sister was flying up from across the country to spend a week with us. He couldn't stay the night with me anymore because she was still quite young and needed adult supervision, and I insisted that she stay at our place rather than have them come to the house I was at. Fortunately, my best friend had just returned from her trip, and we decided to have a birthday sleepover. I feel a little paranoid, but again, I'm able to get some sleep with someone else there and wake up a little more refreshed. She leaves, and I sit in the kitchen, which faces the street where Gaunt Man first saw me. Gaunt Man is across the street, walking and watching. I duck down against the wall below the window, placing my phone at the gap between the blinds with only the top of my head showing. Gaunt Man gets closer, still watching as I hit record on the video. I get several seconds of him watching the house until he suddenly seems to notice the top of my head or the phone and snaps his own gaze back to the sidewalk below him and walks on. My heart is pounding. Now he knows that I've watched him watching me again. Probably saw the phone recording or taking a photo, and he lives right across the street, where he often sat on his porch for hours smoking with a couple of other men, facing my direction. The next few nights were a blur of me wandering around the house, checking closets and other closed spaces upon returning from going out, placing chairs against entrances so that I'd hear them scrape if they got moved, half sleeping in the media room, double checking windows, exhausted until the couple of hours of sleep I would get when the sky would tinge gray and I'd felt I'd survived the most dangerous part of the night. My best friend found out I wasn't sleeping at all and offered to stay with me for the last night. Boyfriend's little sister was still there so he couldn't. I accepted her offer, feeling foolish and overdramatic, but thankful. We stayed back in the guest room on the top floor, watching Parks and Rec quietly with the subtitles on, so that I could still hear the rest of the house. It was around 1 a.m. or so when a shrill, piercing siren suddenly echoed throughout the house. My best friend and I sat up in bed, paralyzed for a moment with fear and confusion. "Did they say anything about an alarm?" she asked me. "No," I responded, hesitantly, wondering if I had missed something in the notes they had left. We stared at each other for another long moment. "What should we do?" she asked. "I don't know," I said. "We should shut the door and lock it, right?" She was the closest to the door. She shut it quickly and locked it. I moved the nightstand in front of it, a pathetic barricade. The siren continued to wail throughout the house. "Should we call the police?" I asked, my heart pounding into my mouth, opening the blinds with my hands and trying to peer through the dark street below. There was a window to the bathroom with the access from the balcony patio. I checked it, just to make sure yet again that it was shut and locked. "We should probably call the police. Or should we?" She had already begun to call the police, telling them that we were house sitting and an alarm had just gone off. We were concerned about a man who had been watching me over the past few days, and we were alone in the house. The police got our address and said that they would arrive soon. Suddenly, the alarm stopped. With the alarm off, we gathered the courage to remove the nightstand from the door and unlock it. I had pepper mace gripped tightly in my hand as we swung the door open, ready to confront whatever was out there. Nothing. No one. I checked the giant glass door a few steps away that led to the balcony patio. Locked. We made our way down the stairs, cautious, quiet. We finally made it down to the bottom floor when there was pounding at the front door. I hurriedly made it over to the door, removing the chair I had placed in front of it as quickly as I could, letting in 2 policemen. They identified themselves to the door. They came inside, asked me a few questions about this man, and then decided it was probably just a harmless homeless man. I didn't tell them that he lived across the street because I thought they'd accuse me of overreacting. "Quote unquote, he was just walking home, not following you or watching you." End quote. They couldn't find a security system, and told us that it was the fire alarm that had gone off, but they couldn't figure out why. After checking the house and finding no one, they left. I emailed the owners the next day to tell them what happened, and that we had called the police to come check it out. They apologized that it happened, and thought it was strange. I left the next day and politely declined house sitting for them when they asked again a few months later. We moved out of the city and across the country last summer. My boyfriend only recently told me that he and my dad, who had come up to help us move, had seen Gottman walking across the street from our apartment, and that last week before we moved. So Gottman, even if you weren't stalking and watching me, let's not ever meet again. A couple years ago, one of my closest friends relocated cross-country with his long-term girlfriend to a work job he couldn't refuse. Only issue he had was that he did not want to fly his dogs out with them when they made the move, since they'd be staying in a hotel for the first month. He was also a bit reticent to fly them out due to health concerns for both pets. By the time he located a home to rent, he was missing his dogs and made the request of his sister, another close friend, and myself to drive them to him in LA. Now we're Chicago folks, so the trip would be a long one. However, with the 3 of us to foot the near 30-hour drive, it would be a piece of cake. We left early and drove long hours. Along the way, it was decided between my friend and I that we'd foot the majority of the drive ourselves, and if we needed to, we'd let our friend's sister do some driving. We were on a bit of a time crunch due to a snafu with the rental agreement, so we didn't have the luxury to stop very often past an 8-hour stay at a Denver LA Quinta Inn. As for the journey itself, it was relatively smooth, barring getting pulled over right before entering Utah for driving for 2 miles in the left lane of an empty highway. Whoops. From that point, we made it through Utah, Arizona, and Nevada without much trouble until we entered California in need of gas. I had been driving for the majority of the first day and tagged my buddy in after being pulled over. I remained in the shotgun seat as navigator, searching through the GPS for a fuel stop. We kept our eyes peeled for road signs and discovered a sign pointing to Yermo Ghost Town or something along those lines, which had a mobile station. How wonderful. It was convenient too, as it was located almost directly off of the interstate. We rolled in on a little more than fumes when we approached the pumps. Normally we let the dogs out at every rest stop, but having stopped not long before then, and with both dogs sleeping snugly in the back, I decided to pump gas without anyone else leaving the vehicle. My buddy pulled us up on the opposite side of a beat-up green sedan with a short, plump gentleman who just turned in to approach the shop. I noticed a few other hoopties at the pumps, all unoccupied, and there were a couple of other cars parked up near the station, most likely belonging to the employees, so nothing seemed out of the ordinary until I swiped my credit card. The pump rejected my first swipe attempt, which I chalked up to a misread. I swiped again and the pump reads out, "Please see attendant." I was annoyed, but we needed gas. I tapped on the window and told my buddy what I was doing and asked if anyone needed anything. After taking their orders for Gatorade and Marlboro Reds, I walked up to the store and made a mental note of how strange this gas station was. Kinda quiet, especially for one right off the interstate, but that's no matter. As I walked in though, more weirdness. First thing I noticed is that there are some boxes of chips just left on the floor, like someone was stocking shelves and just quit. As I veered to my right, I noticed that immediately there is no one milling about in this place. With the 6 cars beside my own out there, I felt like I would see someone. Things got even weirder when I realized that there was no one behind the counter, no customers or workers, and then it dawned on me. What had happened to the gentleman who was at the pump adjacent to mine? Surely they can't all be in the bathroom. This is where I began to feel this gnawing sensation in my stomach. Something isn't right. I have always been a person who felt like I could trust my instincts, and those instincts were screaming at me just to get out of there. I want to run, but I hold back. I would look suspicious booking it out of a gas station that was empty and decide to just play it cool. Natural. Don't let your body language let on to how badly you're freaking out in your head. I was probably inside of this gas station for only a couple minutes when I left, but I stopped just before exiting to listen for something. Anything. A flushing toilet would have been a good sound, but nothing. As I exit the shop and see my car, I begin to feel dread. It's like that moment in a movie where the hero is about to make it to the end of their trial, but the celebratory fanfare disappears, and in that silence, something comes and strikes them down. I am about 25 yards from the car when I see this gentleman come out from around the side of the shop opposite of me. This is not the same man as I saw while pumping gas. He was larger and had a peculiar look on his face. The best way I could describe it, it was like Nick Cage's smile from Face Off before the titular act had occurred. I continued walking towards my car, but when I turned back to look at him, he was now walking towards me with a purpose. At this point, I noped my way back to the car with increased urgency in my step. And of course my friend has the door to the car locked like a complete douche clown. There's also the 95-pound golden retriever sitting in my seat. Apparently my travel companions did not notice how freaked out I was, or the creepy gentleman still walking in my direction. I punched the window and told him to unlock the door, to which he only half rolls down the window to tell me the dog was in my seat and they were afraid she'd jump out when I opened the door. I reached my hand in and threw the dog towards the back seat as hard as I could, while my friend is just now realizing how freaked out I am. He started the car and drove off quickly. I took one last look back and saw the guy had stopped about a pump away from where we were, still with that same look on his face. We found another gas station further down the road, this time with a ton of people inside and out. After thoroughly creeping out my friends with the story as I pumped gas, we made our way back to the interstate, which meant passing that gas station again. It's been about 15 minutes since we pulled out initially, and we go silent as we notice that those very same cars are still sitting in the same spots where we had left them. After thoroughly freaking out for a few miles, I received a phone call from my credit card company about a $100 charge at a mobile station. The lady on the phone was really helpful in fixing the situation for me and was as entirely creeped out by the situation as we were. In the end, we made it to LA and had a great vacation, but it still bothers me as to what was going on at this little gas station off the highway and what was that Smiling Man story. So, crazy Smiling Man and whoever else was lying in wait at the Yermo Ghost Town exit mobile station, let's not meet. I lived in New Mexico for several years before moving to the Midwest. My friend, Amy, and I, both females, would spend many days exploring the remote corners of the New Mexico, discovering abandoned ghost towns and enjoying the quiet, desolate beauty of the desert. One afternoon in March 2010, we were traveling from Ruidoso to Albuquerque. Always up for exploring, we took a back road rather than traveling the more direct highway. One leg of our journey had us on NM55. It's a remote, teeny tiny 2-lane highway. We love those types of roads, up until that day. This part of New Mexico is flat and desolate desert. You can see for miles, and there's virtually nothing except dirt and rock between towns, and towns can be miles apart. So we were on NM55 going north. After a few minutes, we saw a white pickup truck up ahead of us, going the same direction. Suddenly, he stopped his truck sideways in the middle of the highway, blocking both lanes. We were about a mile away from him, and as we got closer, we began to get uneasy. We could see no reason for him to do this. We were the only other vehicle out there, and we began wondering if we should turn around rather than come up to him and have to stop. We were about a half a mile away from him when he pulled over to the opposite side of the highway, but his truck was still pointed the direction we were going. We tried to relax a little. Surely, this guy was a rancher or something. Maybe he was checking something on his land. As we passed him, we noticed a few things. 1. There was only one person in the truck, a middle-aged guy who never took his eyes off us, and 2. He was talking into a walkie-talkie. A few seconds after we passed him, he pulled back onto the highway and started following us. But he never got too close. He would get to within a few car lengths and then drop back a little and then speed back up again to within a few car lengths. We were getting nervous. we realized how alone we really were. We had seen no other traffic on that road, and we hadn't told anyone about our great idea to take this detour. We checked our cell phones and neither one had signal, typical for remote New Mexico, but scary given our present situation. Amy was driving and speeding up while I frantically checked the map, hoping to find a road that would have more traffic. There was no other road. We had to travel this one to get to the next town, Mountain Air. Turning around to go back the other way didn't seem like a good option. After a few minutes, we saw another pickup truck coming towards us. He was going very, very slowly, maybe 20 miles per hour, if that. This pickup was old and beat up, whereas the one that was behind us was newer. Amy had us up to 75 miles per hour, which wasn't typical for us on these 55-mile-per-hour highways, and we blew by the old pickup. As we passed it, we saw that it was another middle-aged guy, and he was talking into a walkie-talkie. After the white pickup passed him, he pulled a U-turn and pulled in behind it. As we watched all of this, we could see the white pickup truck guy talking into his walkie-talkie. No doubt these two knew each other. We were being deliberately followed, and for the first and only time in my life, I felt hunted. They stayed right behind us. We watched for obstacles in the road. We truly thought old beat-up pickup guy had set up a trap in the road and our vehicle would be disabled somehow. We talked about driving into the fields. We were in an SUV, but this was obviously their territory and we were afraid of what would happen if we went off-road and got cornered. So we stayed on the highway. By now, white pickup truck guy was right on top of us. We could see him talking into the walkie-talkie and he stayed right on our bumper. And old beat-up pickup truck guy was right on top of him. The three of us sped down the highway. The white pickup inched closer. His maneuvering and edging closer made it apparent that he was trying to bump us. I watched helplessly as he got to within inches of our back bumper. Amy floored it. We were passing 80 miles per hour and edging up to 90. The road was flat and deserted, but any little thing going wrong would have been catastrophic. We absolutely were not going to slow down or stop if we could help it. The white pickup pulled into the opposite lane and started to gain speed. The only thing we could think of was that he wanted to pass us and get in front of us. If he got in front of us and his buddy was behind us, then we'd be boxed in and trapped. We looked frantically at the rocky desert on both sides of us. Our only option was to off-road it. As we topped a small incline, we saw a sign that said Salinas Pueblo Missions National Monument, and it pointed towards a road on the left. And right at that moment, a blue pickup truck pulled out of the road and onto the highway in front of us. As we came up on the blue pickup, we saw the plate said U.S. Park Service. We looked at each other and then looked behind us. Both pickup trucks did U-turns and went the other way. We followed the blue pickup to Mountain Air and then made our way to Albuquerque. I don't know exactly what those guys' intentions were, but they weren't good. There is something seriously wrong out there. I notified the state police and they said they would keep an eye on things. So, let's not ever meet, or have anyone else ever meet, these guys. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This story occurred roughly 14 years ago, when I was 12 years old and living in east side of an Australian rainforest. When I say rainforest, our house was on a 40-acre property surrounded by bush. The house itself was owned by a Swiss man named Hans. Occasionally, he would come down with his tractor and slash the long grass surrounding our house so we could access slightly more of the property in the summer. We lived about a 40-minute drive from the small town center. This meant that if we needed groceries, medical attention, or to contact our parents, say while we were at school, it would be a 40-minute drive before anything could be done. The house sat on a side of a large mountain, roughly 3/4 of the way up, so naturally, most of the land we called home was strewn with valleys, nooks, and hideaways. We had trails we could walk, and they led to a stream and a small waterfall. It was a truly beautiful place, but considerably scary to me and my small siblings, one brother and one sister slightly younger than me. We knew our neighbors on both sides of the property, but because of the location of our house was pretty remote, our nearest neighbors were roughly a 10-minute drive away. One was a lovely old lady who used to wave to us when we got off the school bus before we made the trek to our house every day. I think our parents asked for her to keep an eye on us. The other was a middle-aged man and his family. He was a real jerk who excavated around the bottom border where our properties met and continuously interrupted the stream and waterfall's clear flowing water supply. Lots of strange and creepy stuff happens when you're living in the middle of nowhere, but one in particular involved a guy I certainly don't want to meet again. Being pretty removed from people, it was extremely rare that we ever got visitors we didn't know were coming. When people we didn't recognize turned up, it was usually because they were lost and needed directions. One day though, a man in a car came roaring down our driveway. I remember running inside to tell my dad someone weird was here. He immediately walked outside to see who this unwanted guest was. My dad goes outside to see what all the commotion is about, while my mom keeps us inside, being protective. The man has a large red furred dog in the back of his car that looks like a German Shepherd cross. It snarled at my dad, but immediately cowered when this stranger told it to shut up. Our own dog named Millie was snarling and going ballistic whilst being chained up to the house. "Hi, my name is John." The way the man spoke was like he was a salesman, a really slick and smooth guy who on the outside seemed friendly, but with the overtone of wanting something. My dad immediately responded with, "So what are you doing out here then, John?" The man was taken aback, obviously not used to dealing with someone as hostile as my dad. They then talked for a while and I could hear my dad talking with a sense of confusion about whatever this man had to say. I did however overhear my dad say, "What are you thinking? Just call the cops." I found out later that the lovely old lady next to us had died. Apparently John was on the other side of her property and went to visit and found her dead. He also asked my dad if they should move the body to make it easier for police to investigate. This is obviously why my dad was telling the man to call the police immediately. Anyway, later that night the police showed up to take a statement from my dad and John, who was hanging around our house until the police arrived. I remember my dad pulling an officer aside and explaining that John wanted to move the body when he first arrived. The police left without any more questions as it looked like she had died from natural causes. John was still at our house. I found him to be a very unsettling person. The way he smiled, the dark of his eyes. He was unfamiliar, but acting like he was one of us. I remember it was a school night and I was trying to watch TV and he was playing songs on his guitar with my mom and my dad at the table. I was angry because he was ruining my shows and I told my mom I wanted him to go and I thought he was weird. She smiled and told me she felt the same and told me I should go to bed. The next day things seemed normal. Went to school, came home. Not seeing the familiar friendly face of the old woman stung a bit on my way past her house. It felt strange and I hoped that she knew her family loved her before she passed. I was a bit sad on the walk home, until halfway down the driveway, I noticed John's car again and parked out the front of our house. I walked closer and was greeted by his dog, Rusty. He walked outside with my dad and I heard him call Rusty to his car as he was leaving. Apparently he was borrowing tools from my dad. He left and waved goodbye like he was someone that I was going to miss. Again, that sense of overfamiliarity made me feel uncomfortable. I didn't know this man. I didn't like this man and I was hoping he would never come down to our driveway again. My dad then pulled me aside and asked me what I thought of John. I labeled him a weirdo and told my dad I was hoping he wouldn't come back. For the second night in a row, when John returned Dad's tools, he was sitting in our house playing guitar and annoying everyone. My mom and my dad were visibly unimpressed by the situation. I heard my mom and dad argue about him hanging around until eventually my dad told him he needed to leave, as it was time for us to go to bed. He insisted it was early and tried to make an excuse to stay. I found that very odd. I was polite enough to know when someone didn't want me around, so why didn't this man? Or if he did know, why wouldn't he leave? After ushering him out, my mom and my dad had a big talk in their room and my dad told us all that he didn't like John and that he was going to ask him not to come over anymore and if we saw John again, immediately to tell him. The next day was a Saturday, so we were going to blow up our cheap inflatable pool and go for a swim as it was getting pretty warm. Around 11 a.m., the sound of a car thundering down the driveway alerts me and I go outside. I run back inside to tell my dad that John is back. Just like the first time I ever laid eyes on John, my dad goes outside and we stay inside with my mom, watching and listening through a screen door. John again with his weird, overfamiliar smile and dark eyes greets my dad and is met with, "Look, I don't know who you are, but I don't want you coming around here anymore. You scare my kids and my wife and I don't want you to come back. You understand?" I didn't hear John's reply from his tone, but it sounded like he was confused and tried to reason with my dad. My dad wasn't having it and told him to go or he would call the cops. As he was leaving, my dad said, "Don't come back or you'll be sorry." This is where things truly get weird. As my dad lays this subtle threat on the man, his face completely changes one of rage. He glares at us in the house, sticks up his finger and speeds out of the driveway shouting profanities and churning up gravel, spraying it towards our house. My dad came back and told us we wouldn't be seeing John anymore, and if we did, we were going to call the police. I was relieved. This odd man made me feel uncomfortable in my own home, and the way he reacted when he left confirmed the feeling I got from him when I first saw him. I can't remember if it was the Sunday or the Monday after that day, but John did come back. He tried to reason with my dad and say sorry for whatever caused us to not like him. Before he even got out of his car, my dad said, "If you don't turn around and leave, I'm gonna smash your face in." He did just that. My dad then called the police to inform them of what happened. Apparently they were going to go and talk to John. I didn't hear any more of what happened to that conversation. A few weeks went by with no sightings or happening with John and we all felt like things were back to normal. This was until our mailbox had been tipped out of the ground and smashed, or possibly run over. I remember asking my dad what happened, but he wasn't about to give me any ideas. He later told me that he knew it was John after the way their last conversation ended. The next weekend after the mailbox incident, we went into town to get groceries and a fast food dinner as a bit of a treat. And when we came home down the driveway, my dad immediately stopped my mom from proceeding and said that something was wrong. Next to the carport where we parked our car, at the back of the house, there was a window that opened to the bathroom. My dad must have spotted the window was missing. As we drove down, he got increasingly more tense until we all noticed the window was missing. I remember being confused in the back seat and not really knowing what was going on, until I saw it. A man, dark eyes, and overfamiliar, coming from the window that led to the shower. My dad was exploding with rage, and he told my mom to rush down the driveway. The man proceeded to escape the window and run down the back of our property into thick shrubbery. My dad, only being on one leg, let Millie loose as she was going ballistic tied up to the house. She raced down the grass-engulfed hill into the darkness. She came back with nothing. My dad went out with his flashlight and couldn't find anything either. I'm not sure if anyone slept that night. None of our possessions had been stolen or even moved. We must have caught this man just as he was entering our house. The police came the next day and searched for fingerprints with no avail. My father was furious and again alerted them to John and his strange behavior. They told us they would look into it once again. That was the last time we heard from John that year. I had almost completely forgotten about him and had the summer off to enjoy myself and get ready for high school. The school I went to was pretty large considering where we were, but everyone seemed to know each other pretty well, including the teaching staff. Within my first week at the school, we were introduced to all the teachers and teacher aides. I was caught completely unaware when that overfamiliar, dark-eyed man from the previous year was introduced as a teacher aide. Except instead of John, he was introduced as Gregory something. I went into a little bit of a spin as I was trying to make sense of all of it. I was 100% sure that this man named Greg something was the same man who had introduced himself to my family as John. At that moment, so many things rushed into my head. What if he killed the old lady? What if he didn't live close by? What if he wanted to move the bodies so he could frame my dad? If he lied about something as critical as his name, what else was he lying about? What if police never even made contact with him? I was sitting there for a good 10 minutes trying to piece it together until the teacher called my name to bring me back to reality. That is when he noticed me. The look on his face when he saw mine was one I'll never forget. He immediately recognized me. He looked shocked. His eyes were wide and he said nothing, just staring at me. I could sense that he was now the one feeling uncomfortable and on edge. Later that day, I rushed home to tell my dad who I had found. He was shocked and repeatedly asked if I was sure. He went to the school the next day and discovered the man had put in for an indefinite leave yesterday and may not return. When we learned of the news, my dad told me to watch out and let him know should John or Greg ever return. So John, Greg, whoever you are, let's not ever meet again. When I was 14, I was asked to babysit my 3 younger cousins, aged 8, 4, and 1, in an extremely rural, mountainous part of Pennsylvania. My aunt and uncle had a wedding to go over to about an hour away and wouldn't be back until very late. Their house was situated on a steep mountainside. Their back deck had a 15-foot drop onto a rocky hill below leading down to a river. Their closest neighbors were about a half a mile away. The closest main road was a mile away, and at night, there were no lights to be seen anywhere around them. Basically, it was in the middle of nowhere and you would have to know where you're going to get there. You don't just accidentally end up there. My aunt and uncle left us with some pizza and their cell phone number next to their landline. This was the early 2000s and I didn't have a cell phone, but even if I did, I wouldn't get reception there anyway, and headed out. The baby was already asleep. The 4-year-old wasn't feeling well and was quietly watching TV in the living room as he dozed off, and the 8-year-old was playing Guitar Hero with me up on the loft. The loft overlooked the living room to the left, where I could keep an eye on the 4-year-old, and there was a huge window that overlooked the driveway to the right. The description of the driveway is an important detail to the story. The road that led to their house ran straight into their forked driveway. It was a dead-end road. The house was as far as you could go. Go to the left driveway, there is a large open carport, and that's where my aunt and uncle and anyone who ever visited parked. The right driveway led down a very short but very steep hill to a large leveled out area and ended against the garage door that opened to the basement of the house. It was never used as a garage, but served as my uncle's man cave, and where he spent most of his time. Right beside the garage door, a normal door with a window so you could see right in, but this driveway was exclusively used by the kids as a play area because it was the only flat, yard-like area on the property, and being on a mountainside, there isn't much room to safely play otherwise. No cars ever drove down there, ever. There are too many toys and bikes in the way, and friends and family knew this. It was about 10 p.m, pitch black outside, no moon to illuminate the area either. My cousin and I were still playing Guitar Hero when headlights caught the corner of my eye, and not my aunt's minivan headlights. Huge truck headlights with those roof lights you often see on Jeeps or other off-road trucks. Not only that, the truck was going down the right driveway, the kids' play area. This was not my aunt and uncle. This was not anyone they knew. Panic and dread filled my body. I was a small teenage girl, alone in an isolated house on a mountain at night, with 3 children in my care. In a terrified voice, I asked my cousin, "Who is that, Jake? Do you know whose truck that is?" And then he looked panicked. "No, I've never seen that truck before," he replied. I quickly ushered him downstairs, still unsure what to do, but the 2 little ones were sleeping down there and I wanted to make sure they were safe. I checked on the baby and then grabbed the phone to call 911, and then I started to hear the metal garage door being shaken violently. No one ever opened that garage door. More panic fills me. I hear them try the door beside it, the metal doorknob jiggling. No one was actually knocking. It's not like they were checking to see if my uncle was down there. Plus, the lights were out. It was dark down there. They knew no one was down there. They were definitely breaking in. The door leading to the basement steps was right next to the phone, so I could clearly hear all this going on. I quickly turned the little lock on the doorknob just in case they did make it into the basement. My heart was practically jumping out of my chest. I'm talking to the 911 dispatcher as my 8-year-old cousin clings to my arm. The operator is calm and trying to call me, but I knew it would be at least 30 minutes until a police officer could get up there, assuming they didn't get totally lost on this mountainside in the pitch dark. I just kept thinking, we are dead. This is how I die. The operator asked for the number my aunt and uncle left me so she could have another dispatcher call them to let them know the situation. I turned around and grabbed the paper with the number on it, and to my absolute horror, I see a man peering in a large sliding glass door. A huge, burly, but what had to been a 6'4" man with long, scraggly red hair and a big red bushy beard. And what made it worse, he was grinning at me. Grinning in a way that still scares me to this day. Meanwhile, I had to have looked like a terrified deer in the headlights. I was shaking so hard I could barely hold the phone. There was a second man behind him I couldn't see as well. I have no idea what he looked like, but he was equally as tall, but a bit more lanky than the larger man at the sliding glass door. I screamed, "Oh God, they're here." And before the 911 operator could say anything, my 8-year-old cousin goes, "Mr. Jim?" His voice was very confused. It wasn't like my cousin was happy or even relieved to see him. I asked, "Do you know who that is?" But before my cousin could answer, I turned my attention to the man in the door. "I'm on the phone with the police," I shouted. I'm grateful he didn't try that door, because I do not think it was locked. The man stared at me hard for a moment, eyebrows furrowed, like deciding what he wanted to do next, but he then just backed away into the darkness. What seemed like an eternity later, I saw the truck lights back up out of the driveway and then back down the road until they disappeared. I was still really scared, and so was my cousin. He had only met that guy a few times, an acquaintance of his dad. It wasn't like it was a close family friend, and obviously, because again, he went down the wrong driveway. Visitors never go down that way. The 911 operator asked for a description of the man, then told me they'd gotten in touch with my aunt and uncle and they were on their way home. She stayed on the phone with me until the police officer showed up a bit later to make sure that the men were gone, and they stayed with us until my aunt and uncle got home so they could ask them some questions. My uncle was furious, not at me for calling them home early, but at this Mr. Jim guy. My aunt was mad at my uncle and told him to tell Jim to never come back. I didn't know at the time, but my uncle had a drug problem. I don't know what Mr. Jim or his accomplice were doing, or what they would have done if I wasn't on the phone with the police, but that grin was not a friendly one. It was sinister. And again, he also had to have known my uncle was not there, because the basement was dark. He would have seen through the windowed basement door. He had also tried lifting the garage door, something not even my uncle did. He intended to break into the basement. That much is clear to me. There's no other explanation. I never did babysit for them again, and I don't think I ever even went back up there because not long after, my aunt divorced my uncle and moved out. So Mr. Jim, the grinning mountain man who tried to break into the house where I was babysitting, let's not meet again. A few years back, my girlfriend and I, having hiked several other parts of the Appalachian Trail, decided we wanted to give the southern portion of Virginia's trail a shot. It is about 166 miles long. It runs through George Washington and Jefferson National Forest from Roanoke County to Pearisburg in Giles County. This is definitely one of the more remote and less traveled parts of the trail, which is exactly what we were looking for. We gathered our gear and made our way to the start of the Virginia Creeper Trail to begin our journey. We had planned our journey to end at Damascus and figured that by the time we got there, we would be more than ready to get home to our own beds. It was early October and the changing of the leaves and colors were amazing. The air was crisp and cool, perfect hiking weather with beautiful scenery. The majority of the trip was pretty uneventful, just your typical hike, but our last couple of nights is where things got weird. On this portion of the trail, you're supposed to camp on the trail or a designated shelter. We didn't really want to run into other people and didn't want anyone coming up on us in the middle of the night. We decided to ignore those suggestions and find our own little spot off the trail. A little searching around and we found a spot a little ways off the trail in the middle of a small clearing. It was perfect. We set up camp, cooked some food, talked for a while, then snuggled up and went to sleep for the night. Somewhere around 2 a.m., I was awoke by my girlfriend shaking me awake, telling me, "Get your gun, someone is outside walking around our tent." She informed me that she woke up to what sounded like someone right outside the tent, running a knife or something along the side while circling us. When hiking, I carry a 1911 with me. You never know exactly who or what you might run into when on such a long hike in a remote location. I got the 1911 out of my pack, and then we sat silently, listening for any sounds. A few minutes of nothing but the breeze blowing through the trees, and then I heard branches snapping. It sounded like it was a bipedal, based on the way the steps were paced. I turned on the flashlight and flooded the area with light. I thought I saw someone move behind a tree. I yelled out and told them to go away and that I was armed. I kept the light on the area with my gun drawn and slowly approached towards the area where I thought I saw the figure. Then, from my right, I hear what sounds like someone running away through the woods. I spin and face my light that way, and then from the original spot, hear who or whatever was there take off into the woods. There's no way I'm giving chase, so I return to the campsite. I tell my girlfriend about what happened, and I end up sitting guard outside the tent, in the darkness until daybreak. In the morning, I looked around a bit for signs of who or whatever it was, and I discovered a boot print in some soft, moist dirt not far from our tent. It wasn't mine and it wasn't my girl's. This freaked me out as it confirmed that someone, perhaps more than one, was skulking around our tent in the dark. I kept it to myself because I didn't want to freak my girl out any more than she already was. At this point, we were pretty deep in and still had 2 days left. That day we walked a little faster than normal and covered as much ground as possible. When it came time to set up camp, I found a spot near a cliff where we could place the tent in a small overhang and prevent anyone from coming up behind us. The whole day up to this point, I had a feeling we were being followed. I had no confirmation of this as I hadn't seen or heard anyone else, but it was just a gut feeling. We set up camp and made some food, then retreated to the tent. I assured my girl that if I slept at all, it would be with one eye open. After a while, she drifted off to sleep and I stayed awake listening to the sounds of the woods at night. I was awake for a few hours, just waiting to see if anything was going to happen. At some point, I guess my exhaustion caught up with me and I drifted off. I woke sometime later to what sounded like someone going through our stuff outside the tent. I grabbed my gun and woke my girlfriend, shushing her to be quiet. From that faint glow of the fire, I could see someone's silhouette against the tent. There was really someone out there. I yelled out to them something along the lines of, "We are armed, get out of here." They dropped what they were doing and bolted. I came out of the tent, gun drawn and ready to shoot someone. Our stuff was strewn all about. They had rummaged through quite a bit of our stuff. I walked to the edge of the woods in the direction of whoever was out there had fled. There was a creek nearby and I walked to the edge, where there was a small trail running alongside it. Down the creek I could see a light. It looked like a lantern the way it flickered. Then I saw 3 more emerge from the other side of the woods. I told my girlfriend to start packing up whatever she could and that we are leaving now. We packed up everything of value, left the tent and a few other items and headed back onto the trail, in the middle of the night. I kept hearing people talking off in the woods and hearing branches snap from quite some ways. I kept looking behind us every few seconds to make sure nobody was coming up behind us. It was completely nerve-wracking. If something happened, we were still a long ways from anywhere and quite literally on our own, since we hadn't seen another hiker the entire time we had been out there. I really felt we were in serious danger. We had been walking for quite some time when I heard something in the woods behind us. As we rounded a corner, I turned around and saw someone step out onto the trail and just stand there watching us. It was just as the sun was coming up and barely any light. I couldn't make out any features, just the silhouette. I stopped and looked at them for a second and asked them who they were and what they wanted. They just stood there silently, watching us, and then turned and walked back into the woods. We picked up the pace and kept going, looking back every so often. We didn't see them again, but my gut told me they were still there for quite a ways. We eventually reached the end of the trail and got to where we had parked my girlfriend's car, extremely exhausted. We made it out of the Virginia woods without becoming a meal for some group of people of whatever knows what. I have no idea who they were or what they wanted. Maybe it was just someone messing with us, I don't know. But I'll never know, because I will never be returning to find out. Alright, but that's it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But as always,
Have a nice day.